Another Country by James Baldwin. Narrated by Dion.
They strike one, above all, as giving no account of themselves in any terms already consecrated by human use. To this inarticulate state, they probably form, collectively, the most unprecedented of monuments. Abysmal the mystery of what they think, what they feel, what they want, what they suppose themselves to be saying. Henry James. Book 1. Easy Rider. I told him easy riders got to stay away, so he had to vamp it. But the hike ain't far. W.C. Handy. 1. He was facing 7th Avenue at Times Square. It was past midnight, and he had been sitting in the movies, in the top row of the balcony, since 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Twice, he had been awakened by the violent accents of the Italian film. Once, the usher had awakened him, and twice, he had been awakened by caterpillar fingers between his thighs. He was so tired, he had fallen so low, that he scarcely had the energy to be angry. Nothing of his belonged to him anymore. You took the best, so why not take the rest? But he had growled in his sleep, and bared the white teeth in his dark face and crossed his legs. Then the balcony was nearly empty. The Italian film was approaching a climax. He stumbled down the endless stairs into the street. He was hungry. His mouth felt filthy. He realized too late, as he passed through the doors, that he wanted to urinate. And he was broke. And he had nowhere to go. The policeman passed him, giving him a look. Rufus turned, pulling up the collar of his leather jacket while the wind nibbled delightedly at him through his summer slacks, and started north on 7th Avenue. He had been thinking of going downtown and waking up Vivaldo, the only friend he had left in the city, or maybe in the world. But now he decided to walk up as far as a certain jazz bar and nightclub and look in. Maybe somebody would see him and recognize him. Maybe one of the guys would lay enough bread on him for a meal or at least subway fare. At the same time, he hoped that he would not be recognized. The avenue was quiet, too, most of its bright lights out. Here and there a woman passed, here and there a man, rarely a couple. At corners, under the lights, near drugstores, small knots of white, bright, chattering people showed teeth to each other, pawed each other, whistled for taxis, were whirled away in them, vanished through the doors of drugstores or into the blackness of side streets. Newsstands, like small black blocks on a board, held down corners of the pavements, and policemen and taxi drivers, and others, harder to place, stomped their feet before them and exchanged such words as they both knew with the muffled vendor within. A sign advertised the chewing gum, which would help one to relax and keep smiling. A hotel's enormous neon name challenged the starless sky. So did the names of movie stars and people currently appearing or scheduled to appear on Broadway, along with the mile-high names of the vehicles which would carry them into immortality. The great buildings, unlit, blunt like the phallus or sharp like the spear, guarded the city which never slept. Beneath them, Rufus walked, one of the fallen, for the weight of this city was murderous, one of those who had been crushed on the day, which was every day, these towers fell. Entirely alone, and dying of it, he was part of an unprecedented multitude. There were boys and girls drinking coffee at the drugstore counters who were held back from his condition by barriers as perishable as their dwindling cigarettes. They could scarcely bear their knowledge, nor could they have borne the sight of Rufus, but they knew why he was in the streets tonight, why he rode subways all night long, why his stomach growled, why his hair was nappy, his armpits funky, his pants and shoes too thin, and why he did not dare to stop and take a leak. Now he stood before the misty doors of the jazz joint, peering in, sensing rather than seeing the frantic black people on the stand and the oblivious, mixed crowd at the bar. The music was loud and empty. No one was doing anything at all, and it was being hurled at the crowd like a malediction in which not even those who hated most deeply any longer believed. They knew that no one heard, that bloodless people cannot be made to bleed. So they blew what everyone had heard before. They reassured everyone that nothing terrible was happening, and the people at the tables found it pleasant to shout over this stunning corroboration, and the people at the bar, under cover of the noise they could scarcely have lived without, pursued whatever it was they were after. He wanted to go in and use the bathroom, but he was ashamed of the way he looked. He had been in hiding, really, for nearly a month, and he saw himself now, in his mind's eye, shambling through this crowd to the bathroom and crawling out again while everyone watched him with pitying or scornful or mocking eyes. Or someone would be certain to whisper, "Isn't that Rufus Scott?" Someone would look at him with horror, then turn back to his business with a long, drawn-out, pitying, "Man." He could not do it, and he danced on one foot and then the other, and tears came to his eyes. A white couple, laughing, came through the doors, giving him barely a glance as they passed. The warmth, the smell of people, whiskey, beer, and smoke, which came out to hit him as the doors opened, almost made him cry for fare, and it made his empty stomach growl again. It made him remember days and nights, when he had been inside, on the stand or in the crowd, sharp, beloved, making it with any chick he wanted, making it to parties and getting high and getting drunk and fooling around with the musicians who were his friends, who respected him. Then, going home to his own pad, locking his door and taking off his shoes, maybe making himself a drink, maybe listening to some records, stretching out on the bed, maybe calling up some girl, and changing his underwear and his socks and his shirt, shaving and taking a shower, and making it to Harlem to the barber shop, then seeing his mother and his father and teasing his sister, Ida, and eating spare ribs or pork chops or chicken or greens or cornbread or yams or biscuits. For a moment, he thought he would faint with hunger, and he moved to a wall of the building and leaned there. His forehead was freezing with sweat. He thought, "This has got to stop, Rufus. This shit has got to stop." Then, in weariness and recklessness, seeing no one on the streets and hoping that no one would come through the doors, leaning with one hand against the wall, he sent his urine splashing against the stone-cold pavement, watching the faint steam rise. He remembered Leona, or a sudden, cold, familiar sickness filled him, and he knew he was remembering Leona. And he began to walk, very slowly now, away from the music, with his hands in his pockets and his head down. He no longer felt the cold. For to remember Leona was also, somehow, to remember the eyes of his mother, the rage of his father, the beauty of his sister. It was to remember the streets of Harlem, the boys on the stoops, the girls behind the stairs and on the roofs, the white policemen who had taught him how to hate, the stickball games in the streets, the women leaning out of the windows and the numbers they played daily, hoping for the hit his father never made. It was to remember the jukebox, the teasing, the dancing, the hard-on, the gang fights and gang bangs, his first set of drums, bought him by his father, his first taste of marijuana, his first snort of horse. Yes, and the boys too far out, jackknifed on the stoops, the boy dead from an overdose on a rooftop in the snow. It was to remember the beat. "A nigger," said his father, "lives his whole life, lives and dies according to a beat. Shit, he humps to that beat, and the baby he throws up in there, well, he jumps to it and comes out 9 months later like a goddamn tambourine." The beat. Hands, feet, tambourines, drums, pianos, laughter, curses, razor blades. The man stiffening with a laugh and a growl and a purr, and the woman moistening and softening with a whisper and a sigh and a cry. The beat. In Harlem in the summertime, one could almost see it, shaking above the pavements and the roof. And he had fled, so he had thought, from the beat of Harlem, which was simply the beat of his own heart, into a boot camp in the South and onto the pounding sea. While he had still been in the Navy, he had brought back from one of his voyages an Indian shawl for Ida. He had picked it up someplace in England. On the day that he gave it to her and she tried it on, something shook in him which had never been touched before. He had never seen the beauty of black people before. But staring at Ida, who stood before the window of the Harlem kitchen, seeing that she was no longer merely his younger sister, but a girl who would soon be a woman, she became associated with the colors of the shawl, the colors of the sun, and with a splendor incalculably older than the gray stone of the island on which they had been born. He thought that perhaps this splendor would come into the world again one day, into the world they knew. Ages and ages ago, Ida had not been merely the descendant of slaves. Watching her dark face in the sunlight, softened and shadowed by the glorious shawl, it could be seen that she had once been a monarch. Then he looked out of the window, at the air shaft, and thought of the whores on 7th Avenue. He thought of the white policemen and the money they made on black flesh, the money the whole world made. He looked back at his sister, who was smiling at him. On her long little finger, she twisted the ruby-eyed snake ring which he had brought her from another voyage. "You keep this up," she said, "and you'll make me the best-dressed girl on the block." He was glad Ida could not see him now. She would have said, "My Lord, Rufus, you got no right to walk around like this. Don't you know we're counting on you?" 7 months ago, a lifetime ago, he had been playing a gig in one of the new Harlem spots owned and operated by a Negro. It was their last night. It had been a good night. Everybody was feeling good. Most of them, after the set, were going to make it to the home of a famous Negro singer who had just scored in his first movie. Because the joint was new, it was packed. Lately, he had heard, it hadn't been doing so well. All kinds of people had been there that night, white and black, high and low, people who came for the music, and people who spent their lives in joints for other reasons. There were a couple of minks and a few near minks and a lot of God knows what shining at wrists and ears and necks and in the hair. The colored people were having a good time because they sensed that, for whatever reason, this crowd was solidly with them, and the white people were having a good time because nobody was putting them down for being white. The joint, as Fats Waller would have said, was jumping. There was some pot on the scene, and he was a little high. He was feeling great. And during the last set, he came doubly alive because the saxophone player, who had been way out all night, took off on a terrific solo. He was a kid of about the same age as Rufus, from some insane place like Jersey City or Syracuse, but somewhere along the line he had discovered that he could say it with a saxophone. He had a lot to say. He stood there, wide-legged, humping the air, filling his barrel chest, shivering in the rags of his 20-odd years, and screaming through the horn, "Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me?" And again, "Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me?" This, anyway, was the question Rufus heard, the same phrase, unbearably, endlessly, and variously repeated, with all of the force the boy had. The silence of the listeners became strict with abruptly focused attention. Cigarettes were unlit, and drinks stayed on the tables. And in all of the faces, even the most ruined and most dull, a curious, wary light appeared. They were being assaulted by the saxophonist, who perhaps no longer wanted their love and merely hurled his outrage at them with the same contemptuous, pagan pride with which he humped the air. And yet the question was terrible and real. The boy was blowing with his lungs and guts out of his own short past. Somewhere in that past, in the gutters or gang fights or gang shags, in the acrid room or the sperm-stiffened blanket, behind marijuana or the needle, under the smell of piss in the precinct basement, he had received the blow from which he never would recover, and this no one wanted to believe. "Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me?" The men on the stand stayed with him, cool and at a little distance, adding and questioning and corroborating, holding it down as well as they could with an ironical self-mockery. But each man knew that the boy was blowing for every one of them. When the set ended, they were all soaking. Rufus smelled his odor and the odor of the men around him, and, "Well, that's it," said the bass man. The crowd was yelling for more, but they did their theme song, and the lights came on, and he had played the last set of his last gig. He was going to leave his traps there until Monday afternoon. When he stepped down from the stand, there was this blonde girl, very plainly dressed, standing looking at him. "What's on your mind, baby?" he asked her. Everybody was busy all around them, preparing to make it to the party. It was spring, and the air was charged. "What's on your mind?" she countered, but it was clear that she simply had not known what else to say. She had said enough. She was from the South, and something leaped in Rufus as he stared at her damp, colorless face, the face of the Southern poor white, and her straight, pale hair. She was considerably older than he, over 30 probably, and her body was too thin. Just the same, it abruptly became the most exciting body he had gazed on in a long time. "Honey child," he said, and gave her his crooked grin. "Ain't you a long ways from home?" "I sure am," she said, "and I ain't never going back there." He laughed, and she laughed. "Well, Miss Ann," he said, "if we both got the same thing on our mind, let's make it to that party." And he took her arm, deliberately allowing the back of his hand to touch one of her breasts, and he said, "Your name's not really Ann, is it?" "No," she said, "it's Leona." "Leona?" And he smiled again. His smile could be very effective. "That's a pretty name. What's yours?" "Me? I'm Rufus Scott." He wondered what she was doing in this joint, in Harlem. She didn't seem at all the type to be interested in jazz. Still less did she seem to be in the habit of going to strange bars alone. She carried a light spring coat. Her long hair was simply brushed back and held with some pins. She wore very little lipstick and no other makeup at all. "Come on," he said. "We'll pile into a cab." "Are you sure it's all right if I come?" He sucked his teeth. "If it wasn't all right, I wouldn't ask you. If I say it's all right, it's all right." "Well," she said with a short laugh. "All right then." They moved with the crowd, which, with many interruptions, much talking and laughing and much erotic confusion, poured into the streets. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and gala people all around them were glittering and whistling and using up all the taxicabs. Others, considerably less gala, they were on the western edge of 125th Street, stood in knots along the street, switched or swaggered or dawdled by, with glances, sidelong or full face, which were more calculating than curious. The policemen strolled by, carefully, and in fact rather mysteriously conveying their awareness that these particular Negroes, though they were out so late, and mostly drunk, were not to be treated in the usual fashion, and neither were the white people with them. But Rufus suddenly realized that Leona would soon be the only white person left. This made him uneasy, and his uneasiness made him angry. Leona spotted an empty cab and hailed it. The taxi driver, who was white, seemed to have no hesitation in stopping for them, nor, once having stopped, did he seem to have any regrets. "You going to work tomorrow?" he asked Leona. Now that they were alone together, he felt a little shy. "No," she said. "Tomorrow's Sunday." "That's right." He felt very pleased and free. He had planned to visit his family, but he thought of what a ball it would be to spend the day in bed with Leona. He glanced over at her, noting that, though she was tiny, she seemed very well put together. He wondered what she was thinking. He offered her a cigarette, putting his hand on hers briefly, and she refused it. "You don't smoke?" "Sometimes, when I drink." "Is that often?" She laughed. "No, I don't like to drink alone." "Well," he said, "you ain't gonna be drinking alone for a while." She said nothing, but she seemed, in the darkness, to tense and blush. She looked out of the window on her side. "I'm glad I ain't got to worry none about getting you home early tonight." "You ain't got to worry about that nohow. I'm a big girl." "Honey," he said, "you ain't no bigger than a minute." She sighed. "Sometimes a minute can be a mighty powerful thing." He decided against asking what she meant by this. He said, giving her a significant look, "That's true." But she did not seem to take his meaning. They were on Riverside Drive and nearing their destination. To the left of them, pale, unlovely lights emphasized the blackness of the Jersey shore. He leaned back, leaning a little against Leona, watching the blackness and the lights roll by. Then the cab turned. He glimpsed briefly the distant bridge which glowed like something written in the sky. The cab slowed down, looking for the house number. A taxi ahead of them had just discharged a crowd of people and was disappearing down the block. "Here we are," said Rufus. "Looks like a real fine party," the taxi driver said, and winked. Rufus said nothing. He paid the man, and they got out and walked into the lobby, which was large and hideous, with mirrors and chairs. The elevator had just started upward. They could hear the crowd. "What were you doing in that club all by yourself, Leona?" he asked. She looked at him, a little startled. Then, "I don't know. I just wanted to see Harlem, and so I went up there tonight to look around. And I just happened to pass that club, and I heard the music, and I went in, and I stayed. I liked the music." She gave him a mocking look. "Is that all right?" He laughed and said nothing. She turned from him as they heard the sound of the closing elevator door reverberate down the shaft. Then they heard the drone of the cables as the elevator began to descend. She watched the closed doors as though her life depended on it. "This your first time in New York?" Yes, it was, she told him, but she had been dreaming about it all her life, half facing him again with a little smile. There was something halting in her manner, which he found very moving. She was like a wild animal who didn't know whether to come to the outstretched hand or to flee, and kept making startled little rushes, first in one direction and then in the other. "I was born here," he said, watching her. "I know," she said. "So it can't seem as wonderful to you as it does to me." He laughed again. He remembered, suddenly, his days in boot camp in the South, and felt again the shoe of a white officer against his mouth. He was in his white uniform on the ground, against the red, dusty clay. Some of his colored buddies were holding him, were shouting in his ear, helping him to rise. The white officer, with a curse, had vanished, had gone forever beyond the reach of vengeance. His face was full of clay and tears and blood. He spat red blood into the red dust. The elevator came and the doors opened. He took her arm as they entered and held it close against his chest. "I think you're a real sweet girl." "You're nice too," she said. In the closed, rising elevator, her voice had a strange trembling in it, and her body was also trembling, very faintly, as though it were being handled by the soft spring wind outside. He tightened his pressure on her arm. "Didn't they warn you down home about the darkies you'd find up north?" She caught her breath. "They didn't ever worry me none. People's just people as far as I'm concerned. And pussy's just pussy as far as I'm concerned," he thought, but was grateful, just the same, for her tone. It gave him an instant to locate himself, for he too was trembling slightly. "What made you come north?" he asked. He wondered if he should proposition her or wait for her to proposition him. He couldn't beg, but perhaps she could. The hairs of his groin began to itch slightly. The terrible muscle at the base of his belly began to grow hot and hard. The elevator came to a halt, the doors opened, and they walked a long corridor toward a half-open door. She said, "I guess I just couldn't take it down there anymore. I was married, but then I broke up with my husband and they took away my kid. They wouldn't even let me see him. And I got to thinking that rather than sit down there and go crazy, I tried to make a new life for myself up here." Something touched his imagination for a moment, suggesting that Leona was a person and had her story, and that all stories were trouble. But he shook the suggestion off. He wouldn't be around long enough to be bugged by her story. He just wanted her for tonight. He knocked on the door and walked in without waiting for an answer. Straight ahead of them, in the large living room which ended in open French doors and a balcony, more than 100 people milled about, some in evening dress, some in slacks and sweaters. High above their heads hung an enormous silver ball which reflected unexpected parts of the room and managed its own unloving comment on the people in it. The room was so active with coming and going, so bright with jewelry and glasses and cigarettes, that the heavy ball seemed almost to be alive. His host, whom he did not really know very well, was nowhere in sight. To the right of them were 3 rooms, the first of which was piled high with wraps and overcoats. The horn of Charlie Parker, coming over the hi-fi, dominated all the voices in the room. "Put your coat down," he told Leona, "and I'll try to find out if I know anybody in this joint." "Oh," she said. "I'm sure you know them all." "Go on now," he said, smiling, and pushing her gently into the room. "Do like I tell you." While she was putting away her coat, and powdering her nose probably, he remembered that he had promised to call Vivaldo. He wandered through the house, looking for a relatively isolated telephone, and found one in the kitchen. He dialed Vivaldo's number. "Hello, baby. How are you?" "All right, I guess." "What's happening? I thought you were going to call me sooner. I just about given you up." "Well, I only just made it up here." He dropped his voice, for a couple had entered the kitchen, a blonde girl with a disarrayed Dutch bob, and a tall Negro. The girl leaned against the sink. The boy stood before her, rubbing his hands slowly along the outside of her thighs. They barely glanced at Rufus. "A whole lot of elegant squares around, you dig?" "Yeah," said Vivaldo. There was a pause. "You think it's worthwhile making it up there?" "Well, hell, I don't know. If you got something better to do, Jane's here," Vivaldo said quickly. Rufus realized that Jane was probably lying on the bed, listening. "Oh, you got your grandmother with you. You don't need nothing up here, then." He did not like Jane, who was somewhat older than Vivaldo, with prematurely gray hair. "Ain't nothing up here old enough for you." "That's enough, you bastard." He heard Jane's voice and Vivaldo's, murmuring. He could not make out what was being said. Then Vivaldo's voice was at his ear again. "I think I'll skip it." "I guess you better. I'll see you tomorrow." "Maybe I'll come by your pad?" "Okay. Don't let Grandma wear you out now. They tell me women get real ferocious when they get as old as she is." "They can't get too ferocious for me, Dad." Rufus laughed. "You better quit trying to compete with me. You ain't never gonna make it. So long." "So long." He hung up, smiling, and went to find Leona. She stood helplessly in the foyer, watching the host and hostess saying goodnight to several people. "Think I deserted you?" "No, I knew you wouldn't do that." He smiled at her and touched her on the chin with his fist. The host turned away from the door and came over to them. "You kids go on inside and get yourselves a drink," he said. "Go on in and get with it." He was a big, handsome, expansive man, older and more ruthless than he looked, who had fought his way to the top in show business via several of the rougher professions, including boxing and pimping. He owed his present eminence more to his vitality and his looks than he did to his voice, and he knew it. He was not the kind of man who fooled himself, and Rufus liked him because he was rough and good-natured and generous. But Rufus was also a little afraid of him. There was that about him, in spite of his charm, which did not encourage intimacy. He was a great success with women, whom he treated with a large, affectionate contempt, and he was now on his fourth wife. He took Leona and Rufus by the arm and walked them to the edge of the party. "We might have us some real doings if these squares get out of here," he said. "Stick around." "How does it feel to be respectable?" Rufus grinned. "Shit, I've been respectable all my life. It's these respectable motherfuckers been doing all the dirt. They been stealing the colored folks blind, man, and niggas helping them do it." He laughed. "You know, every time they give me one of them great big checks, I think to myself, they just give me back a little bit of what they've been stealing all these years, you know what I mean?" He clapped Rufus on the back. "See, the little Eva has a good time." The crowd was already thinning. Most of the squares were beginning to drift away. Once they were gone, the party would change character and become very pleasant and quiet and private. The lights would go down, the music become softer, the talk more sporadic and more sincere. Somebody might sing or play the piano. They might swap stories of the laughs they'd had, gigs they'd played, riffs they remembered, or the trouble they'd seen. Somebody might break out with some pot and pass it slowly around, like the pipe of peace. Somebody, curled on a rug in a far corner of the room, would begin to snore. Whoever danced would dance more languorously, holding tight. The shadows of the room would be alive. Toward the very end, as morning and the brutal sounds of the city began their invasion through the wide French doors, somebody would go into the kitchen and break out with some coffee. Then they would raid the icebox and go home. The host and hostess would finally make it between their sheets and stay in bed all day. From time to time, Rufus found himself glancing upward at the silver ball in the ceiling, always just failing to find himself and Leona reflected there. "Let's go out to the balcony," he said to her. She held out her glass. "Freshen my drink first?" Her eyes were now very bright and mischievous, and she looked like a little girl. He walked to the table and poured 2 very powerful drinks. He went back to her. "Ready?" She took her glass and they stepped through the French doors. "Don't let little Eva catch cold," the host called. He called back. "She may burn, baby, but she sure won't freeze." Directly before and beneath them stretched the lights of the Jersey shore. He seemed, from where he stood, to hear a faint murmur coming from the water. When a child, he had lived on the eastern edge of Harlem, a block from the Harlem River. He and other children had waded into the water from the garbage-heavy bank, or dived from occasional rotting promontories. One summer, a boy had drowned there. From the stoop of his house, Rufus had watched as a small group of people crossed Park Avenue beneath the heavy shadow of the railroad tracks and come into the sun, one man in the middle, the boy's father, carrying the boy's unbelievably heavy, covered weight. He had never forgotten the bend of the man's shoulders or the stunned angle of his head. A great screaming began from the other end of the block, and the boy's mother, her head tied up, wearing her bathrobe, stumbling like a drunken woman, began running toward the silent people. He threw back his shoulders, as though he were casting off a burden, and walked to the edge of the balcony where Leona stood. She was staring up the river, toward the George Washington Bridge. "It's real beautiful," she said. "It's just so beautiful." "You seem to like New York," he said. She turned and looked at him and sipped her drink. "Oh, I do. Can I trouble you for a cigarette now?" He gave her a cigarette and lit it for her, then lit one for himself. "How you making it up here?" "Oh, I'm doing just fine," she said. "I'm waiting tables in a restaurant way downtown, near Wall Street. That's a real pretty part of town, and I'm rooming with 2 other girls." They couldn't go to her place anyway. "And oh, I'm doing just fine." And she looked up at him with her sad, sweet, poor white smile. Again something warned him to stop, to leave this poor little girl alone. And at the same time, the fact that he thought of her as a poor little girl caused him to smile with real affection. And he said, "You got a lot of guts, Leona." "Got to, the way I look at it," she said. Sometimes I think I'll just give up, but how do you give up? She looked so lost and comical that he laughed out loud, and after a moment, she laughed too. If my husband could see me now. And she giggled. My. Why, what would your husband say? He asked her. Why, I don't know. But her laugh didn't come this time. She looked at him as though she were slowly coming out of a dream. Say, do you think I could have another drink? Sure, Leona. And he took her glass, and their hands and their bodies touched for a moment. She dropped her eyes. Be right back, he said, and dropped back into the room, in which the lights now were dim. Someone was playing the piano. Say, man, how you coming with Eva? The host asked. Fine, we lushing it up. That ain't nowhere. Blast little Eva with some pot. Let her get her kicks. I'll see to it that she gets her kicks, he said. Old Rufus left her out there digging the Empire State Building, man, said the young saxophonist, and laughed. Give me some of that, Rufus said, and somebody handed him a stick, and he took a few drags. Keep it, man. It's choice. He made a couple of drinks and stood in the room for a moment, finishing the pot and digging the piano. He felt fine, clean, on top of everything, and he had a mild buzz on when he got back to the balcony. Is everybody gone home? She asked anxiously. It's so quiet in there. No, he said. They're just sitting around. She seemed prettier suddenly, and softer, and the river lights fell behind her like a curtain. This curtain seemed to move as she moved, heavy and priceless and dazzling. I didn't know, he said, that you were a princess. He gave her her drink, and their hands touched again. I know you must be drunk, she said, happily, and now, over her drink, her eyes unmistakably called him. He waited. Everything seemed very simple now. He played with her fingers. You seen anything you want since you've been in New York? Oh, she said, I want it all. You see anything you want right now? Her fingers stiffened slightly, but he held on. Go ahead. Tell me. You ain't got to be afraid. These words then echoed in his head. He had said this before, years ago, to someone else. The wind grew cold for an instant, blowing around his body and ruffling her hair. Then it died down. Do you? She asked faintly. Do I what? See anything you want? He realized that he was high, from the way his fingers seemed hung up in hers and from the way he was staring at her throat. He wanted to put his mouth there and nibble it slowly, leaving it black and blue. At the same time, he realized how far they were above the city, and the lights below seemed to be calling him. He walked over to the balcony's edge and looked over. Looking straight down, he seemed to be standing on a cliff in the wilderness, seeing a kingdom and a river which he had not seen before. He could make it his, every inch of the territory which stretched beneath and around him now, and, unconsciously, he began whistling a tune, and his foot moved to find the pedal of his drum. He put his drink down carefully on the balcony floor and beat a riff with his fingers on the stone parapet. You never answered my question. What? He turned to face Leona, who held her drink cupped in both her hands, and whose brow was quizzically lifted over her despairing eyes and her sweet smile. You never answered mine. Yes, I did. She sounded more plaintive than ever. I said I wanted it all. He took her drink from her and drank half of it, then gave the glass back, moving into the darkest part of the balcony. Well then, he whispered, come and get it. She came toward him, holding her glass against her breasts. At the very last moment, standing directly before him, She whispered in bafflement and rage, "What are you trying to do to me?" "Honey," he answered, "I'm doing it." And he pulled her to him as roughly as he could. He had expected her to resist, and she did, holding the glass between them and frantically trying to pull her body away from his body's touch. He knocked the glass out of her hand, and it fell dully to the balcony floor, rolling away from them. "Go ahead," he thought humorously. "If I was to let you go now, you'd be so hung up you'd be flying over this balcony most likely." He whispered, "Go ahead, fight. I like it. Is this the way they do down home?" "Oh, God," she murmured, and began to cry. At the same time, she ceased struggling. Her hands came up and touched his face as though she were blind. Then she put her arms around his neck and clung to him, still shaking. His lips and his teeth touched her ears and her neck, and he told her, "Honey, you ain't got nothing to cry about yet." Yes, he was high. Everything he did, he watched himself doing, and he began to feel a tenderness for Leona which he had not expected to feel. He tried, with himself, to make amends for what he was doing to her. Everything seemed to take a very long time. He got hung up on her breasts, standing out like mounds of yellow cream, and the tough, brown, tasty nipples, playing and nuzzling and nibbling, while she moaned and whimpered and her knees sagged. He gently lowered them to the floor, pulling her on top of him. He held her tightly at the hip and the shoulder. Part of him was worried about the host and hostess and the other people in the room, but another part of him could not stop the crazy thing which had begun. Her fingers opened his shirt to the navel, her tongue burned his neck and his chest, and his hands pushed up her skirt and caressed the inside of her thighs. Then, after a long, high time, while he shook beneath every accelerating tremor of her body, he forced her beneath him, and he entered her. For a moment, he thought she was going to scream. She was so tight and caught her breath so sharply and stiffened so. But then she moaned. She moved beneath him. Then, from the center of his rising storm, very slowly and deliberately, he began the slow ride home. And she carried him, as the sea will carry a boat, with a slow, rocking and rising and falling motion, barely suggestive of the violence of the deep. They murmured and sobbed on this journey. He softly, insistently cursed. Each labored to reach a harbor. There could be no rest until this motion became unbearably accelerated by the power that was rising in them both. Rufus opened his eyes for a moment and watched her face, which was transfigured with agony and gleamed in the darkness like alabaster. Tears hung in the corners of her eyes, and the hair at her brow was wet. Her breath came with moaning and short cries, with words he couldn't understand, and in spite of himself, he began moving faster and thrusting deeper. He wanted her to remember him the longest day she lived. And, shortly, nothing could have stopped him. Not the white god himself, nor a lynch mob arriving on wings. Under his breath, he cursed the milk-white bitch, and groaned, and rode his weapon between her thighs. She began to cry. "I told you," he moaned, "I'd give you something to cry about." And at once, he felt himself strangling, about to explode, or die. A moan and a curse tore through him, while he beat her with all the strength he had, and felt the venom shoot out of him. Enough for 100 black-white babies. He lay on his back, breathing hard. He heard music coming from the room inside, and a whistle on the river. He was frightened, and his throat was dry. The air was chilly where he was wet. She touched him, and he jumped. Then he forced himself to turn to her, looking into her eyes. Her eyes were wet still, deep and dark. Her trembling lips curved slightly in a shy, triumphant smile. He pulled her to him, wishing he could rest. He hoped she would say nothing, but "It was so wonderful," she said, and kissed him. And these words, though they caused him to feel no tenderness and did not take away his dull, mysterious dread, began to call desire back again. He sat up. "You're a funny little cracker," he said. He watched her. "I don't know what you're going to say to your husband when you come home with a little black baby." "I ain't going to be having no more babies," she said. "You ain't got to worry about that." She said nothing more, but she had much more to say. "He beat that out of me too," she said finally. He wanted to hear her story, and he wanted to know nothing more about her. "Let's go inside and wash up," he said. She put her head against his chest. "I'm afraid to go in there now." He laughed and stroked her hair. He began to feel affection for her again. "You ain't fixing to stay here all night, are you?" "What are your friends going to think?" "Well, one thing, Leona, they ain't going to call the law." He kissed her. "They ain't going to think nothing, honey." "You coming in with me?" "Sure, I'm coming in with you." He held her away from him. "All you got to do is sort of straighten your clothes." He stroked her body, looking into her eyes. "And sort of run your hand through your hair like this." And he brushed her hair back from her forehead. She watched him. He heard himself ask, "Do you like me?" She swallowed. He watched the vein in her neck throb. She seemed very fragile. "Yes," she said. She looked down. "Rufus," she said, "I really do like you. Please don't hurt me." "Why should I want to hurt you, Leona?" He stroked her neck with one hand, looking at her gravely. "What makes you think I want to hurt you?" "People do," she said finally. "Hurt each other." "Has somebody been hurting you, Leona?" She was silent, her face leaning into his palm. "My husband," she said faintly. "I thought he loved me, but he didn't. Oh, I knew he was rough, but I didn't think he was mean. And he couldn't have loved me because he took away my kid. He's off someplace where I can't never see him." She looked up at Rufus with her eyes full of tears. "He said I wasn't a fit mother because I drank too much. I did drink too much. It was the only way I could stand living with him. But I would have died for my kid. I would never have let anything happen to him." He was silent. Her tears fell on his dark fist. "He's still down there," she said. "My husband, I mean. Him and my mother and my brother is as thick as thieves. They think I ain't never been no good. Well, hell, if people keep telling you you ain't no good," she tried to laugh, "you're bound to turn out pretty bad." He pushed out of his mind all of the questions he wanted to ask her. It was beginning to be chilly on the balcony. He was hungry, and he wanted a drink, and he wanted to get home to bed. "Well," he said at last, "I ain't going to hurt you." And he rose, walking to the edge of the balcony. His shorts were like a rope between his legs. He pulled them up and felt that he was glued inside them. He zipped up his fly, holding his legs wide apart. The sky had faded down to purple, the stars were gone, and the lights on the Jersey shore were out. A coal barge traveled slowly down the river. "How do I look?" she asked him. "Fine," he said, and she did. She looked like a tired child. "You want to come down to my place?" "If you want me to," she said. "Well, yes, that's what I want." But he wondered why he was holding on to her. Vivaldo came by late the next afternoon to find Rufus still in bed and Leona in the kitchen making breakfast. It was Leona who opened the door, and Rufus watched with delight the slow shock on Vivaldo's face as he looked from Leona, muffled in Rufus's bathrobe, to Rufus, sitting up in bed, and naked except for the blankets. Let the liberal white bastard squirm, he thought. "Hi, baby," he called. "Come on in." You just in time for breakfast." "I've had my breakfast," Vivaldo said. "But you people aren't even decent yet. I'll come back later." "Shit, man, come on in. That's Leona. Leona, this here's a friend of mine, Vivaldo, for short. His real name is Daniel Vivaldo Moore. He's an Irish wop." "Rufus is just full of prejudice against everybody," said Leona and smiled. "Come on in." Vivaldo closed the door behind him awkwardly and sat down on the edge of the bed. Whenever he was uncomfortable, which was often, his arms and legs seemed to stretch to monstrous proportions, and he handled them with bewildered loathing, as though he had been afflicted with them only a few moments before. "I hope you can eat something," Leona said. "There's plenty and it'll be ready in just a second." "I'll have a cup of coffee with you," Vivaldo said. "Unless you happen to have some beer." Then he looked over at Rufus. "I guess it was quite a party." Rufus grinned. "Not bad, not bad." Leona opened some beer and poured it into a tumbler and brought it to Vivaldo. He took it, looking up at her with his quick, gypsy smile, and spilled some on one foot. "You want some, Rufus?" "No, honey, not yet. I'll eat first." Leona walked back into the kitchen. "Ain't she a splendid specimen of Southern womanhood?" Rufus asked. "Down yonder, they teach their women folks to serve." From the kitchen came Leona's laugh. "They sure don't teach us nothing else. Honey, as long as you know how to make a man as happy as you making me, you don't need to know nothing else." Rufus and Vivaldo looked at each other a moment. Then Vivaldo grinned. "How about it, Rufus? You gonna get your ass up out of that bed?" Rufus threw back the covers and jumped out of bed. He raised his arms high and yawned and stretched. "You're giving quite a show this afternoon," Vivaldo said, and threw him a pair of shorts. Rufus put on the shorts and an old pair of gray slacks and a faded green sports shirt. "You should have made it to that party," he said. "After all, there was some pot on the scene that wouldn't wait." "Well, I had my troubles last night." "You and Jane? As usual?" "Oh, she got drunk and pulled some shit. You know, she's sick, she can't help it." "I know she's sick, but what's wrong with you?" "I guess I just like to get beaten over the head." They walked to the table. "This your first time in the village, Leona?" "No, I've walked around here some, but you don't really know a place unless you know some of the people." "You know us now," said Vivaldo. "And between us, we must know everybody else. We'll show you around." Something in the way Vivaldo said this irritated Rufus. His buoyancy evaporated. Sour suspicions filled him. He stole a look at Vivaldo, who was sipping his beer and watching Leona with an impenetrable smile. Impenetrable exactly because it seemed so open and good-natured. He looked at Leona, who, this afternoon anyway, drowning in his bathrobe, her hair piled on top of her head and her face innocent of makeup, couldn't really be called a pretty girl. Perhaps Vivaldo was contemptuous of her because she was so plain, which meant that Vivaldo was contemptuous of him. Or perhaps he was flirting with her because she seemed so simple and available, the proof of her availability being her presence in Rufus's house. Then Leona looked across the table and smiled at him. His heart and his bowels shook. He remembered their violence and their tenderness together. And he thought, to hell with Vivaldo. He had something Vivaldo would never be able to touch. He leaned across the table and kissed her. "Can I have some more beer?" asked Vivaldo, smiling. "You know where it is," Rufus said. Leona took his glass and went to the kitchen. Rufus stuck out his tongue at Vivaldo, who was watching him with a faintly quizzical frown. Leona returned and set a fresh beer before Vivaldo and said, "You boys finish up now. I'm going to get dressed." She gathered her clothes together and vanished into the bathroom. There was silence at the table for a moment. "She going to stay here with you?" Vivaldo asked. "I don't know yet. Nothing's been decided yet. But I think she wants to." "Oh, that's obvious," But isn't this place a little small for two? Maybe we'll find a bigger place. Anyway, I'm not home a hell of a lot. Vivaldo seemed to consider this. Then, I hope you know what you're doing, baby. I know it's none of my business, but... Rufus looked at him. Don't you like her? Sure I like her. She's a sweet girl. He took a swallow of his beer. The question is, how much do you like her? Can't you tell? And Rufus grinned. Well, no, frankly, I can't. I mean, sure you like her, but... Oh, I don't know. There was silence again. Vivaldo dropped his eyes. There's nothing to worry about, said Rufus. I'm a big boy, you know. Vivaldo raised his eyes and said, It's a pretty big world, too, baby. I hope you've thought of that. I've thought of that. Trouble is, I feel too paternal towards you, you son of a bitch. That's the trouble with all you white bastards. They encountered the big world when they went out into the Sunday streets. It stared unsympathetically out at them from the eyes of the passing people, and Rufus realized that he had not thought at all about this world and its power to hate and destroy. He had not thought at all about his future with Leona, for the reason that they had never considered that they had one. Yet here she was, clearly intending to stay if he would have her. But the price was high. Trouble with the landlord, with the neighbors, with all the adolescents in the village, and all those who descended during the weekends. And his family would have a fit. It didn't matter so very much about his father and mother. Their fit, having lasted a lifetime, was now not much more than reflex action. But he knew that Ida would instantly hate Leona. She had always expected a great deal from Rufus, and she was very race-conscious. She would say, You'd never even have looked at that girl, Rufus, if she'd been black. But you'll pick up any white trash just because she's white. What's the matter? You ashamed of being black? Then, for the first time in his life, he wondered about that. Or, rather, the question bumped up against his mind for an instant, and then speedily, apologetically, withdrew. He looked sideways at Leona. Now she was quite pretty. She had plaited her hair and pinned the braids up so that she looked very old-fashioned and much younger than her age. A young couple came toward them, carrying the Sunday papers. Rufus watched the eyes of the man as the man looked at Leona, and then both the man and the woman looked swiftly from Vivaldo to Rufus, as though to decide which of the two was her lover. And since this was the village, the place of liberation, Rufus guessed, from the swift, nearly sheepish glance the man gave them as they passed, that he had decided that Rufus and Leona formed the couple. The face of his wife, however, simply closed tight, like a gate. They reached the park. Old, slatternly women from the slums and from the east side sat on benches, usually alone, sometimes sitting with gray-haired, matchstick men. Ladies from the big apartment buildings on Fifth Avenue, vaguely and desperately elegant, were also in the park, walking their dogs. And Negro nursemaids, turning a stony face on the grown-up world, crooned anxiously into baby carriages. The Italian laborers and small businessmen strolled with their families or sat beneath the trees, talking to each other. Some played chess or read l'espresso. The other villagers sat on benches, reading. Kierkegaard was the name shouting from the paper-covered volume held by a short-cropped girl in blue jeans, or talking distractedly of abstract matters, or gossiping or laughing, or sitting still, either with an immense, invisible effort which all but shattered the benches and the trees, or else with a limpness which indicated that they would never move again. Rufus and Vivaldo, but especially Vivaldo, had known or been intimate with many of these people. So long ago it now seemed that it might have occurred in another life. There was something frightening about the aspect of old friends, old lovers, who had mysteriously come to nothing. It argued the presence of some cancer which had been operating in them, invisibly, all along, and which might, now, be operating in oneself. Many people had vanished, of course, had returned to the havens from which they had fled, but many others were still visible, had turned into lushes or junkies, or had embarked on a nerve-rattling pursuit of the perfect psychiatrist, were vindictively married and progenitive and fat, were dreaming the same dreams they had dreamed 10 years before, clothed these in the same arguments, quoted the same masters, and dispensed, as they hideously imagined, the same charm they had possessed before their teeth began to fail and their hair began to fall. They were more hostile now than they had been. This was the loud, inescapable change in their tone, and the only vitality left in their eyes. Then Vivaldo was stopped on the path by a large, good-natured girl who was not sober. Rufus and Leona paused, waiting for him. "Your friend's real nice," said Leona. "He's real natural. I feel like we've known each other for years." Without Vivaldo, there was a difference in the eyes which watched them. Villagers, both bound and free, looked them over as though where they stood were an auction block or a stud farm. The pale spring sun seemed very hot on the back of his neck and on his forehead. Leona gleamed before him and seemed to be oblivious of everything and everyone but him. And if there had been any doubt concerning their relationship, her eyes were enough to dispel it. Then he thought, if she could take it so calmly, if she noticed nothing, what was the matter with him? Maybe he was making it all up. Maybe nobody gave a damn. Then he raised his eyes and met the eyes of an Italian adolescent. The boy was splashed by the sun falling through the trees. The boy looked at him with hatred. His glance flicked over Leona as though she were a whore. He dropped his eyes slowly and swaggered on. Having registered his protest, his backside seemed to snarl, having made his point. "Cocksucker," Rufus muttered. Then Leona surprised him. "You talking about that boy? He's just bored and lonely, don't know no better. You could probably make friends with him real easy if you tried." He laughed. "Well, that's what's the matter with most people," Leona insisted plaintively. "Ain't got nobody to be with. That's what makes 'em so evil. I'm telling you, boy, I know." "Don't call me boy," he said. "Well," she said, looking startled. "I didn't mean nothing by it, honey." She took his arm, and they turned to look for Vivaldo. The large girl had him by the collar, and he was struggling to get away, and laughing. "That Vivaldo," said Rufus, amused. "He has more trouble with women." "He's sure enjoying it," Leona said. "Look like she's enjoying it too." But now, the large girl had let him go and seemed about to collapse on the path with laughter. People, with a tolerant smile, looked up from the benches or the grass or their books, recognizing two village characters. Then Rufus resented all of them. He wondered if he and Leona would dare to make such a scene in public, if such a day could ever come for them. No one dared to look at Vivaldo, out with any girl whatever, the way they looked at Rufus now. Nor would they ever look at the girl the way they looked at Leona. The lowest whore in Manhattan would be protected as long as she had Vivaldo on her arm. This was because Vivaldo was white. He remembered a rainy night last winter, when he had just come in from a gig in Boston, and he and Vivaldo had gone out with Jane. He had never really understood what Vivaldo saw in Jane, who was too old for him, and combative and dirty. Her gray hair was never combed, her sweaters, of which she seemed to possess thousands, were all equally raveled and shapeless, and her blue jeans were baggy and covered with paint. "She dresses like a goddamn bulldagger," Rufus had told Vivaldo once, and then laughed at Vivaldo's horrified expression. His face had puckered, as though someone had just cracked a rotten egg. But he had never really hated Jane until this rainy night. It had been a terrible night, with rain pouring down like great tin buckets, filling the air with a roaring, whining clatter, and making lights and streets and buildings as fluid as itself. It battered and streamed against the windows of the fetid, poor man's bar Jane had brought them to, a bar where they knew no one. It was filled with shapeless, filthy women with whom Jane drank, apparently, sometimes, during the day, and pale, untidy, sullen men who worked on the docks and resented seeing him there. He wanted to go, but he was trying to wait for the rain to let up a little. He was bored speechless with Jane's chatter about her paintings, and he was ashamed of Vivaldo for putting up with it. How had the fight begun? He had always blamed it on Jane. Finally, in order not to go to sleep, he had begun to tease Jane a little. But this teasing revealed, of course, how he really felt about her, and she was not slow to realize it. Vivaldo watched them with a faint, wary smile. He too was bored, and found Jane's pretensions intolerable. "Anyway," Jane said, "you aren't an artist, and so I don't see how you can possibly judge the work I do." "Oh, stop it," said Vivaldo. "Do you know how silly you sound? You mean you just paint for this half-assed gang of painters down here?" "Oh, let us swing, man," Rufus said, beginning to enjoy himself. He leaned forward, grinning at Jane in a way at once lewd and sardonic. "This chick's too deep for us, man. We can't dig that shit she's putting down." "You're the snobs," she said, "not I. I bet you I've reached more people, honest, hard-working, ignorant people right here in this bar than either of you ever reach. Those people you hang out with are dead, man. At least these people are alive." Rufus laughed. "I thought it smelled funny in here. So that's it. Shit. It's life, huh?" And he laughed again. But he was also aware that they were beginning to attract attention, and he glanced at the windows where the rain streamed down, saying to himself, "Okay, Rufus, behave yourself." And he leaned back in the booth, where he sat facing Jane and Vivaldo. He had reached her, and she struck back with the only weapon she had, a shapeless instrument which might once have been fury. "It doesn't smell any worse in here than it does where you come from, baby." Vivaldo and Rufus looked at each other. Vivaldo's lips turned white. He said, "You say another word, baby, and I'm going to knock your teeth, both of them, right down your throat." This profoundly delighted her. She became Betty Davis at once and shouted at the top of her voice, "Are you threatening me?" Everyone turned to look at them. "Oh, shit," said Rufus. "Let's go." "Yes," said Vivaldo. "Let's get out of here." He looked at Jane. "Move, you filthy bitch." And now she was contrite. She leaned forward and grabbed Rufus's hand. "I didn't mean it the way it sounded." He tried to pull his hand away. She held on. He relaxed, not wanting to seem to struggle with her. Now she was being Joan Fontaine. "Please, you must believe me, Rufus." "I believe you," he said, and rose, to find a heavy Irishman standing in his way. They stared at each other for a moment, and then the man spit in his face. He heard Jane scream, but he was already far away. He struck, or thought he struck. A fist slammed into his face, and something hit him at the back of the head. The world, the air, went red and black, then roared in at him with faces and fists. The small of his back slammed against something cold, hard, and straight. He supposed it was the end of the bar, and he wondered how he had got there. From far away, he saw a bar stool poised above Vivaldo's head, and he heard Jane screaming, keening like all of Ireland. He had not known there were so many men in the bar. He struck a face. He felt bone beneath the bone of his fist, and weak green eyes glaring into his like headlights at the moment of collision, shuddered in distress. Someone had reached him in the belly, someone else in the head. He was being spun about, and he could no longer strike. He could only defend. He kept his head down, bobbing and shifting, pushed and pulled, and he crouched, trying to protect his private parts. He heard the crash of glass. For an instant he saw Vivaldo at the far end of the bar, blood streaming down from his nose and his forehead, surrounded by 3 or 4 men, and he saw the back of a hand send Jane spinning half across the room. Her face was white and terrified. Good, he thought, and felt himself in the air, going over the bar. Glass crashed again, and wood was splintered. There was a foot on his shoulder and a foot on one ankle. He pressed his buttocks against the floor and drew his free leg in as far as he could, and with one arm he tried to hold back the fist which crashed down again and again into his face. Far behind the fist was the face of the Irishman, with the green eyes ablaze. Then he saw nothing, heard nothing, felt nothing. Then he heard running feet. He was on his back behind the bar. There was no one near him. He pulled himself up and half crawled out. The bartender was at the door, shooing his customers out. An old woman sat at the bar, tranquilly sipping gin. Vivaldo lay on his face in a pool of blood. Jane stood helplessly over him, and the sound of the rain came back. "I think he's dead," Jane said. He looked at her, hating her with all his heart. He said, "I wish to God it was you, you cunt." She began to cry. He leaned down and helped Vivaldo to rise. Half leaning on, half supporting each other, they made it to the door. Jane came behind them. "Let me help you." Vivaldo stopped and tried to straighten. They leaned, half in, half out of the door. The bartender watched them. Vivaldo looked at the bartender, then at Jane. He and Rufus stumbled together into the blinding rain. "Let me help you," Jane cried again. But she stopped in the doorway long enough to say to the bartender, whose face held no expression whatever, "You're going to hear about this, believe me. I'm going to close this bar and have your job if it's the last thing I ever do." Then she ran into the rain and tried to help Rufus support Vivaldo. Vivaldo pulled away from her touch and slipped and almost fell. "Get away from me! Get away from me! You've been enough help for one night." "You've got to get in somewhere," Jane cried. "Don't you worry about it. Don't worry about it. Drop dead. Get lost. Go fuck yourself. We're going to the hospital." Rufus looked into Vivaldo's face and became frightened. Both his eyes were closing, and the blood poured down from some wound in his scalp. And he was crying. "What a way to talk to my buddy, man," he said over and over. "Wow, what a way to talk to my buddy." "Let's go to her place," Rufus whispered. "It's closer." Vivaldo did not seem to hear him. "Come on, baby, let's go on over to Jane's. It don't matter." He was afraid that Vivaldo had been badly hurt, and he knew what would happen at the hospital if 2 fays and a spade came bleeding in. For the doctors and nurses were, first of all, upright, clean-living white citizens, and he was not really afraid for himself, but for Vivaldo, who knew so little about his countrymen. So, slipping and sliding, with Jane now circling helplessly around them and now leading the way, like a big-assed Joan of Arc, they reached Jane's pad. He carried Vivaldo into the bathroom and sat him down. He looked in the mirror. His face looked like jam, but the scars would probably heal, and only one eye was closed. But when he began washing Vivaldo, he found a great gash in his skull, and this frightened him. "Man," he whispered, "you got to go to the hospital." "That's what I said. All right, let's go." And he tried to rise. "No, man. Listen, if I go with you, it's going to be a whole lot of who shot John because I'm black and you're white. You dig? I'm telling it to you like it is." Vivaldo said, "I really don't want to hear all that shit, Rufus." "Well, it's true, whether you want to hear it or not. Jane's got to take you to the hospital. I can't come with you." Vivaldo's eyes were closed, and his face was white. "Vivaldo!" He opened his eyes. "Are you mad at me, Rufus?" "Shit, no, baby. Why should I be mad with you?" But he knew what was bothering Vivaldo. He leaned down and whispered, "Don't you worry, baby. Everything's cool. I know you're my friend." "I love you, you shithead. I really do." "I love you too. Now get on to that hospital. I don't want you to drop dead in this phony white chick's bathroom. I'll wait here for you. I'll be all right." Then he walked quickly out of the bathroom. He said to Jane, "Take him to the hospital. He's hurt worse than I am. I'll wait here." She had the sense then to say nothing. Vivaldo remained in the hospital for 10 days and had 3 stitches taken in his scalp. In the morning, Rufus went uptown to see a doctor and stayed in bed for a week. He and Vivaldo never spoke of this night, and though he knew that Vivaldo had finally begun seeing her again, they never spoke of Jane. But from that time on, Rufus had depended on and trusted Vivaldo, depended on him even now, as he bitterly watched him horsing around with the large girl on the path. He did not know why this was so. He scarcely knew that it was so. Vivaldo was unlike everyone else that he knew in that they, all the others, could only astonish him by kindness or fidelity. It was only Vivaldo who had the power to astonish him by treachery. Even his affair with Jane was evidence in his favor, for if he were really likely to betray his friend for a woman, as most white men seem to do, especially if the friend were black, then he would have found himself a smoother chick, with the manners of a lady and the soul of a whore. But Jane seemed to be exactly what she was, a monstrous slut. And she thus, without knowing it, kept Rufus and Vivaldo equal to one another. At last Vivaldo was free and hurried toward them on the path, still grinning, and now waving to someone behind them.
"Look!"
he cried.
"There's Cass!"
Rufus turned, and there she was, sitting alone on the rim of the circle, frail and fair. For him, she was thoroughly mysterious. He could never quite place her in the white world to which she seemed to belong. She came from New England, of plain old American stock, so she put it. She was very fond of remembering that one of her ancestors had been burned as a witch. She had married Richard, who was Polish, and they had 2 children. Richard had been Vivaldo's English instructor in high school, years ago. They had known him as a brat, they said. Not that he had changed much. They were his oldest friends. With Leona between them, Rufus and Vivaldo crossed the road. Cass looked up at them with that smile which was at once chilling and warm. It was warm because she was affectionate. It chilled Rufus because it was amused.
"Well, I'm not sure I'm speaking to either of you. You've been neglecting us shamefully. Richard has crossed you off his list."
She looked at Leona and smiled.
"I'm Cass Selinsky."
"This is Leona," Rufus said, putting one hand on Leona's shoulder. Cass looked more amused than ever, and at the same time more affectionate.
"I'm very happy to meet you." "I'm glad to meet you,"
said Leona. They sat down on the stone rim of the fountain, in the center of which a little water played, enough for small children to wade in.
"Give an account of yourselves,"
Cass said.
"Why haven't you come to see us?"
"Oh," said Vivaldo,
"I've been busy. I've been working on my novel."
"He's been working on a novel," said Cass to Leona, "ever since we've known him. Then he was 17, and now he's nearly 30. "That's unkind," said Vivaldo, looking amused at the same time that he looked ashamed and annoyed.
"Well, Richard was working on one too. Then he was 25, and now he's close to 40, so—"
She considered Vivaldo a moment.
"Only he's had a brand new inspiration, and he's been working on it like a madman. I think that's one of the reasons he's been rather hoping you'd come by. He may have wanted to discuss it with you."
"What is this new inspiration?" Vivaldo asked. "Offhand, it sounds unfair."
She shrugged merrily, and took a deep drag on her cigarette. "I wasn't consulted, and I'm kept in the dark. You know Richard. He gets up at some pre-dawn hour and goes straight to his study and stays there until it's time to go to work. Comes home, goes straight to his study, and stays there until it's time to go to bed. I hardly ever see him. The children no longer have a father. I no longer have a husband."
She laughed.
"He did manage to grunt something the other morning about it's going very well."
"It certainly sounds as though it's going well." Vivaldo looked at Cass enviously.
"And you say it's new? It's not the same novel he was working on before?" "I gather not, but I really know nothing about it."
She dragged on her cigarette again, crushed it under her heel, immediately began searching in her bag for another.
"Well, I'll certainly have to come by and check on all this for myself," said Vivaldo. "At this rate, he'll be famous before I am."
"Oh, I've always known that," said Cass, and lit another cigarette. Rufus watched the pigeons strutting along the walks and the gangs of adolescents roaming up and down. He wanted to get away from this place and this danger. Leona put her hand on his. He grabbed one of her fingers and held it. Cass turned to Rufus.
"Now you haven't been working on a novel. Why haven't you come by?"
"I've been working uptown. You promised to come and hear me, remember?"
"We've been terribly broke, Rufus. When I'm working in a joint, You haven't got to worry about being broke. I told you that before. He's a great musician, Leona said. I heard him for the first time last night. Rufus looked annoyed. That gig ended last night. I ain't got nothing to do for a while except take care of my old lady. And he laughed. Cass and Leona looked briefly at each other and smiled. How long have you been up here, Leona? Cass asked. Oh, just a little over a month. Do you like it? Oh, I love it. It's just as different as night from day. I can't tell you. Cass looked briefly at Rufus. That's wonderful, she said gravely. I'm very glad for you. Yes, I can feel that, said Leona. You seem to be a very nice woman. Thank you, said Cass, and blushed. How are you going to take care of your old lady? Vivaldo asked. If you're not working. Oh, I've got a couple of record dates coming up. Don't you worry about old Rufus. Vivaldo sighed. I'm worried about me. I'm in the wrong profession, or rather, I'm not. In it, I mean. Nobody wants to hear my story. Rufus looked at him. Don't let me start talking to you about my profession. Things are tough all over, said Vivaldo. Rufus looked out over the sun-filled park. Nobody ever has to take up a collection to bury managers or agents, Rufus said. But they sweeping musicians up off the streets every day. Never mind, said Leona gently. They ain't never gonna sweep you up off the streets. She put her hand on his head and stroked it. He reached up and took her hand away. There was a silence. Then Cass rose. I hate to break this up, but I must go home. One of my neighbors took the kids to the zoo, but they're probably getting back by now. I'd better rescue Richard. How are your kids, Cass? Rufus asked. Much you care. It would serve you right if they'd forgotten all about you. They're fine. They've got much more energy than their parents. Vivaldo said. I'm going to walk Cass home. What do you think you'll be doing later? He felt a dull fear and a dull resentment, almost as though Vivaldo were deserting him. Oh, I don't know. I guess we'll go along home. I got to go uptown later, Rufus, said Leona. I ain't got nothing to go to work in tomorrow. Cass held out her hand to Leona. It was nice meeting you. Make Rufus bring you by to see us one day. Well, it was sure nice meeting you. I've been meeting some real nice people lately. Next time, said Cass, we'll go off and have a drink by ourselves someplace, without all these men. They laughed together. I really would like that. Suppose I pick you up at Benno's, Rufus said to Vivaldo. Around 10:30? Good enough. Maybe we'll go across town and pick up on some jazz. Good. So long, Leona. Glad to have met you. Me too. Be seeing you real soon. Give my regards, said Rufus, to Richard and the kids, and tell them I'm coming by. I'll do that. Make sure you do come by. We'd dearly love to see you. Cass and Vivaldo started slowly in the direction of the arch. The bright red, setting sun burned their silhouettes against the air and crowned the dark head and the golden one. Rufus and Leona stood and watched them. When they were under the arch, they turned and waved. We better be making tracks, said Rufus. I guess so. They started back through the park. You got some real nice friends, Rufus. You're lucky. They're real fond of you. They think you're somebody. You think they do? I know they do. I can tell by the way they talk to you, the way they treat you. I guess they are pretty nice, he said, at that. She laughed. You're a funny boy, she corrected herself. A funny person. You act like you don't know who you are. I know who I am, all right, he said, aware of the eyes that watched them pass, the nearly inaudible murmur that came from the benches or the trees. He squeezed her thin hand between his elbow and his side. I'm your boy. You know what that means? What does it mean? It means you've got to be good to me. Well, Rufus, I sure am going to try. Now, bowed down with the memory of all that had happened since that day, He wandered helplessly back to 42nd Street and stopped before the large bar and grill on the corner. Near him, just beyond the plate glass, stood the sandwich man behind his counter, the meat arrayed on the steam table beneath him. Bread and rolls, mustard, relish, salt and pepper stood at the level of his chest. He was a big man, wearing white, with a blank, red, brutal face. From time to time, he expertly knifed off a sandwich for one of the derelicts within. The old seemed reconciled to being there, to having no teeth, no hair, having no life. Some laughed together, the young, with dead eyes set in yellow faces, the slackness of their bodies making vivid the history of their degradation. They were the prey that was no longer hunted, though they were scarcely aware of this new condition and could not bear to leave the place where they had first been spoiled. And the hunters were there, far more assured and patient than the prey. In any of the world's cities, on a winter night, a boy can be bought for the price of a beer and the promise of warm blankets. Rufus shivered, his hands in his pockets, looking through the window and wondering what to do. He thought of walking to Harlem, but he was afraid of the police he would encounter in his passage through the city, and he did not see how he could face his parents or his sister. When he had last seen Ida, he had told her that he and Leona were about to make it to Mexico, where, he said, people would leave them alone. But no one had heard from him since then. Now a big, rough-looking man, well-dressed, white, with black and gray hair, came out of the bar. He paused next to Rufus, looking up and down the street. Rufus did not move, though he wanted to. His mind began to race, painfully, and his empty stomach turned over. Once again, sweat broke out on his forehead. Something in him knew what was about to happen. Something in him died in the freezing second before the man walked over to him and said, "It's cold out here. Wouldn't you like to come in and have a drink with me?" "I'd rather have a sandwich," Rufus muttered, and thought, "You really hit the bottom now." "Well, you can have a sandwich, too. There's no law that says you can't." Rufus looked up and down the street, then looked into the man's ice-cold, ice-white face. He reminded himself that he knew the score. He'd been around. Neither was this the first time during his wanderings that he had consented to the bleakly physical exchange. And yet he felt that he would never be able to endure the touch of this man. They entered the bar and grill. "What kind of sandwich would you like?" "Corned beef," Rufus whispered. "On rye?" They watched while the meat was hacked off, slammed on bread, and placed on the counter. The man paid, and Rufus took his sandwich over to the bar. He felt that everyone in the place knew what was going on, knew that Rufus was peddling his ass. But nobody seemed to care. Nobody looked at them. The noise at the bar continued. The radio continued to blare. The bartender served up a beer for Rufus and a whiskey for the man, and rang up the money on the cash register. Rufus tried to turn his mind away from what was happening to him. He wolfed down his sandwich, but the heavy bread, the tepid meat, made him begin to feel nauseous. Everything wavered before his eyes for a moment. He sipped his beer, trying to hold the sandwich down. "You are hungry." "Rufus," he thought, "you can't make this scene. There's no way in the world you can make it. Don't come on with the man. Just get out of here." "Would you like another sandwich?" The first sandwich was still threatening to come up. The bar stank of stale beer and piss and stale meat and unwashed bodies. Suddenly, he felt that he was going to cry. "No, thank you," he said. "I'm all right now." The man watched him for a moment. "Then have another beer." "No, thank you." But he leaned his head on the bar, trembling. "Hey!" Lights roared around his head. The whole bar lurched, righted itself, faces weaved around him. The music from the radio pounded in his skull. The man's face was very close to his, hard eyes and a cruel nose and flabby, brutal lips. He smelled the man's odor. He pulled away. "I'm all right." "You almost blacked out there for a minute." The bartender watched them. You better have a drink. Hey, Mac, give the kid a drink. You sure he's all right? Yeah, he's all right. I know him. Give him a drink. The bartender filled a shot glass and placed it in front of Rufus. And Rufus stared into the gleaming cup, praying, Lord, don't let it happen. Don't let me go home with this man. I've got so little left, Lord. Don't let me lose it all. Drink. It'll do you good. Then you can come on over to my place and get some sleep. He drank the whiskey, which first made him feel even sicker, then warmed him. He straightened up. You live around here? He asked the man. If you touch me, he thought, still with these strange tears threatening to boil over at any moment, I'll beat the living shit out of you. I don't want no more hands on me. No more, no more, no more. Not very far. 46th Street. They walked out of the bar, into the streets again. It's a lonely city, the man said as they walked. I'm lonely. Aren't you lonely too? Rufus said nothing. Maybe we can comfort each other for a night. Rufus watched the traffic lights, the black, nearly deserted streets, the silent black buildings, the deep shadows of doorways. Do you know what I mean? I'm not the boy you want, mister, he said at last, and suddenly remembered having said exactly these words to Eric long ago. How do you mean you're not the boy I want? And the man tried to laugh. Shouldn't I be the best judge of that? Rufus said, I don't have a thing to give you. I don't have nothing to give nobody. Don't make me go through with this, please. They stopped on the silent avenue, facing each other. The man's eyes hardened and narrowed. Didn't you know what was going on back there? Rufus said. I was hungry. What are you, anyway? Just a cock teaser? I was hungry, Rufus repeated. I was hungry. Don't you have any family? Any friends? Rufus looked down. He did not answer right away. Then, I don't want to die, mister. I don't want to kill you. Let me go. To my friends. Do you know where to find them? I know where to find one of them. There was a silence. Rufus stared at the sidewalk and, very slowly, the tears filled his eyes and began trickling down his nose. The man took his arm. Come on to my place. But now the moment, the possibility, had passed. Both of them felt it. The man dropped his arm. You're a good-looking boy, he said. Rufus moved away. So long, mister. Thanks. The man said nothing. Rufus watched him walk away. Then he, too, turned and began walking downtown. He thought of Eric for the first time in years, and wondered if he were prowling foreign streets tonight. He glimpsed, for the first time, the extent, the nature of Eric's loneliness, and the danger in which this placed him, and wished that he had been nicer to him. Eric had always been very nice to Rufus. He had had a pair of cufflinks made for Rufus's birthday, with the money which was to have bought his wedding rings. And this gift, this confession, delivered him into Rufus's hands. Rufus had despised him because he came from Alabama. Perhaps he had allowed Eric to make love to him in order to despise him more completely. Eric had finally understood this, and had fled from Rufus, all the way to Paris. But his stormy blue eyes, his bright red hair, his halting drawl, all returned very painfully to Rufus now. Go ahead and tell me. You ain't got to be afraid. And as Eric hesitated, Rufus added, slyly, grinning, watching him. You act like a little girl, or something. And even now there was something heady and almost sweet in the memory of the ease with which he had handled Eric, and elicited his confession. When Eric had finished speaking, he said slowly, I'm not the boy for you. I don't go that way. Eric had placed their hands together, and he stared down at them, the red and the brown. "I know," he said. He moved to the center of his room. "But I can't help wishing you did. I wished you'd try." Then, with a terrible effort, Rufus heard it in his voice, his breath. "I'd do anything. I'd try anything to please you." Then, with a smile, "I'm almost as young as you are. I don't know much about it." Rufus had watched him, smiling. He felt a flood of affection for Eric, and he felt his own power. He walked over to Eric and put his hands on Eric's shoulders. He did not know what he was going to say or do, but with his hands on Eric's shoulders, affection, power, and curiosity all knotted together in him, with a hidden, unforeseen violence which frightened him a little. The hands that were meant to hold Eric at arm's length seemed to draw Eric to him. The current that had begun flowing he did not know how to stop. At last, he said in a low voice, smiling, "I'll try anything once, old buddy." Those cufflinks were now in Harlem, in Ida's bureau drawer, and when Eric was gone, Rufus forgot their battles and the unspeakable physical awkwardness and the ways in which he had made Eric pay for such pleasure as Eric gave, or got. He remembered only that Eric had loved him, as he now remembered that Leona had loved him. He had despised Eric's manhood by treating him as a woman, by telling him how inferior he was to a woman, by treating him as nothing more than a hideous sexual deformity. But Leona had not been a deformity, and he had used against her the very epithets he had used against Eric, and in the very same way, with the same roaring in his head and the same intolerable pressure in his chest. Vivaldo lived alone in a first-floor apartment on Bank Street. He was home. Rufus saw the light in the window. He slowed down a little, but the cold air refused to let him hesitate. He hurried through the open street door, thinking, "Well, I might as well get it over with." And he knocked quickly on Vivaldo's door. There had been the sound of a typewriter. Now it stopped. Rufus knocked again. "Who is it?" called Vivaldo, sounding extremely annoyed. It's me, Rufus." The sudden light, when Vivaldo opened the door, was a great shock, as was Vivaldo's face. "My God," said Vivaldo. He grabbed Rufus around the neck, pulling him inside and holding him. They both leaned for a moment against Vivaldo's door. "My God," Vivaldo said again. "Where have you been? Don't you know you shouldn't do things like that? You've had all of us scared to death, baby. We've been looking for you everywhere." It was a great shock, and it weakened Rufus, exactly as though he had been struck in the belly. He clung to Vivaldo, as though he were on the ropes. Then he pulled away. Vivaldo looked at him, looked hard at him, up and down, and Vivaldo's face told him how he looked. He moved away from the door, away from Vivaldo's scrutiny. "Ida's been here. She's half crazy. Do you realize you dropped out of sight almost a month ago?" "Yes," he said, and sat down heavily in Vivaldo's easy chair, which sagged beneath him almost to the floor. He looked around the room, which had once been so familiar, which now seemed so strange. He leaned back, his hands over his eyes. "Take off your jacket," Vivaldo said. "I'll see if I can scare up something for you to eat. Are you hungry?" "No, not now. Tell me, how is Ida?" "Well, she's worried, you know, but there's nothing wrong with her. Rufus, you want me to fix you a drink?" "When was she here?" "Yesterday. And she called me tonight, and she's been to the police. Everybody's been worried. Cass, Richard, everybody." He sat up. "The police are looking for me?" "Well, hell yes, baby. People aren't supposed to just disappear." He walked into his small, cluttered kitchen and opened his refrigerator, which contained a quart of milk and half a grapefruit. He stared at them helplessly. "I'll have to take you out. I haven't got anything to eat in this joint." He closed the refrigerator door. "You can have a drink, though. I've got some bourbon." Vivaldo made 2 drinks, gave one to Rufus, and sat down on the other straight-backed chair. "Well, let's have it. What have you been doing? Where have you been?" "I've just been wandering the streets." My God, Rufus, in this weather? Where have you been sleeping? Oh, subways, hallways, movies sometimes. And how'd you eat? He took a swallow of his drink. Perhaps it was a mistake to have come. Oh, he said, astonished to hear the truth come out. Sometimes I sort of pedaled my ass. Vivaldo looked at him. I guess you had pretty rough competition. He lit a cigarette and threw the pack and the matches to Rufus. You should have got in touch with somebody. You should have let somebody know what was happening. I couldn't. I just couldn't. We're supposed to be friends, you and me. He stood up, holding an unlit cigarette, and walked around the small room, touching things. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. He lit the cigarette. I know what I did to Leona. I'm not dumb. So do I know what you did to Leona. Neither am I dumb. I guess I just didn't think... What? That anyone would care. In the silence that hung in the room then, Vivaldo rose and went to his phonograph. You didn't think Ida would care? You didn't think I would care? He felt as though he were smothering. I don't know. I don't know what I thought. Vivaldo said nothing. His face was pale and angry, and he concentrated on looking through his records. Finally, he put one on the machine. It was James Pete Johnson and Bessie Smith batting out Backwater Blues. Well, said Vivaldo helplessly, and sat down again. Besides Vivaldo's phonograph, there wasn't much else in his apartment. There was a homemade lamp, brick-supported bookshelves, records, a sagging bed, the sprung easy chair, and the straight-backed chair. There was a high stool before Vivaldo's work table, on which Vivaldo teetered now, his coarse, curly black hair hanging forward, his eyes somber, and his mouth turned down. The table held his pencils, papers, his typewriter, and the telephone. In a small alcove was the kitchen in which the overhead light was burning. The sink was full of dirty dishes, topped by a jaggedly empty and open tin can. A paper sack of garbage leaned against one of the kitchen table's uncertain legs. There's thousands of people, Bessie now sang. Ain't got no place to go. And for the first time, Rufus began to hear in the severely understated monotony of this blues something which spoke to his troubled mind. The piano bore the singer witness, stoic and ironic. Now that Rufus himself had no place to go, "'Cause my house fell down and I can't live there no more," sang Bessie. He heard the line and the tone of the singer, and he wondered how others had moved beyond the emptiness and horror which faced him now. Vivaldo was watching him. Now he cleared his throat and said, "Maybe it would be a good idea for you to make a change of scene, Rufus. Everything around here will just keep reminding you. Sometimes it's better just to wipe the slate clean and take off. Maybe you should go to the coast. There's nothing happening on the coast. A lot of musicians have gone out there. They're on their ass out there, too. It's no different from New York. No, they're working." "I guess you think," said Rufus malevolently, "that it's time I started trying to be a new man." There was a silence. Then Vivaldo said, "It's not so much what I think, it's what you think." Rufus watched the tall, lean, clumsy white boy, who was his best friend, and felt himself nearly strangling with the desire to hurt him. "Rufus," said Vivaldo suddenly, "believe me, I know, a lot of things hurt you that I can't really understand." He played with the keys of his typewriter. "A lot of things hurt me that I can't really understand." Rufus sat on the edge of the sprung easy chair, watching Vivaldo gravely. "Do you blame me for what happened to Leona?" "Rufus, what good would it do if I did blame you? You blame yourself enough already. That's what's wrong with you. What's the good of my blaming you?" He could see, though, that Vivaldo had also hoped to be able to avoid this question. "Do you blame me or don't you? Tell the truth." "Rufus, If I wasn't your friend, I think I'd blame you, sure. You acted like a bastard. But I understand that. I think I do. I'm trying to. But anyway, since you are my friend, and after all, let's face it, you mean much more to me than Leona ever did, well, I don't think I should put you down just because you acted like a bastard. We're all bastards. That's why we need our friends. I wish I could tell you what it was like, Rufus said, after a long silence. I wish I could undo it. Well, you can't. So please start trying to forget it. Rufus thought, but it's not possible to forget anybody you were that hung up on, who was that hung up on you. You can't forget anything that hurt so badly, went so deep, and changed the world forever. It's not possible to forget anybody you've destroyed. He took a great swallow of his bourbon, holding it in his mouth, then allowing it to trickle down his throat. He would never be able to forget Leona's pale, startled eyes, her sweet smile, her plaintive drawl, her thin, insatiable body. He choked slightly, put down his drink, and ground out his cigarette in the spilling ashtray. I bet you won't believe this, he said, but I loved Leona. I did. Oh, said Vivaldo. Believe you? Of course I believe you. That's what all the bleeding was about. He got up and turned the record over. Then there was silence, except for the voice of Bessie Smith. When my bed get empty, make me feel awful mean and blue. Oh, sing it, Bessie, Vivaldo muttered. My springs is getting rusty, sleeping single like I do. Rufus picked up his drink and finished it. Did you ever have the feeling, he asked, that a woman was eating you up? I mean, no matter what she was like or what else she was doing, that's what she was really doing. Yes, said Vivaldo. Rufus stood. He walked up and down. She can't help it, and you can't help it. And there you are. He paused. Of course, with Leona and me, there was lots of other things, too. Then there was a long silence. They listened to Bessie. Have you ever wished you were queer? Rufus asked suddenly. Vivaldo smiled, looking into his glass. I used to think maybe I was. Hell, I think I even wished I was. He laughed. But I'm not, so I'm stuck. Rufus walked to Vivaldo's window. So you've been all up and down that street, too, he said. We've all been up the same streets. There aren't a hell of a lot of streets, only we've been taught to lie so much about so many things that we hardly ever know where we are. Rufus said nothing. He walked up and down. Vivaldo said, Maybe you should stay here, Rufus, for a couple of days, until you decide what you want to do. I don't want to bug you, Vivaldo. Vivaldo picked up Rufus's empty glass and paused in the archway which led into his kitchen. You can lie here in the mornings and look at my ceiling. It's full of cracks. It makes all kinds of pictures. Maybe it'll tell you things it hasn't told me. I'll fix us another drink. Again, he felt that he was smothering. Thanks, Vivaldo. Vivaldo dragged his ice out and poured 2 drinks. He came back into the room. Here, to all the things we don't know. They drank. You had me worried, said Vivaldo. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad to see you, said Rufus. Your sister left me a phone number to call in case I saw you. It's the lady who lives next door to you. I guess maybe I should call her now. No, said Rufus after a moment. It's too late. I'll go on up there in the morning. And this thought, the thought of seeing his parents and his sister in the morning, checked and chilled him. He sat down again in the easy chair and leaned back with his hands over his eyes. Rufus, Leona had said, time and again, ain't nothing wrong in being colored. Sometimes, when she said this, he simply looked at her coldly, from a great distance, as though he wondered what on earth she was trying to say. His look seemed to accuse her of ignorance and indifference, and as she watched his face, her eyes became more despairing than ever, but at the same time filled with some immense sexual secret which tormented her. He had put off going back to work until he began to be afraid to go to work. Sometimes, when she said that there was nothing wrong in being colored, he answered, "Not if you a hard-up white lady." The first time he said this, she winced and said nothing. The second time, she slapped him, and he slapped her. They fought all the time. They fought each other with their hands and their voices, and then with their bodies, and the one storm was like the other. Many times, and now Rufus sat very still, pressing darkness against his eyes, listening to the music. He had, suddenly, without knowing that he was going to, thrown the whimpering, terrified Leona under the bed, the floor, pinned her against a table or a wall. She beat at him, weakly, moaning, unutterably abject. He twisted his fingers in her long, pale hair and used her in whatever way he felt would humiliate her most. It was not love he felt during these acts of love. Drained and shaking, utterly unsatisfied, he fled from the raped white woman into the bars. In these bars, no one applauded his triumph or condemned his guilt. He began to pick fights with white men. He was thrown out of bars. The eyes of his friends told him that he was falling. His own heart told him so. But the air through which he rushed was his prison, and he could not even summon the breath to call for help. Perhaps now, though, he had hit bottom. One thing about the bottom, he told himself, you can't fall any farther. He tried to take comfort from this thought. Yet there knocked in his heart the suspicion that the bottom did not really exist. "I don't want to die," he heard himself say, and he began to cry. The music went on, far from him, terribly loud. The lights were very bright and hot. He was sweating, and he itched. He stank. Vivaldo was close to him, stroking his head. The stuff of Vivaldo's sweater stifled him. He wanted to stop crying, stand up, breathe, but he could only sit there with his face in his hands. Vivaldo murmured, "Go ahead, baby. Let it out. Let it all out." He wanted to stand up, breathe, and at the same time he wanted to lie flat on the floor and to be swallowed into whatever would stop this pain. Yet he was aware, perhaps for the first time in his life, that nothing would stop it. Nothing. This was himself. Rufus was aware of every inch of Rufus. He was flesh, bone, muscle, fluid, orifices, hair, and skin. His body was controlled by laws he did not understand. Nor did he understand what force within this body had driven him into such a desolate place. The most impenetrable of mysteries moved in this darkness for less than a second, hinting of reconciliation, and still the music continued. Bessie was saying that she wouldn't mind being in jail, but she had to stay there so long. "I'm sorry," he said, and raised his head. Vivaldo gave him a handkerchief, and he dried his eyes and blew his nose. "Don't be sorry," said Vivaldo. "Be glad." He stood over Rufus for yet another moment. Then he said, "I'm going to take you out and buy you a pizza." "You hungry, child? That's why you're carrying on like that." He went into the kitchen and began to wash his face. Rufus smiled, watching him, bent over the sink under the hideous light. It was like the kitchen in St. James Slip. He and Leona had ended their life together there, on the very edge of the island. When Rufus had ceased working and when all of his money was gone, and there was nothing left to pawn, they were wholly dependent on the money Leona brought home from the restaurant. Then she lost this job. Their domestic life, which involved a hideous amount of drinking, made it difficult for her to get there on time and also caused her to look more and more disreputable. One evening, half drunk, Rufus had gone to the restaurant to pick her up. The next day, she was fired. She never held a steady job again. One evening, Vivaldo came to visit them in their last apartment.
They heard the whistles of tugboats all day and all night long. Vivaldo found Leona sitting on the bathroom floor, her hair in her eyes, her face swollen and dirty with weeping. Rufus had been beating her. He sat silently on the bed. "Why?" cried Vivaldo.
"I don't know,"
Leona sobbed.
"It can't be for nothing I did. He's always beat me for nothing, for nothing."
She gasped for breath, opening her mouth like an infant, and in that instant Vivaldo really hated Rufus, and Rufus knew it.
"He says I'm sleeping with other colored boys behind his back, and it's not true. God knows it's not true."
"Rufus knows it isn't true," Vivaldo said. He looked over at Rufus, who said nothing. He turned back to Leona. "Get up, Leona. Stand up. Wash your face." He went into the bathroom and helped her to her feet and turned the water on. "Come on, Leona. Pull yourself together like a good girl." She tried to stop sobbing and splashed water on her face. Vivaldo patted her on the shoulder, astonished all over again to realize how frail she was. He walked into the bedroom. Rufus looked up at him. "This is my house," he said, "and that's my girl. You ain't got nothing to do with this. Get your ass out of here." "You could be killed for this," said Vivaldo. "All she has to do is yell. All I have to do is walk down to the corner and get a cop." "You trying to scare me? Go get a cop." "You must be out of your mind. They'd take one look at this situation and put you under the jailhouse." He walked to the bathroom door. "Come on, Leona. Get your coat. I'm taking you out of here." "I'm not out of my mind," Rufus said. "But you are. Where you think you're taking Leona?"
"I got no place to go,"
Leona muttered. "Well, you can stay at my place until you find some place to go. I'm not leaving you here." Rufus threw back his head and laughed. Vivaldo and Leona both turned to watch him. Rufus cried to the ceiling. "He's going to come to my house and walk out with my girl, and he thinks this poor nigga's just going to sit and let him do it? Ain't this a bitch?" He fell over on his side, still laughing. Vivaldo shouted, "For Christ's sake, Rufus! Rufus!" Rufus stopped laughing and sat straight up. "What? Who the hell do you think you're kidding? I know you only got one bed in your place."
"Oh, Rufus,"
Leona wailed.
"Vivaldo's only trying to help."
"You shut up," he said instantly, and looked at her.
"Everybody ain't an animal,"
she muttered. "You mean like me?" She said nothing. Vivaldo watched them both. "You mean like me, bitch? Or you mean like you?"
"If I'm an animal,"
she flared. Perhaps she was emboldened by the presence of Vivaldo.
"I'd like you to tell me who made me one. Just tell me that."
"Why, your husband did, you bitch. You told me yourself he had a thing on him like a horse. You told me yourself how he did you. He kept telling you how he had the biggest thing in Dixie, black or white. And you said you couldn't stand it."
"Ha ha, that's one of the funniest things I ever heard." "I guess,"
she said, wearily, after a silence.
"I told you a lot of things I shouldn't have."
Rufus snorted. "I guess you did," he said, to Vivaldo, the room, the river. "It was her husband ruined this bitch. Your husband and all them funky niggas screwed you in the Georgia bushes. That's why your husband threw you out. Why don't you tell the truth? I wouldn't have to beat you if you'd tell the truth." He grinned at Vivaldo.
"Man, this chick can't get enough."
And he broke off, staring at Leona. "Rufus," said Vivaldo, trying to be calm. "I don't know what you're putting down. I think you must be crazy. You got a great chick who'll go all the way for you, and you know it. And you keep coming on with this Gone with the Wind crap. What's the matter with your head, baby?" He tried to smile. "Baby, please don't do this. Please?" Rufus said nothing. He sat down on the bed, in the position in which he had been sitting when Vivaldo arrived. "Come on, Leona," said Vivaldo at last, and Rufus stood up, looking at them both with a little smile, with hatred.
I'm just going to take her away for a few days so you can both cool down. There's no point in going on like this." "Sir Walter Raleigh with a hard-on," Rufus sneered. "Look," said Vivaldo. "If you don't trust me, man, I'll get a room at the Y. I'll come back here. God damn it," he shouted. "I'm not trying to steal your girl. You know me better than that," Rufus said, with an astonishing and a menacing humility. "I guess you don't think she's good enough for you." "Oh, shit. You don't think she's good enough for you?" "No," said Leona, and both men turned to watch her. "Ain't neither one of you got it right. Rufus don't think he's good enough for me." She and Rufus stared at each other. A tugboat whistled far away. Rufus smiled. "You see? You bring it up all the time. You the one who brings it up. Now how you expect me to make it with a bitch like you?" "It's the way you was raised," she said. "And I guess you just can't help it." Again there was a silence. Leona pressed her lips together, and her eyes filled with tears. She seemed to wish to call the words back, to call time back, and begin everything over again. But she could not think of anything to say, and the silence stretched. Rufus pursed his lips. "Go on, you slut," he said. "Go on and make it with your wop lover. He ain't gonna be able to do you no good. Not now. You be back. You can't do without me now." And he lay face downward on the bed. "Me? I'll give me a good night's sleep for a change." Vivaldo pushed Leona to the door, backing out of the room, watching Rufus. "I'll be back," he said. "No, you won't," said Rufus. "I'll kill you if you come back." Leona looked at him quickly, bidding him to be silent, and Vivaldo closed the door behind them. "Leona," he asked, when they were in the streets, "how long have things been like this? Why do you take it?" "Why?" asked Leona wearily. "Do people take anything? Because they can't help it, I guess. Well, that's me. Before God, I don't know what to do." She began to cry again. The streets were very dark and empty. "I know he's sick, and I keep hoping he'll get well, and I can't make him see a doctor. He knows I'm not doing none of those things he says. He knows it." "But you can't go on like this, Leona. He can get both of you killed." "He says it's me trying to get us killed." She tried to laugh. "He had a fight last week with some guy in the subway. Some real ignorant, unhappy man just didn't like the idea of our being together, you know? And well, you know, he blamed that fight on me. He said I was encouraging the man. Why, Viv, I didn't even see the man until he opened his mouth. But Rufus, he's all the time looking for it. He sees it where it ain't. He don't see nothing else no more. He says I ruined his life. Well, he sure ain't done mine much good." She tried to dry her eyes. Vivaldo gave her his handkerchief and put one arm around her shoulders. "You know, the world is hard enough, and people is evil enough without all the time looking for it and stirring it up and making it worse. I keep telling him, I know a lot of people don't like what I'm doing, but I don't care. Let them go their way, I'll go mine." A policeman passed them, giving them a look. Vivaldo felt a chill go through Leona's body. Then a chill went through his own. He had never been afraid of policemen before. He had merely despised them. But now he felt the impersonality of the uniform, the emptiness of the streets. He felt what the policeman might say and do if he had been Rufus, walking here with his arm around Leona. He said, nevertheless, after a moment, "You ought to leave him. You ought to leave town." "I tell you, Viv, I keep hoping it'll all come out all right somehow. He wasn't like this when I met him. He's not really like this at all. I know he's not. Something's got all twisted up in his mind, and he can't help it." They were standing under a street lamp. Her face was hideous, was unutterably beautiful with grief. Tears rolled down her thin cheeks, and she made doomed, sporadic efforts to control the trembling of her little girl's mouth. "I love him," she said helplessly. "I love him. I can't help it. No matter what he does to me. He's just lost, and he beats me because he can't find nothing else to hit." He pulled her against him while she wept, a thin, tired girl, unwitting heiress of generations of bitterness. He could think of nothing to say. A light was slowly turning on inside him, a dreadful light. He saw, dimly, dangers, mysteries, chasms, which he had never dreamed existed. "Here comes a taxi," he said. She straightened and tried to dry her eyes again. "I'll come with you," he said, "and come right back." "No," she said. "Just give me the keys. I'll be all right. You go on back to Rufus."
"Rufus said he'd kill me," he said, half smiling. The taxi stopped beside them. He gave her his keys. She opened the door, keeping her face away from the driver.
"Rufus ain't gonna kill nobody but himself," she said, "if he don't find a friend to help him."
She paused, half in, half out of the cab.
"You the only friend he's got in the world, Vivaldo."
He gave her some money for the fare, looking at her with something, after all these months, explicit at last between them. They both loved Rufus, and they were both white. Now that it stared them so hideously in the face, each could see how desperately the other had been trying to avoid this confrontation. "You'll go there now?" he asked. "You'll go to my place?"
"Yes, I'll go. You go on back to Rufus. Maybe you can help him. He needs somebody to help him."
Vivaldo gave the driver his address and watched the taxi roll away. He turned and started back the way they had come. The way seemed longer, now that he was alone, and darker. His awareness of the policeman, prowling somewhere in the darkness near him, made the silence ominous. He felt threatened. He felt totally estranged from the city in which he had been born. This city for which he sometimes felt a kind of stony affection because it was all he knew of home. Yet he had no home here. The hovel on Bank Street was not a home. He had always supposed that he would, one day, make a home here for himself. Now he began to wonder if anyone could ever put down roots in this rock, or rather, he began to be aware of the shapes acquired by those who had. He began to wonder about his own shape. He had often thought of his loneliness, for example, as a condition which testified to his superiority. But people who were not superior were, nevertheless, extremely lonely, and unable to break out of their solitude precisely because they had no equipment with which to enter it. His own loneliness, magnified so many million times, made the night air colder. He remembered to what excesses, into what traps and nightmares his loneliness had driven him, and he wondered where such a violent emptiness might drive an entire city. At the same time, as he came closer to Rufus's building, he was trying very hard not to think about Rufus. He was in a section of warehouses. Very few people lived down here. By day, trucks choked the streets. Laborers stood on these ghostly platforms, moving great weights and cursing, as he had once. For a long time, he had been one of them. He had been proud of his skill and his muscles and happy to be accepted as a man among men. Only, it was they who saw something in him which they could not accept, which made them uneasy. Every once in a while, a man, lighting his cigarette, would look at him quizzically with a little smile. The smile masked an unwilling, defensive hostility. They said he was a bright kid, that he would go places, and they made it clear that they expected him to go, to which places did not matter. He did not belong to them. But at the bottom of his mind, the question of Rufus nagged and stung. There had been a few colored boys in his high school, but they had mainly stayed together as far as he remembered. He had known boys who got a bang out of going out and beating up niggers. It scarcely seemed possible, it scarcely even seemed fair, that colored boys who were beaten up in high school could grow up into colored men who wanted to beat up everyone in sight, including, or perhaps especially, people who had never, one way or another, given them a thought. He watched the light in Rufus's window, the only light on down here. Then he remembered something that had happened to him a long time ago, 2 years or 3. It was when he had been spending a lot of time in Harlem, running after the whores up there. One night, as a light rain fell, he was walking uptown on 7th Avenue. He walked very briskly, for it was very late and this section of the avenue was almost entirely deserted, and he was afraid of being stopped by a prowl car. At 116th Street, he stopped in a bar, deliberately choosing a bar he did not know. Since he did not know the bar, he felt an unaccustomed uneasiness and wondered what the faces around him hid. Whatever it was, they hid it very well. They went on drinking and talking to each other and putting coins in the jukebox. It certainly didn't seem that his presence caused anyone to become wary or to curb their tongues. Nevertheless, no one made any effort to talk to him, and an almost imperceptible glaze came over their eyes whenever they looked in his direction. This glaze remained, even when they smiled. The barman, for example, smiled at something Vivaldo said and yet made it clear, as he pushed his drink across the bar, that the width of the bar was but a weak representation of the great gulf fixed between them. This was the night that he saw the eyes unglaze. Later, a girl came over to him. They went around the corner to her room. There they were. He had his tie loosened and his trousers off, and they had been just about to begin when the door opened and in walked her husband. He was one of the smooth-faced, laughing men who had been in the bar. The girl squealed, rather prettily, and then calmly began to get dressed again. Vivaldo had first been so disappointed that he wanted to cry, then so angry that he wanted to kill. Not until he looked into the man's eyes did he begin to be afraid. The man looked down at him and smiled. "Where was you thinking of putting that, white boy?" Vivaldo said nothing. He slowly began pulling on his trousers. The man was very dark and very big, nearly as big as Vivaldo, and, of course, at that moment, in much better fighting condition. The girl sat on the edge of the bed, putting on her shoes. There was silence in the room except for her low, disjointed, intermittent humming. He couldn't quite make out the tune she was humming, and this, for some insane reason, drove him wild. "You might at least have waited a couple of minutes," Vivaldo said. "I never even got it in." He said this as he was buckling his belt, idly, out of some dim notion that he might thus, in effect, reduce the fine. The words were hardly out of his mouth before the man had struck him, twice, palm open, across the face. Vivaldo staggered backward from the bed into the corner which held the sink, and a water glass went crashing to the floor. "God damn it," said the girl sharply. "Ain't no need to wreck the joint." And she bent down to pick up the bits of glass. But it also seemed to Vivaldo that she was a little frightened and a little ashamed. "Do what you're going to do," she said from her knees, "and get him out of here." Vivaldo and the man stared at each other, and terror began draining Vivaldo's rage out of him. It was not merely the situation which frightened him. It was the man's eyes. They stared at Vivaldo with a calm, steady hatred, as remote and unanswerable as madness. "You goddamn lucky you didn't get it in," he said. "You'd be a mighty sorry white boy if you had. You wouldn't be putting that white prick in no more black pussy, I can guarantee you that." "Well, if that's the way you feel," Vivaldo wanted to say, "why the hell don't you keep her off the streets?" But it really seemed better, and it seemed, weirdly enough, that the girl was silently trying to convey this to him, to say as little as possible. So he only said, after a moment, as mildly as he could, "Look, I fell for the oldest gag in the business. Here I am, okay? What do you want?" And what the man wanted was more than he knew how to say. He watched Vivaldo, waiting for Vivaldo to speak again. Vivaldo's mind was filled suddenly with the image of a movie he had seen long ago. He saw a bird dog, tense, pointing, absolutely silent, waiting for a covey of quail to surrender to panic and fly upward, where they could be picked off by the guns of the hunters. So it was in the room while the man waited for Vivaldo to speak. Whatever Vivaldo might say would be turned into an opportunity for slaughter. Vivaldo held his breath, hoping that his panic did not show in his eyes, and felt his flesh begin to crawl. Then the man looked over at the girl, who stood near the bed, watching him, and then he slowly moved closer to Vivaldo. When he stood directly before Vivaldo, his eyes still driving, it seemed, into Vivaldo's, as though he would pierce the skull and the brain and possess it all, he abruptly held out his hand. Vivaldo handed him the wallet. The man lit a cigarette, which he held in the corner of his mouth, as he deliberately, insolently, began looking through the wallet. "What I don't understand," he said, with a fearful laziness, "is why you white boys always come uptown, sniffing around our black girls. You don't see none of us spooks downtown sniffing around your white girls." He looked up. "Do you?" Don't be so sure, Vivaldo thought, but said nothing. But this had struck some nerve in him, and he felt himself beginning to be angry again. "Suppose I told you that that was my sister," the man said, gesturing toward the girl. "What would you do if you found me with your sister?" "I wouldn't give a damn if you split her in two," Vivaldo thought promptly. At the same time, this question made him tremble with rage, and he realized, with another part of his mind, that this was exactly what the man wanted. There remained at the bottom of his mind, nevertheless, a numb speculation as to why this question should make him angry. "I mean, what would you do to me?" the man persisted, still holding Vivaldo's wallet and looking at him with a smile. "I want you to name your own punishment." He waited. Then, "Come on. You know what you guys do." And then the man seemed, oddly, a little ashamed, and at the same time, more dangerous than ever. Vivaldo said at last, tightly, "I haven't got a sister," and straightened his tie, willing his hands to be steady, and began looking around for his jacket. The man considered him a moment more, looked at the girl, then looked down to the wallet again. He took out all the money. "This all you got?" In those days, Vivaldo had been working steadily, and his wallet had contained nearly $60. "Yes," Vivaldo said. "Nothing in your pockets?" Vivaldo emptied his pockets of bills and change, perhaps $5 in all. The man took it all. "I need something to get home on, mister," Vivaldo said. The man gave him his wallet. "Walk," he said. "You lucky that you can. If I get your ass up here again, I'll show you what happened to a nigger I know when Mr. Charlie caught him with Miss Ann." He put his wallet in his back pocket and picked up his jacket from the floor. The man watched him. The girl watched the man. He got to the door and opened it and realized that his legs were weak. "Well," he said, "thanks for the buggy ride," and stumbled down the stairs. He had reached the first landing when he heard a door above him open and quick, stealthy footsteps descending. Then the girl stood above him, stretching her hand over the banister. "Here," she whispered. "Take this," and leaned dangerously far over the banister and stuffed $1 into his breast pocket. "Go along home now," she said. "Hurry," and rushed back up the stairs. The man's eyes remained with him for a long time after the rage and the shame and terror of that evening, and were with him now as he climbed the stairs to Rufus's apartment. He walked in without knocking. Rufus was standing near the door, holding a knife. "Is that for me or for you? Or were you planning to cut yourself a hunk of salami?" He forced himself to stand where he was and to look directly at Rufus. "I was thinking about putting it into you, motherfucker." But he had not moved. Vivaldo slowly let out his breath. "Well, put it down. If I ever saw a poor bastard who needed his friends, you're it." They watched each other for what seemed like a very long time, and neither of them moved. They stared into each other's eyes, each perhaps searching for the friend each remembered. Vivaldo knew the face before him so well that he had ceased, in a way, to look at it, and now his heart turned over to see what time had done to Rufus. He had not seen before the fine lines in the forehead, the deep, crooked line between the brows, the tension which soured the lips. He wondered what the eyes were seeing. They had not been seeing it years before. He had never associated Rufus with violence, for his walk was always deliberate and slow, his tone mocking and gentle. But now he remembered how Rufus played the drums. He moved one short step closer, watching Rufus, watching the knife. "Don't kill me, Rufus," he heard himself say. "I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm only trying to help." The bathroom door was still open, and the light still burned. The bald kitchen light burned mercilessly down on the 2 orange crates and the board which formed the kitchen table, and on the uncovered wash and bathtub. Dirty clothes lay flung in a corner. Beyond them, in the dim bedroom, 2 suitcases, Rufus's and Leona's, lay open in the middle of the floor. On the bed was a twisted gray sheet and a thin blanket. Rufus stared at him. He seemed not to believe Vivaldo. He seemed to long to believe him. His face twisted, he dropped the knife, and fell against Vivaldo, throwing his arms around him, trembling. Vivaldo led him into the bathroom, and they sat down on the bed.
"Somebody's got to help me,"
said Rufus at last.
"Somebody's got to help me. This shit has got to stop."
"Can't you tell me about it? You're screwing up your life, and I don't know why." Rufus sighed and fell back, his arms beneath his head, staring at the ceiling.
"I don't know either. I don't know up from down. I don't know what I'm doing no more."
The entire building was silent. The room in which they sat seemed very far from the life breathing all around them, all over the island. Vivaldo said, gently, "You know, what you're doing to Leona, that's not right. Even if she were doing what you say she's doing, it's not right. If all you can do is beat her, well, then you ought to leave her." Rufus seemed to smile. "I guess there is something the matter with my head." Then he was silent again. He twisted his body on the bed. He looked over at Vivaldo. "You put her in a cab?" "Yes," Vivaldo said. "She's gone to your place?" "Yes." "You going back there?" "I thought maybe I'd stay here with you for a while, if you don't mind." "What are you trying to do? Be a warden or something?" He said it with a smile, but there was no smile in his voice. "I just thought maybe you wanted company," said Vivaldo. Rufus rose from the bed and walked restlessly up and down the 2 rooms. "I don't need no company. I done had enough company to last me the rest of my life." He walked to the window and stood there, his back to Vivaldo. "How I hate them, all those white sons of bitches out there. They're trying to kill me. You think I don't know? They got the world on a string, man, the miserable white cocksuckers, and they tying that string around my neck. They're killing me." He turned into the room again. He did not look at Vivaldo. "Sometimes I lie here and I listen. Just listen. They out there scuffling, making that change. They think it's gonna last forever. Sometimes I lie here and listen for a bomb, man, to fall on this city and make all that noise stop. I listen to hear them moan. I want them to bleed and choke. I want to hear them crying, man, for somebody to come help them. They'll cry a long time before I come down there." He paused, his eyes glittering with tears and with hate. "It's going to happen one of these days. It's got to happen. I sure would like to see it." He walked back to the window. "Sometimes I listen to those boats on the river. I listen to those whistles, and I think, wouldn't it be nice to get on a boat again and go someplace away from all these nowhere people, where a man could be treated like a man?" He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, and then suddenly brought his fist down on the windowsill. "You got to fight with the landlord because the landlord's white. You got to fight with the elevator boy because the motherfucker's white.
Any bum on the Bowery can shit all over you because maybe he can't hear, can't see, can't walk, can't fuck, but he's white.
Rufus, what about... He wanted to say, what about me, Rufus? I'm white. He said, Rufus, not everybody's like that.
No?
That's news to me. Leona loves you.
She loves the colored folks so much,
said Rufus.
Sometimes I just can't stand it. You know all that chick knows about me? The only thing she knows?
He put his hand on his sex, brutally, as though he would tear it out, and seemed pleased to see Vivaldo wince. He sat down on the bed again.
That's all.
I think you're out of your mind, said Vivaldo. But fear drained his voice of conviction.
But she's the only chick in the world for me,
Rufus added after a moment.
Ain't that a bitch?
You're destroying that girl. Is that what you want?
She's destroying me, too,
said Rufus.
Well, is that what you want?
What do two people want from each other? Asked Rufus. When they get together.
Do you know?
Well, they don't want to drive each other crazy, man. I know that.
You know more than I do,
Rufus said sardonically.
What do you want when you get together with a girl?
What do I want?
Yeah, what do you want?
Well, said Vivaldo, fighting panic, trying to smile. I just want to get laid, man. But he stared at Rufus, feeling terrible things stir inside him.
Yeah?
And Rufus looked at him curiously, as though he were thinking.
So that's the way white boys make it. Is that all?
Well, he looked down. I want the chick to love me. I want to make her love me. I want to be loved. There was silence. Then Rufus asked,
Has it ever happened?
No, said Vivaldo, thinking of Catholic girls and whores.
I guess not.
How do you make it happen? Rufus whispered. What do you do? He looked over at Vivaldo. He half smiled.
What do you do?
What do you mean, what do I do? He tried to smile, but he knew what Rufus meant.
You just do it like you was told?
He tugged at Vivaldo's sleeve. His voice dropped.
That white chick, Jane, of yours, she ever give you a blowjob?
Oh, Rufus, he wanted to cry. Stop this crap. And he felt tears well up behind his eyes. At the same time, his heart lunged in terror, and he felt the blood leave his face. I haven't had a chick that great, he said, briefly, thinking again of the dreadful Catholic girls with whom he had grown up, of his sister and his mother and father. He tried to force his mind back through the beds he had been in. His mind grew as blank as a wall. Except, he said suddenly, with whores, and felt in the silence that then fell that murder was sitting on the bed beside them. He stared at Rufus. Rufus laughed. He lay back on the bed and laughed until tears began running from the corners of his eyes. It was the worst laugh Vivaldo had ever heard, and he wanted to shake Rufus or slap him, anything to make him stop. But he did nothing. He lit a cigarette. The palms of his hands were wet. Rufus choked, sputtered, and sat up. He turned his agonized face to Vivaldo for an instant. Then, "Whores!" he shouted, and began to laugh again. "What's so funny?" Vivaldo asked quietly.
If you don't see it, I can't tell you,
Rufus said. He had stopped laughing, was very sober and still.
Everybody's on the A train. You take it uptown, I take it downtown. It's crazy.
Then, again, he looked at Vivaldo with hatred. He said,
Me and Leona, she's the greatest lay I ever had. Ain't nothing we don't do.
Crazy, said Vivaldo. He crushed out his cigarette on the floor. He was beginning to be angry. At the same time,
He wanted to laugh. "But it ain't gonna work," said Rufus. "It ain't going to work." They heard the whistles on the river. He walked to the window again. "I ought to get out of here. I better get out of here." "Well then, go. Don't hang around waiting, just go." "I'm going to go," said Rufus. "I'm gonna go. I just want to see Leona one more time." He stared at Vivaldo. "I just want to get laid, get blowed, loved, one more time." "You know," said Vivaldo, "I'm not really interested in the details of your sex life." Rufus smiled. "No? I thought all you white boys had a big thing about how us spooks was making out." "Well," said Vivaldo, "I'm different." "Yeah," said Rufus. "I bet you are." "I just want to be your friend," said Vivaldo. "That's all. But you don't want any friends, do you?" "Yes, I do," said Rufus quietly. "Yes, I do." He paused, then, slowly, with difficulty, "Don't mind me. I know you're the only friend I've got left in the world, Vivaldo." And that's why you hate me, Vivaldo thought, feeling still and helpless and sad. Now Vivaldo and Rufus sat together in silence near the window of the pizzeria. There was little left for them to say. They had said it all, or Rufus had, and Vivaldo had listened. Music from a nearby nightclub came at them, faintly, through the windows, along with the grinding, unconquerable hum of the streets. And Rufus watched the streets with a helpless, sad intensity, as though he were waiting for Leona. These streets had claimed her. She had been found, Rufus said, one freezing night, half naked, looking for her baby. She knew where it was, where they had hidden her baby. She knew the house, only she could not remember the address. And then, Rufus said, she had been taken to Bellevue, and he had been unable to get her out. The doctors had felt that it would be criminal to release her into the custody of the man who was the principal reason for her breakdown, and who had, moreover, no legal claim on her. They had notified Leona's family, and her brother had come from the south and carried Leona back with him. Now she sat somewhere in Georgia, staring at the walls of a narrow room, and she would remain there forever. Vivaldo yawned and felt guilty. He was tired of Rufus's story, tired of the strain of attending, tired of friendship. He wanted to go home and lock his door and sleep. He was tired of the troubles of real people. He wanted to get back to the people he was inventing, whose troubles he could bear. But he was restless, too, and unwilling, now that he was out, to go home right away. "Let's have a nightcap at Benno's," he said. And then, because he knew Rufus did not really want to go there, he added, "All right?" Rufus nodded, feeling a little frightened. Vivaldo watched him, feeling it all come back, his love for Rufus, and his grief for him. He leaned across the table and tapped him on the cheek. "Come on," he said. "You haven't got to be afraid of anybody." With these words, at which Rufus looked even more frightened, though a small smile played around the corners of his mouth, Vivaldo felt that whatever was coming had already begun, that the master switch had been thrown. He sighed, relieved, also wishing to call the words back. The waiter came. Vivaldo paid the check, and they walked out into the streets. "It's almost Thanksgiving," said Rufus suddenly. "I didn't realize that." He laughed. "It'll soon be Christmas. The year will soon be over." He broke off, raising his head to look over the cold streets. A policeman, standing under the light on the corner, was phoning in. On the opposite pavement, a young man walked his dog. The music from the nightclub dwindled as they walked away from it, toward Benno's. A heavy Negro girl, plain, carrying packages,
and a surly, bespectacled white boy ran together toward a taxi. The yellow light on the roof went out. The doors slammed. The cab turned, came toward Rufus and Vivaldo, and the street lights blazed for an instant on the faces of the silent couple within. Vivaldo put one arm around Rufus and pushed him ahead of him into Benno's bar. The bar was terribly crowded. Advertising men were there, drinking double shots of bourbon or vodka on the rocks. College boys were there, their white fingers slippery on the beer bottles. Lone men stood near the doors or in corners, watching the drifting women. The college boys, gleaming with ignorance and mad with chastity, made terrified efforts to attract the feminine attention, but succeeded only in attracting each other. Some of the men were buying drinks for some of the women, who wandered incessantly from the jukebox to the bar, and they faced each other over smiles which were pitched with an eerie precision between longing and contempt. Black and white couples were together here, closer together now than they would be later when they got home. These several histories were camouflaged in the jargon which, wave upon wave, rolled through the bar, were locked in a silence like the silence of glaciers. Only the jukebox spoke, grinding out each evening, all evening long, syncopated, synthetic laments for love. Rufus's eyes had trouble adjusting to the yellow light, the smoke, the movement. The place seemed terribly strange to him, as though he remembered it from a dream. He recognized faces, gestures, voices from this same dream, and, as in a dream, no one looked his way. No one seemed to remember him. Just next to him, at a table, sat a girl he had bawled once or twice, whose name was Belle. She was talking to her boyfriend, Lorenzo. She brushed her long black hair out of her eyes and looked directly at him for a moment, but she did not seem to recognize him. A voice spoke at his ear.
"Hey, Rufus! When did they let you out, man?"
He turned to face a grinning chocolate face, topped by processed hair casually falling forward. He could not remember the name which went with the face. He could not remember what his connection with the face had been. He said, "Yeah, I'm straight. How you been making it?" "Oh, I'm scuffling, man. Got to keep scuffling, you know." Eyes seeming to press forward like two malevolent insects, hair flying, lips and forehead wet. The voice dropped to a whisper. "I was kind of strung out there for a while, but I'm straight now. I heard you got busted, man." "Busted? No, I just been making the uptown scene." "Yeah? Well, crazy." He jerked his head around to the door in response to a summons Rufus had not heard. "I got to split. My boy's waiting for me. See you around, man." Cold air swept into the bar for a moment. Then steam and smoke settled again over everything. Then, while they stood there, not yet having been able to order anything to drink, and undecided as to whether or not they would stay, Cass appeared out of the gloom and noise. She was very elegant, in black, her golden hair pulled carefully back and up. She held a drink and a cigarette in one hand, and looked at once like the rather weary matron she actually was, and the mischievous girl she once had been. "What are you doing here?" asked Vivaldo. "And all dressed up, too. What's happening?" "I'm tired of my husband. I'm looking for a new man, but I guess I came to the wrong store." "You may have to wait for a fire sale," said Vivaldo. Cass turned to Rufus and put her hand on his arm. "It's nice to have you back," she said. Her large brown eyes looked directly into his. "Are you all right? We've all missed you." He shrank involuntarily from her touch and her tone. He wanted to thank her. He said, nodding and trying to smile, "I'm fine, Cass." And then, "It's kind of nice to be back." She grinned. "Do you know what I realize every time I see you? That we're very much alike." She turned back to Vivaldo. "I don't see your aging mistress anywhere. Are you looking for a new woman? If so, you too have come to the wrong store." "I haven't seen Jane for a hell of a long time," said Vivaldo, "and it might be a good idea for us never to see each other again." But he looked troubled. "Poor Vivaldo," Cass said.
After a moment, they both laughed. "Come on in the back with me. Richard's there. He'll be very glad to see you." "I didn't know you people ever set foot in this joint. Can't you bear domestic bliss any longer? We're celebrating tonight. Richard just sold his novel." "No!" "Yes, yes. Isn't that marvelous?" "Well, I'll be damned," said Vivaldo, looking a little dazed. "Come on," Cass said. She took Rufus by the hand and, with Vivaldo ahead of them, they began pushing their way to the back. They stumbled down the steps into the back room. Richard sat alone at a table, smoking his pipe. "Richard!" Cass cried. "Look what I brought back from the dead." "You should have let them rot there," Richard grinned. "Come on in, sit down. I'm glad to see you." "I'm glad to see you," said Vivaldo, and sat down. He and Richard grinned at each other. Then Richard looked at Rufus, briefly and sharply, and looked away. Perhaps Richard had never liked Rufus as much as the others had, and now, perhaps, he was blaming him for Leona. The air in the back room was close. He was aware of his odor. He wished he had taken a shower at Vivaldo's house. He sat down. "So," said Vivaldo, "you sold it." He threw back his head and gave a high, whinnying laugh. "You sold it! That's just great, baby! How does it feel?" "I held off as long as I could," Richard said. "I kept telling them that my good friend Vivaldo was going to come by and look it over for me. They said, 'That Vivaldo? He's a poet, man. He's bohemian. He wouldn't read a murder novel, not if it was written by God Almighty.' So when you didn't come by, baby, I figured they were right, and I just had to let them have it." "Shit, Richard. I'm sorry about that. I've just been so hung up." "Yeah, I know. Let's have a drink." "You, Rufus, what are you doing with yourself these days?" "I'm just pulling myself together," said Rufus with a smile. Richard was being kind, he told himself, but in his heart he accused him of cowardice. "Don't be self-conscious," Cass said. "We've been trying to pull ourselves together for years. You can see what progress we've made. You're in very good company." She leaned her head against Richard's shoulder. Richard stroked her hair and picked up his pipe from the ashtray. "I don't think it's just a murder story," he said, gesturing with the pipe. "I mean, I don't see why you can't do something fairly serious within the limits of the form. I've always been fascinated by it, really." "You didn't think much of them when you were teaching me English in high school," said Vivaldo, with a smile. "Well, I was younger then than you are now. We change, boy, we grow." The waiter entered the room, looking as though he wondered where on earth he could be, and Richard called him. "Hey, we're dying of thirst over here." He turned to Cass. "You want another drink?" "Oh, yes," she said. "Now that our friends are here, I might as well make the most of my night out. Except I'm a kind of dreamy drunk. Do you mind my head on your shoulder?" "Mind?" He laughed. He looked at Vivaldo. "Mind? Why do you think I've been knocking myself out trying to be a success?" He bent down and kissed her, and something appeared in his boyish face, a single-mindedness of tenderness and passion, which made him very gallant. "You can put your head on my shoulder any time, baby. That's what my shoulders are for." And he stroked her hair again, proudly, as the waiter vanished with the empty glasses. Vivaldo turned to Richard. "When can I read your book? I'm jealous. I want to find out if I should be." "Well, if you take that tone, you bastard, you can buy it at the bookstore when it comes out." "Or borrow it from the library," Cass suggested. "No, really. When can I read it? Tonight? Tomorrow? How long is it?" "It's over 300 pages, Richard said. "Come by tomorrow. You can look at it then," he said to Cass. "It's one way of getting him to the house." Then, "You really don't come to see us like you used to. Is anything the matter? Because we still love you." "No, nothing's the matter," Vivaldo said. He hesitated. "I had this thing with Jane, and then we broke up, and... oh, I don't know. Work wasn't going well, and..." He looked at Rufus. "All kinds of things. I was drinking too much and running around whoring when I should have been. Being serious, like you, and getting my novel finished. How's it coming, your novel? Oh, he looked down and sipped his drink. Slow. I'm really not a very good writer. Bullshit, said Richard cheerfully. He almost looked again like the English instructor Vivaldo had idolized, who had been the first person to tell him things he needed to hear, the first person to take Vivaldo seriously. I'm very glad, Vivaldo said. Seriously, very glad that you got the damn thing done and that it worked so well. And I hope you make a fortune. Rufus thought of afternoons and evenings on the stand, when people had come up to him to bawl their appreciation and to prophesy that he would do great things. They had bugged him then. Yet how he wished now to be back there, to have someone looking at him as Vivaldo now looked at Richard. And he looked at Vivaldo's face, in which affection and something coldly speculative battled. He was happy for Richard's triumph, but perhaps he wished it were his own. And at the same time he wondered what order of triumph it was. And the way the people had looked at Rufus was not unlike this look. They wondered where it came from, this force that they admired. Dimly, they wondered how he stood it, wondered if perhaps it would not kill him soon. Vivaldo looked away, down into his drink, and lit a cigarette. Richard suddenly looked very tired. A tall girl, very pretty, carefully dressed. She looked like an uptown model, came into the room, looked about her, peered sharply at their table. She paused, then started out. I wish you were looking for me, Vivaldo called. She turned and laughed. You're lucky I'm not looking for you. She had a very attractive laugh and a slight southern accent. Rufus turned to watch her move daintily up the steps and disappear into the crowded bar. Well, you scored, old buddy, Rufus said. Go get her. No, said Vivaldo, smiling. Better leave well enough alone. He stared at the door where the girl had vanished. She's pretty, isn't she? He said, partly to himself, partly to the table. He looked at the door again, shifting slightly in his seat, then threw down the last of his drink. Rufus wanted to say, Don't let me stop you, man. But he said nothing. He felt black, filthy, foolish. He wished he were miles away, or dead. He kept thinking of Leona. It came in waves like the pain of a toothache or a festering wound. Cass left her seat and came over and sat beside him. She stared at him, and he was frightened by the sympathy on her face. He wondered why she should look like that, what her memories or experience could be. She could only look at him this way because she knew things he had never imagined a girl like Cass could know. How is Leona? She asked. Where is she now? And did not take her eyes from his face. He did not want to answer. He did not want to talk about Leona. And yet there was nothing else that he could possibly talk about. For a moment, he almost hated Cass. And then he said, She's in a home, down south somewhere. They come and took her out of Bellevue. I don't even know where she is. She said nothing. She offered him a cigarette, lit it, and lit one for herself. I saw her brother once. I had to see him. I made him see me. He spit in my face. He said he would have killed me had we been down home. He wiped his face now with the handkerchief Vivaldo had lent him. But I felt like I was already dead. They wouldn't let me see her. I wasn't a relative. I didn't have no right to see her. There was silence. He remembered the walls of the hospital, white, and the uniforms and the faces of the doctors and nurses, white on white, and the face of Leona's brother, white, with the blood beneath it rushing thickly, bitterly, to the skin's surface, summoned by his mortal enemy. Had they been down home, his blood and the blood of his enemy would have rushed out to mingle together over the uncaring earth, under the uncaring sky. At least, Cass said finally, you didn't have any children. Thank God for that. She did,
he said. Down south? They took the kid away from her. He added, That's why she come north. And he thought of the night they had met.
She was a nice girl, Cass said. I liked her.
He said nothing. He heard Vivaldo say, But I never know what to do when I'm not working. You know what to do, all right. You just don't have anybody to do it with. He listened to their laughter, which seemed to shake him as though it were a drill. Just the same, said Richard in a preoccupied tone, nobody can work all the time. Out of the corner of his eye, Rufus watched him stabbing the table with his stir-stick.
I hope, Cass said, that you won't sit around blaming yourself too much, or too long. That won't undo anything.
She put her hand on his. He stared at her. She smiled.
When you're older, you'll see, I think, that we all commit our crimes. The thing is not to lie about them, to try to understand what you have done, why you have done it.
She leaned closer to him, her brown eyes popping, and her blonde hair, in the heat, in the gloom, forming a damp fringe about her brow.
That way, you can begin to forgive yourself. That's very important. If you don't forgive yourself, you'll never be able to forgive anybody else, and you'll go on committing the same crimes forever.
I know, Rufus muttered, not looking at her, bent over the table with his fists clenched together. From far away, from the jukebox, he heard a melody he had often played. He thought of Leona. Her face would not leave him. I know, he repeated, though in fact he did not know. He did not know why this woman was talking to him as she was, what she was trying to tell him.
What,
she asked him carefully,
are you going to do now?
I'm going to try to pull myself together, he said, and get back to work. But he found it unimaginable that he would ever work again, that he would ever play drums again.
Have you seen your family? I think Vivaldo's seen your sister a couple of times. She's very worried about you.
I'm going up there, he said. I haven't wanted to go looking this way.
They don't care how you look, she said shortly. I don't care how you look. I'm just glad to see you're all right, and I'm not even related to you.
He thought, with a great deal of wonder, that's true, and turned to stare at her again, smiling a little and very close to tears.
I've always thought of you, she said, as a very nice person.
She gave his arm a little tap and pushed a crumpled bill into his hand. It might help if you thought of yourself that way. Hey, old lady, Richard called. Want to make it in?
I guess so, she said and yawned. I suppose we've celebrated enough for one night, one book.
She rose and returned to her side of the table and began to gather her things together. Rufus was suddenly afraid to see her go. Can I come to see you soon? He asked, with a smile. She stared at him across the width of the table. Please do, she said. Soon. Richard knocked his pipe out and put it in his pocket, looking around for the waiter. Vivaldo was staring at something, at someone, just behind Rufus, and suddenly seemed about to spring out of his seat. Well, he said faintly, here's Jane. And Jane walked over to the table. Her short, graying hair was carefully combed, which was unusual, and she was wearing a dark dress, which was also unusual. Perhaps Vivaldo was the only person there who had ever seen her out of blue jeans and sweaters. Hi, everybody, she said, and smiled her bright, hostile smile. She sat down. Haven't seen any of you for months. Still painting? Cass asked. Or have you given that up? I've been working like a dog, Jane said, continuing to look around her and avoiding Vivaldo's eyes. Seems to suit you, Cass muttered, and put on her coat. Jane looked at Rufus, beginning, it seemed, to recover her self-possession. How've you been, Rufus? Just fine, he said.
"We've all been dissipating," said Richard. "But you look like you've been being a good girl and getting your beauty sleep every night." "You look great," said Vivaldo, briefly. For the first time, she looked directly at him. "Do I? I guess I've been feeling pretty well. I've cut down on my drinking." And she laughed a little too loudly and looked down. Richard was paying the waiter and had stood up, his trench coat over his arm. "Are you all leaving?" "We've got to," said Cass. "We're just dull, untalented old married people." Cass glanced over at Rufus, saying, "Be good now. Get some rest." She smiled at him. He longed to do something to prolong that smile, that moment. But he did not smile back, only nodded his head. She turned to Jane and Vivaldo. "So long, kids. See you soon." "Sure," Jane said. "I'll be over tomorrow," said Vivaldo. "I'm expecting you," Richard said. "Don't fail me." "So long, Jane." "So long." "So long." Everyone was gone except Jane and Rufus and Vivaldo. "I wouldn't mind being in jail, but I've got to stay there so long." The seats the others had occupied were like a chasm now between Rufus and the white boy and the white girl. "Let's have another drink," Vivaldo said. "So long." "Let me buy," Jane said. "I sold a painting." "Did you now? For a lot of money?" "Quite a lot of money. That's probably why I was in such a stinking mood the last time you saw me. It wasn't going well." "You were in a stinking mood, all right." "Wouldn't mind being in jail." "What are you having, Rufus?" "I'll stick to scotch, I guess." "But I've got to stay there." "I'm sorry," she said. "I don't know what makes me such a bitch." "You drink too much. Let's just have one drink here, then I'll walk you home." They both looked quickly at Rufus. "So long." "I'm going to the head," Rufus said. "Order me a scotch with water." He walked out of the back room into the roaring bar. He stood at the door for a moment, watching the boys and girls, men and women, their wet mouths opening and closing, their faces damp and pale, their hands grim on the glass or the bottle, or clutching a sleeve, an elbow, clutching the air. Small flames flared incessantly here and there, and they moved through shifting layers of smoke. The cash register rang and rang. One enormous bouncer stood at the door, watching everything, and another moved about, clearing tables and rearranging chairs. Two boys, one Spanish-looking in a red shirt, one Danish-looking in brown, stood at the jukebox, talking about Frank Sinatra. Rufus stared at a small blonde girl who was wearing a striped open blouse and a wide skirt with a big leather belt and a bright brass buckle. She wore low shoes and black knee socks. Her blouse was low enough for him to see the beginnings of her breasts. His eye followed the line down to the full nipples, which pushed aggressively forward. His hand encircled her waist, caressed the belly button, and slowly forced the thighs apart. She was talking to another girl. She felt his eyes on her and looked his way. Their eyes met. He turned and walked into the head. It smelled of thousands of travelers, oceans of piss, tons of bile and vomit and shit. He added his stream to the ocean, holding that most despised part of himself loosely between two fingers of one hand. "But I've got to stay there so long." He looked at the horrible history splashed furiously on the walls. Telephone numbers, cocks, breasts, balls, cunts, etched into these walls with hatred. Suck my cock. I like to get whipped. I want a hot, stiff prick up my ass. Down with Jews. Kill the niggers. I suck cocks. He washed his hands very carefully and dried them on the filthy roller towel and walked out into the bar. The two boys were still at the jukebox. The girl with the striped blouse was still talking to her friend.
He walked through the bar to the door and into the street. Only then did he reach into his pocket to see what Cass had pushed into his palm. $5. Well, that would take care of him until morning. He would get a room at the Y. He crossed Sheridan Square and walked slowly along West 4th Street. The bars were beginning to close. People stood before bar doors, trying vainly to get in, or simply delaying going home. And in spite of the cold, there were loiterers under street lamps. He felt as removed from them as he walked slowly along, as he might have felt from a fence, a farmhouse, a tree, seen from a train window. Coming closer and closer, the details changing every instant as the eye picked them out. Then pressing against the window with the urgency of a messenger or a child. Then dropping away, diminishing, vanished, gone forever. That fence is falling down, he might have thought as the train rushed toward it. Or, that house needs paint. Or, the tree is dead. In an instant. Gone in an instant. It was not his fence, his farmhouse, or his tree. As now, passing, he recognized faces, bodies, postures, and thought, "That's Ruth." Or, "There's old Lenny. Son of a bitch is stoned again." It was very silent. He passed Cornelia Street. Eric had once lived there. He saw again the apartment, the lamplight in the corners, Eric under the light, books falling over everything, and the bed unmade. Eric. And he was on 6th Avenue, traffic lights, and the lights of taxis blazing around him. 2 girls and 2 boys, white, stood on the opposite corner, waiting for the lights to change. Half a dozen men, in a heavy, gleaming car, rolled by and shouted at them. Then there was someone at his shoulder, a young white boy in a vaguely military cap and a black leather jacket. He looked at Rufus with the greatest hostility, then started slowly down the avenue away from him, waving his rump like a flag. He looked back, stopped beneath the marquee of a movie theater. The lights changed. Rufus and the 2 couples started toward each other, came abreast in the middle of the avenue, passed. Only one of the girls looked at him with a kind of pitying wonder in her eyes. "All right, bitch." He started toward 8th Street for no reason. He was simply putting off his subway ride. Then he stood at the subway steps, looking down. For a wonder, especially at this hour, there was no one on the steps. The steps were empty. He wondered if the man in the booth would change his $5 bill. He started down. Then, as the man gave him change and he moved toward the turnstile, other people came, rushing and loud, pushing past him as though they were swimmers and he nothing but an upright pole in the water. Then something began to awaken in him, something new. It increased his distance, it increased his pain. They were rushing, to the platform, to the tracks, something he had not thought of for many years, something he had never ceased to think of, came back to him as he walked behind the crowd. The subway platform was a dangerous place, so he had always thought. It sloped downward toward the waiting tracks, and when he had been a little boy and stood on the platform beside his mother, he had not dared let go her hand. He stood on the platform now, alone with all these people, who were each of them alone, and waited in a quiet calmness for the train. But suppose something, somewhere, failed, and the yellow lights went out, and no one could see any longer the platform's edge. Suppose these beams fell down. He saw the train in the tunnel, rushing underwater, the motorman gone mad, gone blind, unable to decipher the lights, and the tracks gleaming and snarling senselessly upward forever, the train never stopping, and the people screaming at windows and doors and turning on each other with all the accumulated fury of their blasphemed lives, everything gone out of them but murder, breaking limb from limb and splashing in blood. With joy. For the first time, joy. Joy. After such a long sentence in chains, leaping out to astound the world again. or the train in the tunnel, the water outside, the power failing, the walls coming in, and the water not rising like a flood, but breaking like a wave over the heads of these people, filling their crying mouths, filling their eyes, their hair, tearing away their clothes, and discovering the secrecy which only the water, by now, could use. It could happen. It could happen. And he would have loved to see it happen, even if he perished, too. The train came in, filling the great scar of the tracks. They all got on, sitting in the lighted car which was far from empty, which would be choked with people before they got very far uptown, and stood or sat in the isolation cell into which they transformed every inch of space they held. The train stopped at 14th Street. He was sitting at the window, and he watched a few people get on. There was a colored girl among them who looked a little like his sister, but she looked at him and looked away and sat down as far from him as she could. The train rolled on through the tunnel. The next stop was 34th Street, his stop. People got on. He watched the stop roll by. 42nd Street. This time a crowd got on, some of them carrying papers, and there were no seats left. A white man leaned on a strap near him. Rufus felt his gorge rise. At 59th Street, many came on board and many rushed across the platform to the waiting local. Many white people and many black people, chained together in time and in space and by history, and all of them in a hurry. In a hurry to get away from each other, he thought. But we ain't never gonna make it. We been fucked for fair. Then the door slammed, a loud sound, and it made him jump. The train, as thought protesting its heavier burden, as though protesting the proximity of white buttock to black knee, groaned, lurched. The wheels seemed to scrape the track, making a tearing sound. Then it began to move uptown, where the masses would divide and the load become lighter. Lights flared and teetered by. They passed other platforms where people waited for other trains. Then they had the tunnel to themselves. The train rushed into the blackness with a phallic abandon, into the blackness which opened to receive it. Opened, opened. The whole world shook with their coupling. Then, when it seemed that the roar and the movement would never cease, they came into the bright lights of 125th Street. The train gasped and moaned to a halt. He had thought that he would get off here, but he watched the people move toward the doors, watched the doors open, watched them leave. It was mainly black people who left. He had thought that he would get off here and go home. But he watched the girl who reminded him of his sister as she moved sullenly past white people and stood for a moment on the platform before walking toward the steps. Suddenly, he knew that he was never going home anymore. The train began to move, half empty now, and with each stop it became lighter. Soon the white people who were left looked at him oddly. He felt their stares, but he felt far away from them. You took the best, so why not take the rest? He got off at the station named for the bridge built to honor the father of his country, and walked up the steps, into the streets, which were empty. Tall apartment buildings, lightless, loomed against the dark sky and seemed to be watching him, seemed to be pressing down on him. The bridge was nearly over his head, intolerably high, but he did not yet see the water. He felt it. He smelled it. He thought how he had never before understood how an animal could smell water. But it was over there, past the highway, where he could see the speeding cars. Then he stood on the bridge, looking over, looking down. Now the lights of the cars on the highway seemed to be writing an endless message, writing with awful speed in a fine, unreadable script. There were muted lights on the Jersey shore, and here and there a neon flame advertising something somebody had for sale. He began to walk slowly to the center of the bridge, observing that, from this height, the city which had been so dark as he walked through it seemed to be on fire. He stood at the center of the bridge, and it was freezing cold. He raised his eyes to heaven. He thought, "You bastard. You motherfucking bastard. Ain't I your baby too?" He began to cry. Something in Rufus, which could not break, shook him like a rag doll and splashed salt water all over his face and filled his throat and his nostrils with anguish. He knew the pain would never stop. He could never go down into the city again. He dropped his head as though someone had struck him and looked down at the water. It was cold, and the water would be cold. He was black, and the water was black. He lifted himself by his hands on the rail, lifted himself as high as he could, and leaned far out. The wind tore at him, at his head and shoulders, while something in him screamed, "Why? Why?" He thought of Eric. His straining arms threatened to break. "I can't make it this way." He thought of Ida. He whispered, "I'm sorry, Leona." And then the wind took him. He felt himself going over, head down. The wind, the stars, the lights, the water, all rolled together. "All right?" He felt a shoe fly off behind him. There was nothing around him, only the wind. "All right, you motherfucking God Almighty bastard. I'm coming to you." 2. It was raining. Cass sat on her living room floor with the Sunday papers and a cup of coffee. She was trying to decide which photograph of Richard would look best on the front page of the book review section. The telephone rang. "Hello?" She heard an intake of breath and a low, vaguely familiar voice. "Is this Cass Solinsky?" "Yes?" She looked at the clock, wondering who this could be. It was 10:30, and she was the only person awake in her house. "Well," swiftly, "I don't know if you remember me, but we met once downtown in a nightclub where Rufus was working. I'm his sister, Ida Scott." She remembered a very young, striking, dark girl who wore a ruby-eyed snake ring. "Why, yes, I remember you very well. How are you?" "I'm fine. Well," with a small, dry laugh, "maybe I'm not so fine. I'm trying to locate my brother. I've been calling Vivaldo's house all morning, but he's not home." The voice was making an effort not to tremble, not to break. "And so I called you because I thought maybe you'd seen him. Vivaldo, I mean, or maybe you could tell me how to reach him." And now the girl was crying. "You haven't seen him, have you? Or my brother?" She heard sounds coming from the children's bedroom. "Please," she said, "try not to be so upset. I don't know where Vivaldo is this morning, but I saw your brother last night, and he was fine." "You saw him last night?" "Yes." "Where'd you see him? Where was he?" "We had a couple of drinks together in Benno's." Then she remembered Rufus's face and felt a dim, unwilling alarm. "We talked for a while. He seemed fine." "Oh." The voice was flooded with relief and made Cass remember the girl's smile. "Wait till I get my hands on him." Then, "Do you know where he went? Where he's staying?" The sounds from the bedroom suggested that Paul and Michael were having a fight. "I don't know. I should have asked him," she thought. "Vivaldo would know. They were together. I left them together. Look." Michael screamed and then began to cry. They were going to awaken Richard. "Vivaldo is coming by here this afternoon. Why don't you come too?" "What time?" "Oh, 3:30, 4? Do you know where we live?" "Yes. Yes, I'll be there. Thank you." "Please, don't be so upset. I'm sure everything will be all right." "Yes. I'm glad I called you." "Till later, then." "Yes. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Cass ran into the children's bedroom and found Paul and Michael rolling furiously about on the floor. Michael was on top. She dragged him to his feet.
Paul rose slowly, looking defiant and ashamed. He was 11 after all, and Michael was only 8. "What's all this noise about?" "He was trying to take my chess set," Michael said. The box, the board, and broken chessmen were scattered on both beds and all over the room. "I was not," Paul said, and looked at his mother. "I was only trying to teach him how to play." "You don't know how to play," said Michael. Now that his mother was in the room, he sniffed loudly once or twice and began collecting his property. Paul did know how to play, or knew anyway, that chess was a game with rules that had to be learned. He played with his father from time to time, but he also loved to torment his brother, who preferred to make up stories about his various chessmen as he moved them about. For this, of course, he did not need a partner. Watching Michael manipulate Richard's old, broken chess set always made Paul very indignant. "Never mind that," Cass said. "You know that's Michael's chess set, and he can do whatever he wants with it. Now come on, wash up and get your clothes on." She went into the bathroom to supervise their washing and get them dressed. "Is Daddy up yet?" Paul wanted to know. "No, he's sleeping. He's tired." "Can't I go in and wake him?" "No, not this morning. Stand still." "What about his breakfast?" Michael asked. "He'll have his breakfast when he gets up," she said. "We never have breakfast together anymore," said Paul. "Why can't I go and wake him?" "Because I told you not to," she said. They walked into the kitchen. "We can have breakfast together now, but your father needs his sleep." "He's always sleeping," said Paul. "You were out real late last night," said Michael, shyly. She was a fairly impartial mother, or tried to be, but sometimes Michael's shy, grave charm moved her, as Paul's more direct, more calculating presence seldom could. "What do you care?" she said, and ruffled his reddish-blonde hair. "And anyway, how do you know?" She looked at Paul. "I bet that woman let you stay up until all hours. What time did you go to bed last night?" Her tone, however, had immediately allied them against her. She was their common property, but they had more in common with each other than they had with her. "Not so late," Paul said judiciously. He winked at his brother and began to eat his breakfast. She held back a smile. "What time was it, Michael?" "I don't know," Michael said. "But it was real early." "If that woman let you stay up 1 minute past 10 o'clock, oh, it wasn't that late," said Paul. She gave up, poured herself another cup of coffee, and watched them eat. Then she remembered Ida's call. She dialed Vivaldo's number. There was no answer. He was probably at Jane's, she thought, but she did not know Jane's address or her last name. She heard Richard moving about in the bedroom and eventually watched him stumble into the shower. When he came out, she watched him eat a while before she said, "Richard, Rufus's sister just called." "His sister? Oh, yes, I remember her. We met her once. What did she want?" "She wanted to know where Rufus was." "Well, if she doesn't know, how the hell does she expect us to know?" She sounded very worried. She hasn't seen him, you know, in a long time. "She's complaining? Bastards probably found some other defenseless little girl to beat up." "Oh, that hasn't got anything to do with it. She's worried about her brother. She wants to know where he is." "Well, she hasn't got a very nice brother. She'll probably run into him someplace one of these days." He looked into her worried face. "Hell, Cass, we saw him last night. There's nothing wrong with him." "Yes," she said. Then, "She's coming here this afternoon." "Oh, Christ! What time?" "I told her about 3 or 4. I thought Vivaldo would be here by then." "Well, good." He stood up. They walked into the living room. Paul stood at the window, looking out at the wet streets. Michael was on the floor, scribbling in his notebook. He had a great many notebooks,
all of them filled with trees and houses and monsters and entirely cryptic anecdotes. Paul moved from the window to come and stand beside his father.
"Are we going to go now?" he asked. "It's getting late."
For Paul never forgot a promise or an appointment. Richard winked at Paul and reached down to cuff Michael lightly on the head. Michael always reacted to this with a kind of surly, withdrawn delight, seeming to say to himself each time that he loved his father enough to overlook an occasional lapse of dignity.
"Come on now," Richard said. "If you want me to walk you to the movies, you got to get a move on."
Then she stood at the window and watched the three of them, under Richard's umbrella, walking away from her. 12 years. She had been 21, he had been 25. It was the middle of the war. She eventually ended up in San Francisco and got paid for hanging around a shipyard. She could have done better, but she hadn't cared. She was simply waiting for the war to be over and for Richard to be home. He ended up in a quartermaster depot in North Africa, where he had spent most of his time, as far as she could gather, defending Arab shoeshine boys and beggars against the cynical and malicious French. She was in the kitchen, mixing batter for a cake when Richard came back. He put his head in the kitchen door, water running from the end of his nose. "How are you feeling now?" She laughed.
"Gloomier than ever. I'm baking a cake." "That's a terrible sign. I can see there's not much hope for you."
He grabbed one of the dish towels and mopped his face.
"What happened to the umbrella?"
"I left it with the boys."
"Oh, Richard, it's so big. Can Paul handle that?"
"No, of course not," he said.
"The umbrella's going to get caught in a high wind, and they'll be carried away over the rooftops, and
we'll never see them again." He winked.
"That's why I gave it to them."
"I'm not so dumb." He walked into his study and closed the door. She put the cake in the oven, peeled potatoes and carrots, and left them in the water and calculated the time it would take for the roast beef. She had changed her clothes and set the cake out to cool when the bell rang. It was Vivaldo. He was wearing a black raincoat, and his hair was wild and dripping from the rain. His eyes seemed blacker than ever, and his face paler.
"Heathcliff!"
she cried.
"How nice you could come!"
and pulled him into the apartment, for it did not seem that he was going to move.
"Put those wet things in the bathroom, and I'll make you a drink." "What a bright girl you are," he said, barely smiling.
"Christ, it's pissing out there." He took off his coat and disappeared into the bathroom. She went to the study door and knocked on it.
"Richard, Vivaldo's here." "Okay, I'll be right out."
She made 2 drinks and brought them into the living room. Vivaldo sat on the sofa, his long legs stretched before him, staring at the carpet. She handed him his drink.
"How are you?"
"All right.
"Where are the kids?"
He put his drink down carefully on the low table near him. "They're at the movies." She considered him a moment.
"You may be all right, but I've seen you look better."
"Well," again that bleak smile. "I haven't really sobered up yet. I got real drunk last night with Jane. She can't screw if she's sober." He picked up his drink and took a swallow of it, dragged a bent cigarette from one of his pockets and lit it. He looked so sad and beaten for a moment, hunched over the flame of the cigarette, that she did not speak. "Where's Richard?"
"He'll be out.
He's in his study." He sipped his drink, obviously trying to think of something to say and not succeeding.
"Vivaldo?"
"Yeah?"
"Did Rufus stay at your place last night?"
"Rufus?" He looked frightened. "No. Why?"
"His sister called up to find out where he was."
They stared at each other, and his face made her frightened all over again.
"Where did he go?"
she asked. "I don't know. I figured he'd gone to Harlem. He just disappeared."
"Vivaldo, she's coming here this afternoon."
"Who is?"
"His sister, Ida. I told her that I left him with you and that you would be here this afternoon."
"But I don't know where he is.
I was in the back talking to Jane, and he said he was going to the head or something, and he never came back." He stared at her, then at the window. "I wonder where he went." "Maybe," she said, "he met a friend." He did not trouble to respond to this. "He should have known I wasn't just going to dump him. He could have stayed at my place. I ended up at Jane's place anyway." Cass watched him as he banged his cigarette out in the ashtray. "I have never," she said mildly, "understood what Jane wanted from you, or for that matter, what you wanted from her." He examined his fingernails. They were jagged and in mourning. "I don't know. I just wanted a girl, I guess, someone to share those long winter evenings." "But she's so much older than you are." She picked up his empty glass. "She's older than I am." "That hasn't got anything to do with it," he said sullenly. "Anyway, I wanted a girl who sort of knows the score." She considered him. "Yes," she said with a sigh. "That girl certainly knows how to keep score." "I needed a woman," Vivaldo said. "She needed a man. What's wrong with that?" "Nothing," she said. "If that's really what both of you needed." "What do you think I was doing?" "Oh, I don't know," she said. "I really don't know. Only I've told you, you always seem to get involved with impossible women. Whores, nymphomaniacs, drunks. And I think you do it in order to protect yourself from anything serious, permanent." He sighed, smiled. "Hell, I just want to be friends." She laughed. "Oh, Vivaldo." "You and I are friends," he said. "Well, yes, but I've always been the wife of a friend of yours, so you've never thought of me sexually?" he said. Then he grinned. "Don't be so sure." She flushed, at once annoyed and pleased. "I'm not talking about your fantasies. I've always admired you," he said soberly, "and envied Richard." "Well," she said, "you'd better get over that." He said nothing. She rattled the ice around in his empty glass. "Well," he said, "what am I going to do with it? I'm not a monk. I'm tired of running uptown and paying for it." "For it's uptown that you run," she said with a smile. "What a good American you are." This angered him. "I haven't said they were any better than white chicks." Then he laughed. "Maybe I better cut the damn thing off." "Don't be such a baby. Really, you should hear yourself. You're telling me someone's going to come along who needs it? Needs me?" "I'm not telling you anything," she said shortly, "that you don't already know." They heard Richard's study door open. "I'll fix you another drink. You might as well get good and drunk." She bumped into Richard in the hall. He was carrying the manuscript. "Do you want a drink now?" "Love one," he said, and walked into the living room. From the kitchen, she heard their voices, a little too loud, a little too friendly. When she came back into the living room, Vivaldo was leafing through the manuscript. Richard stood by the window. "Just read it," he was saying. "Don't go thinking about Dostoevsky and all that. It's just a book. A pretty good book." She handed Richard his drink. "It's a very good book," she said. She put Vivaldo's drink on the table beside him. She was surprised, and yet not surprised, to realize that she was worried about the effect on Richard of Vivaldo's opinion. "The next book, though, will be better," Richard said. "And very different." Vivaldo put the manuscript down and sipped his drink. "Well," he said with a grin, "I'll read it just as soon as I sober up. Whenever," he added grimly. "That may be. And tell me the truth, you hear? You bastard." Vivaldo looked at him. "I'll tell you the truth." Years ago, Vivaldo had brought his manuscripts to Richard with almost exactly the same words. She moved away from them both and lit a cigarette. Then she heard the elevator door open and close,
and she looked at the clock. It was 4. She looked at Vivaldo. The bell rang.
"There she is," said Cass.
She and Vivaldo stared at each other.
"Take it easy," Richard said. "What are you looking so tragic about?"
"Richard," she said, "that must be Rufus's sister."
"Well, go let her in. Don't leave her waiting in the hall."
As he spoke, the bell rang again.
"Oh, my God,"
said Vivaldo, and he stood up, looking very tall and helpless. She put down her drink and went to the door. The girl who faced her was fairly tall, sturdy, very carefully dressed, and somewhat darker than Rufus. She wore a raincoat with a hood and carried an umbrella, and beneath the hood, in the shadows of the hall, the dark eyes and the dark face considered Cass intently. There was a hint of Rufus in the eyes, large, intelligent, wary, and in her smile.
"Cass Selinsky?"
Cass put out her hand.
"Come in. I do remember you."
She closed the door behind them.
"I thought you were one of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen."
The girl looked at her, and Cass realized, for the first time, that a Negro girl could blush.
"Oh, come on now, Mrs. Selinsky."
"Give me your things, and please call me Cass."
"Then you call me Ida."
She put the things away.
"Shall I make you a drink?"
"Yes, I think I need one," Ida said.
"I've been scouring this city, I don't know how long, looking for that no-good brother of mine."
"Vivaldo's inside," Cass said quickly, wishing to say something to prepare the girl, but not knowing what to say.
"Will you have bourbon or scotch or rye? And I think we've got a little vodka." "I'll have bourbon."
She sounded a little breathless. She followed Cass into the kitchen and stood watching her while she made the drink. Cass handed her the glass and looked into Ida's eyes.
"Vivaldo hasn't seen him since last night,"
she said. Ida's eyes widened, and she thrust out her lower lip, which trembled slightly. Cass touched her elbow. "Come on in. Try not to worry." They walked into the living room. Vivaldo was standing exactly as she had left him, as though he had not moved at all. Richard rose from the hassock. He had been clipping his nails.
"This is my husband, Richard," Cass said, "and you know Vivaldo."
They shook hands and murmured salutations in a silence that began to stiffen like the beaten white of an egg. They sat down.
"Well,"
Ida said shakily,
"it's been a long time."
"Over 2 years," Richard said. "Rufus let us see you a couple of times, and then he hustled you out of sight somewhere. Very wise of him, too."
Vivaldo said nothing. His eyes, his eyebrows, and his hair looked like so many streaks of charcoal on a dead white surface.
"But none of you," said Ida, "know where my brother is now?"
And she looked around the room.
"He was with me last night,"
Vivaldo said. His voice was too low. Ida strained forward to hear. He cleared his throat.
"We all saw him," Richard said. "He was fine."
"He was supposed to stay at my place," said Vivaldo. "But I got to talking to somebody, and then when I looked up, he was gone."
He seemed to feel that this was not the best way to put it.
"There were lots of his friends around. I figured he had a drink with some of them and then maybe went off and decided to stay the night."
"Do you know these friends?" Ida asked.
"Well, I know them when I see them. I don't know all their names."
The silence stretched. Vivaldo dropped his eyes.
"Did he have any money?"
"Well," he looked to Richard and Cass.
"I don't know."
"How did he look?"
They stared at each other. "All right. Tired, maybe."
"I'll bet." She sipped her drink. Her hand shook a little.
"I don't want to make a big fuss over nothing. I'm sure he's all right, wherever he is. I'd just like to know. Our mama and daddy are having a fit, and—"
She laughed, catching her breath roughly.
"I guess I am, too."
She was silent. Then
He's the only big brother I got."
She sipped her drink. Then she put it on the floor beside her chair. She played with the ruby-eyed snake ring on her long little finger.
"I'm sure he's all right,"
Cass said, miserably aware of the empty sound of the words.
"It's just that, well, Rufus is like a lot of people I know. When something goes wrong, when he gets hurt, he just wants to go and hide until it's over. He licks his wounds, then he comes back."
She looked to Richard for help. He did his best.
"I think Cass may be right," he murmured.
"I've been everywhere," said Ida. "Everywhere he ever played. I've been talking to everybody I could find who ever worked with him. Anybody I could find he'd even ever said hello to. I even tried relatives in Brooklyn."
She stopped and turned to Vivaldo.
"When you saw him, where did he say he'd been?"
"He didn't say."
"Didn't you ask him?"
"Yes. He wouldn't say."
"I gave you a phone number to call the minute you saw him. Why didn't you call me? It was late when he came to my house. He asked me not to call. He said he was coming to see you in the morning."
He sounded helpless and close to tears. She stared at him, then dropped her eyes. The silence began to crawl with an acrid, banked hostility emanating from the girl who sat alone in the round chair in the center of the room. She looked in turn at each of her brother's friends.
"It's funny he didn't make it then,"
she said.
"Well, Rufus doesn't talk much," said Richard. "You must know how hard it is to get anything out of him."
"Well,"
she said shortly,
"I would have got it out of him." "You're his sister,"
Cass said gently.
"Yes,"
Ida said, and looked down at her hands.
"Have you been to the police?"
Richard asked.
"Yes."
She made a gesture of disgust and rose and walked to the window.
"They said it happens all the time. Colored men running off from their families. They said they'd try to find him, but they don't care. They don't care what happens to a black man."
"Oh, well now," cried Richard, his face red.
"Is that fair? I mean, hell, I'm sure they'll look for him just like they look for any other citizen of this city."
She looked at him.
"How would you know?" "I do know. Know what I'm talking about. I say they don't care, and they don't care."
"I don't think you should look at it like that."
She was staring out of the window.
"God damn it. He's out there somewhere. I've got to find him."
Her back was to the room. Cass watched her shoulders begin to shake. She went to the window and put her hand on Ida's arm.
"I'm all right,"
Ida said, moving slightly away. She fumbled in the pocket of her suit, then crossed to where she had been sitting and pulled Kleenex out of her handbag. She dried her eyes and blew her nose and picked up her drink. Cass stared at her helplessly.
"Let me freshen it for you,"
she said, and took the glass into the kitchen. "Ida," Vivaldo was saying as she re-entered,
"if there's anything I can do to help you find him, anything at all."
He stopped.
"Hell," he said. "I love him too. I want to find him too. I've been kicking myself all day for letting him get away last night." When Vivaldo said, "I love him too,"
Ida looked over at him, her eyes very big, as though she were now really meeting him for the first time. Then she dropped her eyes.
"I don't really know anything you can do," she said. "Well, I could come with you while you look. We could look together."
She considered this. She considered him.
"Well,"
she said finally,
"maybe you could come with me to a couple of places in the village."
"All right."
"I can't help it. I have the feeling they think I'm just being hysterical."
"I'll come with you. They won't think I'm hysterical." Richard grinned.
"Vivaldo's never hysterical. We all knew that."
Then he said,
"I really don't see the point of all this. Rufus is probably just sleeping it off somewhere." "Nobody's seen him," Ida cried, "for nearly 6 weeks, until last night. I know my brother. He doesn't do things like this. He always come by the house, no matter where he'd been or what was happening, just so we wouldn't worry. He used to bring money and things, but even when he was broke, he come anyway. Don't tell me he's just sleeping it off somewhere. 6 weeks is a long time." She subsided a little, subsided to a venomous murmur. "And you know what happened between him and that damn crazy little cracker bitch he got hung up with?"
"All right," Richard said, helplessly, after a considerable silence. "Have it your own way."
Cass said, "But there's no need to go rushing off in the rain right away. Rufus knows Vivaldo is going to be here. He may come by. I was hoping you would all stay for supper."
She smiled at Ida.
"Won't you please? I'm sure you'll feel better. It may all be cleared up by this evening."
Ida and Vivaldo stared at each other, having, it seemed, become allies in the course of the afternoon.
"Well?"
asked Vivaldo.
"I don't know. I'm so tired and evil I don't seem to be able to think straight."
Richard looked as though he thoroughly agreed with this, and he said,
"Look, you've been to the police. You've told everyone you could. You've checked the hospitals and—" he looked at her questioningly, "the morgue?"
And she nodded, not dropping her eyes.
"Well, I don't see any point in rushing out in this damn Sunday afternoon rain, when you hardly even know where you're going. And we all saw him last night, so we know he's around. So why not relax for a couple of hours? Hell, in a couple of hours you may find out you haven't got to go anywhere. He'll turn up." "Really?" said Cass. "There's a very good chance he'll turn up here today."
Ida looked at Cass. Then Cass realized that something in Ida was enjoying this, the attention, the power she held for this moment. This made Cass angry, but then she thought, good. It means that whatever's coming, she'll be able to get through it. Without quite knowing it, from the moment Ida stepped through the door, she was preparing herself for the worst.
"Well,"
said Ida, looking at Vivaldo.
"I asked Mama to call me here, just in case." "Well then," said Cass, "it seems to me it's settled."
She looked at the clock.
"The boys should be home in about another hour. I think what I'll do is fix us all a fresh drink."
Ida grinned.
"That's a very friendly idea."
She was terribly attractive when she grinned. Her face, then, made one think of a mischievous street boy. And at the same time, there glowed in her eyes a marvelously feminine mockery. Vivaldo kept watching her, a small smile playing around the corners of his mouth. The snow, which had been predicted for the day before Thanksgiving, did not begin to fall until late in the evening. Slow, half-hearted flakes, spinning and gleaming in the darkness, melting on the ground. All day long, a cold sun glared down on Manhattan, giving no heat. Cass woke a little earlier than usual and fed the children and sent them off to school. Richard ate his breakfast and retired into his study. He was not in a good mood. Cass cleaned the house, thinking of tomorrow's dinner, and went out in the early afternoon to shop and to walk for a little while alone. She was gone longer than she had intended, for she loved to walk around this city. She was chilled when at last she started home. They lived just below 23rd Street, on the west side, in a neighborhood that had lately acquired many Puerto Ricans. For this reason, it was said that the neighborhood was declining. From what previous height it would have been hard to say. It seemed to Cass very much as it always had, run down, and with a preponderance of very rough-looking people. As for the Puerto Ricans, she rather liked them. They did not impress her as being rough. They seemed, on the contrary, rather too gentle for their brutal environment. She liked the sound of their talk, soft and laughing, or else violently, clearly, brilliantly hostile. She liked the life in their eyes, and the way they treated their children, as though all children were naturally the responsibility of all grown-ups. Even when the adolescents whistled after her, or said lewd things as she passed, and laughed among themselves, she did not become resentful or afraid. She did not feel in it the tense New York hostility. They were not cursing something they longed for and feared. They were joking about something they longed for and loved. Now, as she labored up the outside steps of the building, one of the Puerto Rican boys she had seen everywhere in the neighborhood opened the door for her with a small half-smile. She smiled at him and thanked him as forthrightly as she could, and stepped into the elevator. There was something in Richard's face as he closed the door behind her, and in the loud silence of the apartment. She looked at him and started to ask about the children, but then she heard them in the living room. Richard followed her into the kitchen, and she put down her packages. She looked into his face. "What is it?" she asked. Then, after the instant in which she checked off all the things it wasn't, "Rufus," she said suddenly. "You've got news about Rufus?" "Yes." She watched the way a small vein in his forehead fluttered. "He's dead, Cass. They found his body floating in the river." She sat down at the kitchen table. "When?" "Sometime this morning." How long ago?" "A few days. They figured he must have jumped off the George Washington Bridge." "My God," she said. Then, "Who?" "Vivaldo. He called, just after you went out. Ida had called him." "My God," she said again. "It's going to kill that poor girl." He paused. "Vivaldo sounded as though he'd just been kicked in the belly by a horse." "Where is he?" "I tried to make him come here, but he was going uptown to the girl, Ida. I don't know what good he can do." "Well, he was much closer to Rufus than we were." "Would you like a drink?" "Yes," she said. "I think I'd like a drink." She sat staring at the table. "I wonder if there was anything anyone could have done." "No," he said, pouring a little whiskey in a glass and setting it before her. "There was nothing anyone could have done. It was too late. He wanted to die." She was silent, sipping the whiskey. She watched the way the sunlight fell on the table. Richard put his hand on her shoulder. "Don't take it too hard, Cass. After all—" She remembered his face as it had been the last time she talked to him, the look in his eyes, and his smile when he asked, "Can I come to see you soon?" How she wished now that she had stayed and talked to him a little longer. Perhaps. She sipped the whiskey, marveling that the children were so quiet. Tears filled her eyes and dropped slowly down her face, onto the table. "It's a dirty, rotten shame," she said. "It's a terrible, terrible, terrible thing." "He was heading that way," said Richard mildly. No one could have stopped him." "How do we know that?" Cass asked. "Oh, honey, you know what he's been like these last few months. We hardly ever saw him, but everybody knew." Knew what? She wanted to ask. Just what in hell did everybody know? But she dried her eyes and stood up. "Vivaldo tried like hell to stop what he was doing to Leona, and if he could have stopped him from doing that, well then, maybe he could have stopped this too." That's true, she thought, and looked at Richard, who, under stress, could always surprise her into taking his measure again. "I was very fond of him," she said, helplessly. "There was something very sweet in him." He looked at her with a faint smile. "Well, I guess you're just naturally nicer than I am. I didn't think that. I thought he was a pretty self-centered character, if you want the truth." "Oh, well," she said. "Self-centered. We don't know a soul who isn't." "You're not," he said. "You think of other people, and you try to treat them right. You spend your whole life trying to take care of the children, and me." "Oh, but you are my life. You and the children. What would I do? What would I be without you? I'm just as self-centered as anybody else. Can't you see that?" He grinned and rubbed his hand roughly over her head. "No,"
and I'm not going to argue about it anymore."
But after a moment, he persisted.
"I didn't love Rufus, not the way you did, the way all of you did. I couldn't help feeling, anyway, that one of the reasons all of you made such a kind of fuss over him was partly just because he was colored, which is a hell of a reason to love anybody. I just had to look on him as another guy, and I couldn't forgive him for what he did to Leona. You once said you couldn't either."
"I've had to think about it since then. I've thought about it since then."
"And what have you thought? You find a way to justify it?"
"No, I wasn't trying to justify it. It can't be justified. But now I think, I just don't know enough to be able to judge him. He must have been in great pain. He must have loved her."
She turned to him, searching his face.
"I'm sure he loved her."
"Some love,"
he said.
"Richard," she said, "you and I have hurt each other many times. Sometimes we didn't mean to, and sometimes we did. And wasn't it just because, we love each other?"
He looked at her oddly, head to one side.
"Cass," he said, "how can you compare it? We've never tried to destroy each other, have we?"
They watched each other. She said nothing.
"I've never tried to destroy you. Have you ever tried to destroy me?"
She thought of his face as it had been when they met, and watched it now. She thought of all they had discovered together and meant to each other, and of how many small lies had gone into the making of their one particular truth. This love, which bound them to one another. She had said no many times, to many things, when she knew she might have said yes, because of Richard. Believed many things, because of Richard, which she was not sure she really believed. He had been absolutely necessary to her, or so she had believed. It came to the same thing, and so she had attached herself to him, and her life had taken shape around him. She did not regret this for herself. "I want him," something in her had said years ago, and she had bound him to her. He had been her salvation, and here he was. She did not regret it for herself, and yet she began to wonder if there were not something in it to be regretted, something she had done to Richard, which Richard did not see. "No," she said faintly, and then irrepressibly, "But I wouldn't have had to try."
"What do you mean by that?"
"I mean—"
He was watching her. She sat down again, playing with the glass of whiskey.
"A man meets a woman, and he needs her. But she uses this need against him. She uses it to undermine him. And it's easy. Women don't see men the way men want to be seen. They see all the tender places, all the places where blood could flow."
She finished the whiskey.
"Do you see what I mean?"
"No," he said frankly. "I don't. I don't believe all this female intuition shit. It's something women have dreamed up."
"You can say that, and in such a tone."
She mimicked him.
"Something women have dreamed up. But I can't say that. What men have dreamed up is all there is. The world they've dreamed up is the world."
He laughed. She subsided.
"Well, it's true."
"What a funny girl you are," he said. "You've got a bad case of penis envy."
"So do most men,"
she said sharply, and he laughed.
"All I meant, anyway,"
she said soberly,
"is that I had to try to fit myself around you and not try to make you fit around me. That's all. And it hasn't been easy."
"No."
"No. Because I love you."
"Ah,"
he said, and laughed aloud.
"You are a funny girl.
I love you too, you know that." "I hope you do,"
she said.
"You know me so well, and you don't know that? What happened to all that intuition, all that specialized point of view?"
"Beyond a certain point,"
she said with a sullen smile,
"it doesn't seem to work so well."
He pulled her up from the table and put both arms around her, bending his cheek to her hair. "What point is that, my darling?" Everything, his breath in her hair, his arms, his chest, his odor, was familiar, confining, unutterably dear. She turned her head slightly to look out of the kitchen window. "Love," she said, and watched the cold sunlight. She thought of the cold river and of the dead black boy, their friend. She closed her eyes. "Love," she said again. "Love." Richard stayed with the children Saturday, while Cass and Vivaldo went uptown to Rufus's funeral. She did not want to go, but she could not refuse Vivaldo, who knew that he had to be there but dreaded being there alone. It was a mourning funeral, and Rufus was to be driven to the graveyard immediately afterward. Early on that cold, dry Saturday, Vivaldo arrived, emphatically in black and white. White shirt, black tie, black suit, black shoes, black coat, and black hair, eyes and eyebrows, and a dead white, bone-dry face. She was struck by his panic and sorrow. Without a word, she put on her dark coat and put her hand in his, and they rode down in the elevator in silence. She watched him in the elevator mirror. Sorrow became him. He was reduced to his beauty and elegance, as bones, after a long illness, come forward through the flesh. They got into a taxi and started uptown. Vivaldo sat beside her, his hands on his knees, staring straight ahead. She watched the streets. Traffic was heavy but rolling. The cab kept swerving and jerking, slowing down and speeding up, but managing not to stop. Then at 34th Street, the red light brought it to a halt. They were surrounded by a violence of cars, great trucks, green buses lumbering across town, and boys, dark boys, pushing wooden wagons full of clothes. The people on the sidewalks overflowed into the streets. Women in heavy coats moved heavily, carrying large packages and enormous handbags, for Thanksgiving was over, but signs proclaimed the dwindling number of shopping days to Christmas. Men, relatively unburdened, pursuing the money which Christmas cost, hurried around and past the women. Boys in ducktail haircuts swung over the cold black asphalt as though it were a dance floor. Outside the window, as close to her as Vivaldo, one of the colored boys stopped his wagon, lit a cigarette, and laughed. The taxi could not move, and the driver began cursing. Cass lit a cigarette and handed it to Vivaldo. She lit another for herself. Then, abruptly, the taxi jerked forward. The driver turned on his radio, and the car was filled suddenly with the sound of a guitar, a high, neighing voice, and a chorus crying, "Love me." The other words were swallowed in the guttural moans of the singer, which were nearly as obscene as the driver's curses had been, but these two words kept recurring. "My whole family thinks I'm a bum," said Vivaldo. "I'd say they'd given me up, except I know they're scared to death of what I'll do next." She said nothing. He looked out of the cab window. They were crossing Columbus Circle. "Sometimes, like today," he said, "I think they're probably right, and I've just been kidding myself. About everything." The walls of the park now closed on either side of them, and beyond these walls, through speed and barren trees, the walls of hotels and apartment buildings. "My family thinks I married beneath me," she said. "Beneath them." And she smiled at him and crushed out her cigarette on the floor. "I don't think I ever saw my father sober," he said. "Not in all these years. He used to say, 'I want you to tell me the truth now. Always tell me the truth.' And then, if I told him the truth, he'd slap me up against the wall. So naturally, I didn't tell him the truth. I'd just tell him any old lie. I didn't give a shit. The last time I went over to the house to see them, I was wearing my red shirt, and he said, 'What's the matter? You turned queer?' Jesus." She lit another cigarette, and she listened. There was a horseback rider on the bridle path, a pale girl with a haughty, bewildered face. Cass had time to think, unwillingly, as the rider vanished forever from sight, that it might have been herself, many years ago, in New England. That neighborhood was terrific, Vivaldo said. You had to be tough. They'd kill you if you weren't. People were dying around us all the time for nothing. I wasn't really much interested in hanging out with most of those kids. They bored me. But they scared me too. I couldn't stand watching my father. He's such an awful coward. He spent all his time pretending, well, I don't know what he was pretending. That everything was great, I guess, while his wife was going crazy in the hardware store we've got. And he knew that neither me nor my brother had any respect for him, and his daughter was turning into the biggest cock teaser going. She finally got married. I hate to think what her husband must have to promise her each time she lets him have a little bit. He was silent for a moment. Then, of course he's an asshole too. Lord. I used to like to just get on a bus and go to some strange part of town by myself, and just walk around or go to the movies by myself, or just read or just goof. But no, you had to be a man where I come from, and you had to prove it all the time. But I could tell you things. He sighed. Well, my dad's still there, sort of helping to keep the liquor industry going. Most of the kids I knew are dead or in jail or on junk. I'm just a bum. I'm lucky. She listened because she knew that he was going back over it, looking at it, trying to put it all together, to understand it, to express it. But he had not expressed it. He had left something of himself back there on the streets of Brooklyn, which he was afraid to look at again. One time, he said, we got into a car and drove over to the village, and we picked up this queer, a young guy, and we drove him back to Brooklyn. Poor guy. He was scared green before we got halfway there, but he couldn't jump out of the car. We drove into this garage. There were 7 of us, and we made him go down on all of us, and then we beat the piss out of him and took all his money and took his clothes and left him lying on that cement floor, and, you know, it was winter. He looked over at her, looked directly at her for the first time that morning. Sometimes I still wonder if they found him in time, or if he died, or what. He put his hands together and looked out of the window. Sometimes I wonder if I'm still the same person who did those things so long ago. No, it was not expressed. She wondered why. Perhaps it was because Vivaldo's recollections in no sense freed him from the things recalled. He had not gone back into it, that time, that boy. He regarded it with a fascinated, even romantic horror, and he was looking for a way to deny it. Perhaps such secrets, the secrets of everyone, were only expressed when the person laboriously dragged them into the light of the world, imposed them on the world, and made them a part of the world's experience. Without this effort, the secret place was merely a dungeon in which the person perished. Without this effort, indeed, the entire world would be an uninhabitable darkness. And she saw, with a dreadful reluctance, why this effort was so rare. Reluctantly, because she then realized that Richard had bitterly disappointed her by writing a book in which he did not believe. In that moment she knew, and she knew that Richard would never face it, that the book he had written to make money represented the absolute limit of his talent. It had not really been written to make money, if only it had been. It had been written because he was afraid of things dark, strange, dangerous, difficult, and deep. I don't care, she told herself quickly, and it's not his fault if he's not Dostoevsky. I don't care. But whether or not she cared didn't matter. He cared tremendously, and he was dependent on her faith in him. Isn't it strange, she said suddenly, that you should be remembering all these things now? Maybe, he said after a moment. It's because of her. When I went up there, the day she called me to say Rufus was dead, I don't know. I walked through that block, and I walked in that house, and it all seemed, I don't know, familiar. He turned his pale, troubled face toward her, but she felt that he was staring at the high, hard wall which stood between himself and his past. "I don't just mean that I used to spend a lot of time in Harlem." And he looked away, nervously. "I was hardly ever there in the daytime anyway. I mean, there were the same kids on the block that used to be on my block. They were colored, but they were the same, really the same. And hell, the hallways have the same stink, and everybody's, well, trying to make it, but they know they haven't got much of a chance. The same old women, the same old men. Maybe they're a little bit more alive. And I walked into that house, and they were just sitting there, Ida and her mother and her father, and there were some other people there, relatives maybe, and friends. I don't know, no one really spoke to me except Ida, and she didn't say much. And they all looked at me as though, well, as though I had done it. And, oh, I wanted so bad to take that girl in my arms and kiss that look off her face and make her know that I didn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Whoever was doing it to me too." He was crying, silently, and he bent forward, hiding his face with one long hand. "I know I failed him, but I loved him too, and nobody there wanted to know that. I kept thinking, they're colored and I'm white, but the same things have happened, really the same things, and how can I make them know that?" "But they didn't," she said. "Happened to you because you were white. They just happened. But what happens up here?" And the cab came out of the park. She stretched her hands, inviting him to look. "Happens because they are colored. And that makes a difference." And, after a moment, she dared to add, "You'll be kissing a long time, my friend, before you kiss any of this away." He looked out of the window, drying his eyes. They had come out on Lenox Avenue, though their destination was on 7th, and nothing they passed was unfamiliar because everything they passed was wretched. It was not hard to imagine that horse carriages had once paraded proudly up this wide avenue, and ladies and gentlemen, ribboned, beflowered, brocaded, plumed, had stepped down from their carriages to enter these houses which time and folly had so blasted and darkened. The cornices had once been new, had once gleamed as brightly as now they sulked in shame, all tarnished and despised. The windows had not always been blind. The doors had not always brought to mind the distrust and secrecy of a city long besieged. At one time people had cared about these houses. That was the difference. They had been proud to walk on this avenue. It had once been home, whereas now it was prison. Now no one cared. This indifference was all that joined this ghetto to the mainland. Now everything was falling down, and the owners didn't care. No one cared. The beautiful children in the street, black, blue, brown, and copper, all with a gray ash on their faces and legs from the cold wind, like the faint coating of frost on a window or a flower, didn't seem to care that no one saw their beauty. Their elders, great, trudging black women, lean, shuffling men, had taught them, by precept or example, what it meant to care or not to care. Whatever precepts were daily being lost, the examples remained, all up and down the street. The trudging women trudged, paused, came in and out of dark doors, talked to each other, to the men, to policemen, stared into shop windows, shouted at the children, laughed, stopped to caress them. All the faces, even those of the children, held a sweet or poisonous disenchantment which made their faces extraordinarily definite, as though they had been struck out of stone. The cab sped uptown, past men in front of barber shops, in front of barbecue joints, in front of bars, sped past side streets, long, dark, noisome, with gray houses leaning forward to cut out the sky. And in the shadow of these houses, children buzzed and boomed as thick as flies on flypaper. Then they turned off the avenue, west, crawled up a long, gray street. They had to crawl, for the street was choked with unhurrying people, and children kept darting out from between the cars which were parked for the length of the street on either side. There were people on the stoops, people shouting out of windows, and young men peered indifferently into the slow-moving cab, their faces set ironically and their eyes unreadable.
"Did Rufus ever have you up here?" she asked. "To visit his family, I mean."
"Yes," said Vivaldo. "A long time ago. I had almost forgotten it. I had forgotten it until Ida reminded me. She was in pigtails then, the cutest little colored girl you ever saw. She was about 15. Rufus and I took her to Radio City."
She smiled at his description of Ida, and at his tone, which was unconsciously erotic. The cab crossed the avenue and stopped on the far corner of the block they had come through, where the chapel stood. Two women stood on the steps of the chapel, talking together in low tones. As Cass watched and Vivaldo paid the driver, a young man joined them, and they went inside. Suddenly, with a curse, she put her hand on her uncovered head.
"Vivaldo," she said, "I can't go in there."
He stared at her blankly, while the taxi driver paused, in the act of handing him his change.
"What are you talking about?" he asked. "What's the matter with you?"
Nothing. But a woman's head has to be covered. I can't go in there without a hat."
"Of course you can."
But at the same moment, he remembered that he had never in his life seen a bare-headed woman in a church.
No, I can't. They're all wearing hats, all of them. It would be an insult if I didn't. It would be like coming here in slacks."
She paused.
"It's a church, Vivaldo. It's a funeral. It would be an insult."
He had already conceded her point, and he stared at her helplessly. The cab driver still held the change and watched Vivaldo with a careful lack of expression.
"Well, haven't you got a scarf or something?"
"No."
She dug in her handbag, the pockets of her coat, close to tears.
"No, nothing."
"Listen, buddy," the driver said.
Vivaldo's face lightened.
"What about your belt? Can't you tie that around your head? It's black."
"Oh, no, that'll never work. Besides, they'd know it was my belt."
"Try it."
To end the argument and prove her point, she took off her belt and tied it around her head.
"You see, it'll never work."
"What are you people going to do?" the driver asked. "I ain't got all day."
"I'll have to buy something," Cass said. "We'll be late." "Well, you go on in. I'll just drive to a store somewhere and I'll come right back."
"Ain't no stores around here, lady," the driver said.
"Of course there are stores somewhere near here," Cass said sharply. "You go on in, Vivaldo. I'll come right back. What's the address here?"
Vivaldo gave her the address and said, "You'll have to go to 125th Street. That's the only place I know where there are any stores." Then he took his change from the driver and tipped him.
"The lady wants to go to 125th Street, he said.
The driver turned in his seat resignedly and turned on his meter.
"You go on in, Vivaldo,"
Cass said again.
"I'm sorry. I'll be right back."
"You have enough money on you?"
"Yes, go on in."
He got out of the cab, looking helpless and annoyed, and turned into the chapel as the cab pulled away. The driver left her at the corner of 125th Street and 8th Avenue, and she realized, as she hurried down the wide, crowded street, that she was in a strange, unnameable state, neither rage nor tears, but close to both. One small, lone white woman hurrying along 125th Street on a Saturday morning was apparently a very common sight, for no one looked at her at all. She did not see any stores with ladies' hats in the window, but she was hurrying too fast and looking too hard. If she did not pull herself together, she might very well spend the day wandering up and down this street. For a moment, she thought to stop one of the women whose faces she watched as though they contained something it was necessary for her to learn, to ask directions. Then she realized that she was mysteriously afraid of these people, these streets, the chapel to which she must return. She forced herself to walk more slowly. She saw a store and entered it. A Negro girl came toward her, a girl with red, loosely waved hair, who wore a violently green dress and whose skin was a kind of dusty copper. "Can I help you?" The girl was smiling, the same smile, as Cass insisted to herself, that all salesgirls everywhere have always worn. This smile made Cass feel poor and shabby indeed, but now she felt it more vehemently than she had ever felt it before. And though she was beginning to shake with a thoroughly mysterious anger, she knew that her dry, aristocratic sharpness, however well it had always worked downtown, would fail of its usual effect here. "I want," she stammered, "to see a hat." Then she remembered that she hated hats and never wore them. The girl, whose smile had clearly been taught her by masters, looked as though she sold at least one hat every Saturday morning to a strange, breathless white woman. "Will you come with me?" she asked. "Well, no," Cass said suddenly, and the girl turned, impeccably made-up eyebrows arched. I don't really want a hat." Cass tried to smile. She wanted to run. Silence had fallen over the shop. "I think I'd just like to get a scarf. Black?" And how the words seemed to roll through the shop. "For my head," she added, and felt that in another moment they would call the police, and she had no way of identifying herself. "Oh," said the girl. Cass had managed to wipe away the smile. "Marie," she called sharply, "will you take care of this lady?" She walked away, and another, older and plainer girl, who was also, however, very carefully dressed and made up, came over to Cass, wearing a very different smile, a bawdy, amused smile, full of complicity and contempt. Cass felt herself blushing. The girl pulled out boxes of scarves. They all seemed sleazy and expensive, but she was in no position to complain. She took one, paid for it, tied it around her head, and left. Her knees were shaking. She managed to find a cab at the corner and, after fighting a small duel with herself, gave the driver the address of the chapel. She had really wanted to tell him to take her home. The chapel was small, and there were not many people in it. She entered as silently as she could, but heads turned at her entrance. An elderly man, probably an usher, hurried silently toward her, but she sat down in the first seat she saw, in the very last row, near the door. Vivaldo was sitting further up, near the middle, the only other white person, as far as she could tell, in the place. People sat rather scattered from each other, in the same way, perhaps, that the elements of Rufus's life had been scattered, and this made the chapel seem emptier than it was. There were many young people there, Rufus's friends, she supposed, the boys and girls who had grown up with him. In the front row sat 6 figures, the family. No amount of mourning could make Ida's proud back less proud. Just before the family, just below the altar, stood the bier, dominating the place, mother of pearl, closed. Someone had been speaking as she came in, who now sat down. He was very young, and he was dressed in the black robes of an evangelist. She wondered if he could be an evangelist. He did not seem to be much more than a boy. But he moved with great authority, the authority indeed of someone who has found his place and made his peace with it. As he sat down, a very thin girl walked up the aisle, and the boy in black robes moved to the piano at the side of the altar. "I remember Rufus," the girl said, "from when he was a big boy and I was just a little girl." And she tried to smile at the front row mourners. Cass watched her, seeing that the girl was doing her best not to cry. "Me and his sister used to sit around trying to console each other when Rufus went off with the big boys and wouldn't let us play with him." There was a murmur of amusement and sorrow, and heads in the front row nodded. "We lived right next door to each other. He was like a brother to me." Then she dropped her head and twisted a white handkerchief, the whitest handkerchief Cass had ever seen, between her two dark hands. She was silent for several seconds, and, once again, a kind of wind seemed to whisper through the chapel, as though everyone there shared the girl's memories and her agony and were willing her through it. The boy at the piano struck a chord. "Sometimes Rufus used to like me to sing this song," the girl said abruptly. "I'll sing it for him now." The boy played the opening chord. The girl sang in a rough, untrained, astonishingly powerful voice. "I'm a stranger, don't drive me away. I'm a stranger, don't drive me away. If you drive me away, you may need me someday. I'm a stranger, don't drive me away." When she finished, she walked over to the bier and stood there for a moment, touching it lightly with both hands. Then she walked back to her seat. There was weeping in the front row. She watched as Ida rocked an older, heavier woman in her arms. One of the men blew his nose, loudly. The air was heavy. She wished it were over. Vivaldo sat very still and alone, looking straight ahead. Now a gray-haired man stepped forward from behind the altar. He stood watching them for a moment, and the black-robed boy strummed a mournful hymn. "Some of you know me," he said finally, "and some of you don't. My name is Reverend Foster." He paused. "And I know some of your faces, and some of you are strangers to me." He made a brief bow, first toward Cass, then toward Vivaldo. "But ain't none of us really strangers. We all here for the same reason. Someone we loved is dead." He paused again and looked down at the bier. "Someone we loved and laughed with and talked with and got mad at and prayed over is gone. He ain't with us no more. He's gone someplace where the wicked cease from troubling." He looked down at the bier again. "We ain't going to look on his face again, no more. He had a hard time getting through this world, and he had a rough time getting out of it. When he stand before his Maker, he going to look like a lot of us looked when we first got here, like he had a rough time getting through the passage. It was narrow." He cleared his throat and blew his nose. "I ain't going to stand here and tell you all a whole lot of lies about Rufus. I don't believe in that. I used to know Rufus. I knew him all his life. He was a bright kid, and he was full of the devil, and wasn't no way in the world of keeping up with him. He got into a lot of trouble. All of you know that. A lot of our boys get into trouble, and some of you know why. We used to talk about it sometimes, him and me. We was always pretty good friends, Rufus and me, even after he jumped up and went off from here, and even though he didn't ever attend church service like we all wanted him to do." He paused again. "He had to go his way. He had his trouble, and he's gone. He was young, he was bright, he was beautiful. We expected great things from him. But he's gone away from us now, and it's us who have to make the great things happen. I believe I know how terrible some of you feel. I know how terrible I feel. Ain't nothing I can say gonna take away that ache, not right away. But that boy was one of the best men I ever met, and I've been around a while. I ain't gonna try to judge him. That ain't for us to do. You know, a lot of people say that a man who takes his own life oughtn't to be buried in holy ground. I don't know nothing about that. All I know, God made every bit of ground I ever walked on, and everything God made is holy. And don't none of us know what goes on in the heart of someone. Don't many of us know what's going on in our own hearts, for the matter of that. And so can't none of us say why he did what he did. Ain't none of us been there, and so don't none of us know.
We got to pray that the Lord will receive him like we pray that the Lord's going to receive us. That's all. That's all. And I'll tell you something else. Don't none of you forget it. I know a lot of people done took their own lives, and they walking up and down the streets today, and some of them is preaching the gospel, and some is sitting in the seats of the mighty. Now, you remember that. If the world wasn't so full of dead folks, maybe those of us that's trying to live wouldn't have to suffer so bad.
He walked up and down behind the altar, behind the bier.
I know there ain't nothing I can say to you that sit before me. His mother and father, his sister, his kinfolks, his friends, to bring him back or to keep you from grieving that he's gone. I know that. Ain't nothing I can say will make his life different, make it the life that maybe some other man might have lived. It's all been done. It's all written down on high. But don't lose heart, dear ones. Don't lose heart. Don't let it make you bitter. Try to understand. Try to understand. The world's already bitter enough. We got to try to be better than the world.
He looked down, then over to the front row.
You got to remember,
he said, gently.
He was trying. Ain't many trying, and all that tries must suffer. Be proud of him. You got a right to be proud, and that's all he ever wanted in this world.
Except for someone, a man weeping in the front row, there was silence all over the chapel. Cass thought that the man must be Rufus's father, and she wondered if he believed what the preacher said. What had Rufus been to him? A troublesome son, a stranger while living, and now a stranger forever in death? And now nothing else would ever be known. Whatever else had been, or might have been, locked in Rufus's heart or in the heart of his father, had gone into oblivion with Rufus. It would never be expressed now. It was over.
There's some friends of Rufus's here, said Reverend Foster. And they're going to play something for us, and then we're going to go.
2 young men walked up the aisle, one carrying a guitar, one carrying a bass fiddle. The thin, dark girl followed them. The black-robed boy at the piano flexed his fingers. The 2 boys stood directly in front of the covered corpse. The girl stood a little away from them, near the piano. They began playing something that Cass did not recognize, something very slow and more like the blues than a hymn. Then it began to be more tense and more bitter and more swift. The people in the chapel hummed low in their throats and tapped their feet. Then the girl stepped forward. She threw back her head and closed her eyes, and that voice rang out again. Oh, that great getting up morning. Fare thee well, fare thee well. Reverend Foster, standing on a height behind her, raised both hands and mingled his voice with hers. We'll be coming from every nation. Fare thee well, fare thee well. The chapel joined them, but the girl ended the song alone. Oh, on that great getting up morning. Fare thee well, fare thee well. Then Reverend Foster prayed a brief prayer for the safe journey of the soul that had left them, and the safe journey, throughout their lives and after death, of all the souls under the sound of his voice. It was over. The pallbearers, 2 of the men in the front row, and the 2 musicians, lifted the mother-of-pearl casket to their shoulders and started down the aisle. The mourners followed. Cass was standing near the door. The 4 still faces passed her with their burden and did not look at her. Directly behind them came Ida and her mother. Ida paused for a moment and looked at her, looked directly, unreadably at her from beneath her heavy veil. Then she seemed to smile. Then she passed, and the others passed. Vivaldo joined her, and they walked out of the chapel. For the first time she saw the hearse, which stood on the avenue facing downtown. "Vivaldo," she asked, "are we going to the cemetery?"
No, he said. They don't have enough cars. I think only the family's going. He was watching the car behind the hearse. Ida's parents had already entered the car. She stood on the sidewalk. She looked around her, then walked swiftly over to them. She took each of them by one hand. "I just wanted to thank you," she said quickly, "for coming." Her voice was rough from weeping, and Cass could not see her face behind the veil. "You don't know what it means to me, to us." Cass pressed Ida's hand, not knowing what to say. Vivaldo said, "Ida, anything we can do, anything I can do, anything." "You've done wonders. You've been wonderful. I'll never forget it." She pressed their hands again and turned away. She got into the car, and the door closed behind her. The hearse slowly moved out from the curb, and the car, then a second car, followed. Others who had been at the funeral service looked briefly at Cass and Vivaldo, stood together a few moments, and then began to disperse. Cass and Vivaldo started down the avenue. "Shall we take a subway?" Vivaldo asked. "I don't," she said, "think I could face that now." They continued to walk, nevertheless, aimlessly, in silence. Cass walked with her hands deep in her pockets, staring down at the cracks in the sidewalk. "I hate funerals," she said finally. "They never seem to have anything to do with the person who died." "No," he said. "Funerals are for the living." They passed a stoop where a handful of adolescents stood, who looked at them curiously. "Yes," she said. And they kept walking, neither seeming to have the energy it would have demanded to stop and hail a cab. They could not talk about the funeral now. There was too much to say. Perhaps each had too much to hide. They walked down the wide, crowded avenue, surrounded, it seemed, by an atmosphere which prevented others from jostling them or looking at them too directly, or for too long a time. They reached the mouth of the subway at 125th Street. People climbed up from the darkness, and a group of people stood on the corner, waiting for the bus. "Let's get that cab," she said. Vivaldo hailed a cab, and they got in, as she could not help feeling they had been expected to, and they began to roll away from the dark, the violent scene, over which now a pale sun fell. "I wonder," he said. "I wonder." "Yes, what do you wonder?" Her tone was sharper than she had intended. She could not have said why. What she means when she says she'll never forget it. Something was going on in her mind, something she could not name or stop, but it was almost as though she were her mind's prisoner, as though the jaws of her mind had closed on her. "Well, at least that proves that you're intelligent," she said. "Much good may it do you." She watched the cab roll down the avenue which would eventually turn into the avenue she knew. "I'd like to prove to her, one day," he said, and paused. He looked out of the window. "I'd like to make her know that the world's not as black as she thinks it is." "Or," she said, dryly, after a moment, "as white." "Or as white," he said mildly. She sensed that he was refusing to react to her tone. Then he said, "You don't like her, Ida." "I like her well enough. I don't know her." "I guess that proves my point," he said. "You don't know her, and you don't want to know her." "It doesn't matter whether I like Ida or not," she said. "The point is, you like her. Well, that's fine. I don't know why you want me to object. I don't object. But what difference would it make if I did?" "None," he said promptly. Then, "Well, some. I'd worry about my judgment." "Judgment," she said, "has nothing to do with love." He looked at her sharply, but with gratitude, too. "For it's love we're talking about?" "For what you seem to be trying to prove," she said. "It had better be." She was silent. Then she said, Of course, she may also have something to prove.
I think she has something to forget, he said.
I think I can help her forget it. She said nothing. She watched the cold trees in the cold park. She wondered how Richard's work had gone that morning. She wondered about the children. It seemed, suddenly, that she had been away a long time, had failed very great obligations. And all she wanted in the world right now was to get home safely and find everything as she had left it. As she had left it so long ago, this morning. "You're so juvenile," she heard herself saying. She was using her most matronly tone. "You know so little," she smiled, "about life, about women." He smiled too, a pale, weary smile. "All right. But I want something real to happen to me. I do. How do you find out about—" He grinned, mocking her. "Life. About women. Do you know a lot about men?" The great numbers above faraway Columbus Circle glowed in the gray sky and said that it was 12:27. She would get home just in time to make lunch. Then the depression she had been battling came down again, as though the sky had descended and turned into fog. "Once I thought I did," she said. "Once I thought I knew. Once I was even younger than you are now." Again he stared at her, but this time said nothing. For a moment, as the road swerved, the skyline of New York rose before them like a jagged wall. Then it was gone. She lit a cigarette and wondered why, in that moment, she had so hated the proud towers, the grasping antennae. She had never hated the city before. Why did everything seem so pale and so profitless, and why did she feel so cold, as though nothing and no one could ever warm her again? Low in his throat, Vivaldo hummed the blues they had heard at the funeral. He was thinking of Ida, dreaming of Ida, rushing ahead to what awaited him with Ida. For a moment, she hated his youth, his expectations, possibilities. She hated his masculinity. She envied Ida. She listened to Vivaldo hum the blues. 3. On a Saturday in early March, Vivaldo stood at his window and watched the morning rise. The wind blew through the empty streets with a kind of dispirited moan. Had been blowing all night long, while Vivaldo sat at his work table, struggling with a chapter which was not going well. He was terribly weary. He had worked in the bookstore all day and then come downtown to do a moving job. But this was not the reason for his paralysis. He did not seem to know enough about the people in his novel. They did not seem to trust him. They were all named, more or less, all more or less destined. The pattern he wished them to describe was clear to him, but it did not seem clear to them. He could move them about, but they themselves did not move. He put words in their mouths which they uttered sullenly, unconvinced, with the same agony, or greater, with which he attempted to seduce a woman. He was trying to seduce his people. He begged them to surrender up to him their privacy. And they refused, without, for all their ugly intransigence, showing the faintest desire to leave him. They were waiting for him to find the key, press the nerve, tell the truth. Then, they seemed to be complaining, they would give him all he wished for and much more than he was now willing to imagine. All night long, in an increasing rage and helplessness, he had walked from his work table to his window and back again. He made himself coffee, he smoked cigarettes, he looked at the clock, and the night wore on. But his chapter didn't, and he kept feeling that he ought to get some sleep because today, for the first time in several weeks, he was seeing Ida. This was her Saturday off, but she was having a cup of coffee with one of her girlfriends in the restaurant where she worked. He was to meet her there, and then they were to visit Richard and Cass. Richard's novel was about to be published, and it promised to be very successful. Vivaldo, to his confusion and relief, had not found it very remarkable. But he had not had the courage to say this to Richard, or to admit to himself that he would never have read the novel if Richard had not written it.
All the street sounds eventually ceased. Motors, and the silky sound of tires. Footfalls, curses, pieces of songs, and loud and prolonged goodnights. The last door in his building slammed. The last murmurs, rustling and creaking, ended. The night grew still around him, and his apartment grew cold. He lit the oven. They swarmed, then, in the bottom of his mind, his cloud of witnesses, in an air as heavy as the oven heat, clustering, really, around the desired and unknown Ida. Perhaps it was she who caused them to be so silent. He stared into the streets and thought, bitterly, but also with a chilling, stunned sobriety, that, though he had been seeing them so long, perhaps he had never known them at all. The occurrence of an event is not the same thing as knowing what it is that one has lived through. Most people had not lived, nor could it, for that matter, be said that they had died, through any of their terrible events. They had simply been stunned by the hammer. They passed their lives thereafter in a kind of limbo of denied and unexamined pain. The great question that faced him this morning was whether or not he had ever, really, been present at his life. For if he had ever been present, then he was present still, and his world would open up before him. Now the girl who lived across the street, whose name he knew was Nancy, but who reminded him of Jane, which was certainly why he never spoke to her, came in from her round of the bars and the coffee houses with yet another boneless young man. They were everywhere, which explained how she met them, but why she brought them home with her was a somewhat more sinister question. Those who wore their hair long wore beards. Those who wore theirs short felt free to dispense with this useful but somewhat uneasy emphasis. They read poetry, or they wrote it, furiously, as though to prove that they had been cut out for more masculine pursuits. This morning's specimen wore white trousers and a yachting cap, and a paranoid little beard jutted out from the bottom half of his face. This beard was his most aggressive feature, his only suggestion of hardness or tension. The girl, on the other hand, was all angles, bone, muscle, jaw. Even her breasts seemed stony. They walked down the street, hand in hand, but not together. They paused before her stoop, and the girl staggered. She leaned against him in an agony of loathing, belching alcohol. His rigidity suggested that her weight was onerous, and they climbed the short steps to the door. Here she paused and smiled at him, coquettishly raising those stony breasts as she pulled back her hair with her hands. The boy seemed to find this delay intolerable. He muttered something about the cold, pushing the girl in before him. Well, now they would make it. Make what? Not love, certainly. And should he be standing at this window 24 hours hence, he would see the same scene repeated with another boy. How could they endure it? Well, he had been there. How had he endured it? Whiskey and marijuana had helped. He was a pretty good liar, and that had helped. And most women inspired great contempt in him, and that had helped. But there was more to it than that. After all, the country, the world, this city, was full of people who got up in the morning and went to bed at night and, mainly, throughout their lives, to the same bed. They did whatever it was they were supposed to do, and they raised their children. And perhaps he didn't like these people very much, but then he didn't, on the other hand, know them. He supposed that they existed because he had been told that they did. Presumably, the faces he saw on subways and in the streets belonged to these people, who were admirable because they were numerous. His mother and father and his married sister and her husband and their friends were part of this multitude, and his younger brother would belong to them soon. And what did he know about them, really, except that they were ashamed of him? They didn't know that he was real. It seemed that they didn't, for that matter, know that they were real, but he was insufficiently simple to find this notion comforting. He watched a lone man come up the street, his tight black overcoat buttoned to the neck, looking back from time to time as though he hoped he were being followed. Then the garbage truck came up the street, like a gray, brainless insect. He watched the garbage being loaded. Then there was nothing. No one. The light was growing stronger. Soon, alarm clocks would begin to ring, and the houses would expel the morning people. Then he thought of the scene which would now be occurring between the boy and the girl in the room. The yellow electric light, self-consciously indirect, would by now have been discovered to be useless and would have been turned off. The girl would have taken off her shoes and turned on her radio or her hi-fi set and would be lying on the bed. The gray light, coming in through the monk's cloth blinds, would, with the malice of the non-committal, be examining every surface, corner, angle of the unloved room. The music would not be loud. They would have poured drinks by now, and the girl's drink would be on the table. The boy's would be between his hands. He would be sitting on the bed, turned a little away from the girl, staring at the floor. His cap would have been pushed further back, and the silence beneath the music would be tremendous with their fear. Presently, one of them would make a move to conquer this. If it were the girl, the movement would be sighing and halting. Sighing because of need, halting because of hostility. If it were the boy, the movement would be harshly or softly brutal. He would lunge over the girl as though rape were in his mind. Or he would try to arouse her lust by means of feathery kisses meant to be burning, which he had seen in the movies. Friction and fantasy could not fail to produce a physiological heat and hardness, and this sheathed pressure between her thighs would be the girl's signal to moan. She would toss her head a little and hold the boy more tightly, and they would begin their descent into confusion. Off would come the cap, as the bed sighed and the gray light stared. Then his jacket would come off. His hands would push up the sweater and unlock the brassiere. Perhaps both might wish to pause here and begin a discovery of each other, but neither would dare. She moaned and clung to darkness. He removed the sweater. He struggled unlovingly with her breasts. The sound of her gasps foreshadowed his failure. Then the record on the hi-fi came to an end, or, on the radio, a commercial replaced the love song. He pulled up her skirt. Then the half-naked girl, with a small, apologetic murmur, rose from the bed, switched off the machine. Standing in the center of the room, she might mock her nakedness with a small, cruel joke. Then she would vanish into the john. The boy would finish his drink and take off everything except his undershorts. When the girl reappeared, both would be ready. Yes, he had been there, chafing and pushing and pounding, trying to awaken a frozen girl. The battle was awful because the girl wished to be awakened but was terrified of the unknown. Every movement that seemed to bring her closer to him, to bring them closer together, had its violent recoil, driving them farther apart. Both clung to a fantasy rather than to each other, tried to suck pleasure from the crannies of the mind rather than surrender the secrets of the body. The tendrils of shame clutched at them, however they turned. All the dirty words they knew commented on all they did. These words sometimes brought on the climax, joylessly, with loathing, and too soon. The best that he had ever managed in bed so far had been the maximum of relief with the minimum of hostility. In Harlem, however, he had merely dropped his load and marked the spot with silver. It had seemed much simpler for a time, but even simple pleasure, bought and paid for, did not take long to fail. Pleasure, as it turned out, was not simple. When wandering about Harlem, he came across a girl he liked. He could not fail to wish that he had met her somewhere else, under different circumstances. He could not fail to disapprove of her situation and to demand of her more than any girl in such a situation could give. If he did not like her, then he despised her, and it was very painful for him to despise a colored girl. It increased his self-contempt, so that, by and by, however pressing may have been the load he carried uptown, he returned home with a greater one, not to be so easily discharged. For several years it had been his fancy that he belonged in those dark streets uptown precisely because the history written in the color of his skin contested his right to be there. He enjoyed this, his right to be being everywhere contested. Uptown, his alienation had been made visible and, therefore, almost bearable.
It had been his fancy that danger there was more real, more open than danger was downtown, and that he, having chosen to run these dangers, was snatching his manhood from the lukewarm waters of mediocrity and testing it in the fire. He had felt more alive in Harlem, for he had moved in a blaze of rage and self-congratulation and sexual excitement, with danger, like a promise, waiting for him everywhere. And, nevertheless, in spite of all this daring, this running of risks, the misadventures which had actually befallen him had been banal indeed, and might have befallen him anywhere. His dangerous, overwhelming lust for life had failed to involve him in anything deeper than perhaps half a dozen extremely casual acquaintanceships in about as many bars. For memories, he had one or two marijuana parties, one or two community debauches, one or two girls whose names he had forgotten, one or two addresses which he had lost. He knew that Harlem was a battlefield, and that a war was being waged there day and night, but of the war aims he knew nothing. And this was due not only to the silence of the warriors, their silence being, anyway, spectacular in that it rang so loud. It was due to the fact that one knew of battles only what one had accepted of one's own. He was forced, little by little, against his will, to realize that in running the dangers of Harlem, he had not been testing his manhood or heightening his sense of life. He had merely been taking refuge in the outward adventure in order to avoid the clash and tension of the adventure proceeding inexorably within. Perhaps this was why he sometimes seemed to surprise in the dark faces which watched him a hint of amused and not entirely unkind contempt. He must be poor indeed, they seemed to say, to have been driven here. They knew that he was driven, in flight. The liberal, even revolutionary sentiments of which he was so proud meant nothing to them whatever. He was just a poor white boy in trouble, and it was not in the least original of him to come running to the niggers. This sentiment had sometimes seemed to stare out at him from the eyes of Rufus. He had refused to see it, for he had insisted that he and Rufus were equals. They were friends, far beyond the reach of anything so banal and corny as color. They had slept together, got drunk together, bawled chicks together, cursed each other out, and loaned each other money. And yet how much, as it turned out, had each kept hidden in his heart from the other? It had all been a game in which Rufus had lost his life. All of the pressures that each had denied had gathered together and killed him. Why had it been necessary to deny anything? What had been the point of the game? He turned into the room again and lit a cigarette and walked up and down. Well, perhaps they had been afraid that if they looked too closely into one another, each would have found... He looked out of the window, feeling damp and frightened. Each would have found the abyss. Somewhere in his heart, the black boy hated the white boy because he was white. Somewhere in his heart, Vivaldo had feared and hated Rufus because he was black. They had bawled chicks together, once or twice the same chick. Why? And what had it done to them? And then they never saw the girl again, and they never really talked about it. Once, while he was in the service, he and a colored buddy had been drunk and on leave in Munich. They were in a cellar someplace. It was very late at night. There were candles on the tables. There was one girl sitting near them. Who had dared whom? Laughing, they had opened their trousers and shown themselves to the girl. To the girl, but also to each other. The girl had calmly moved away, saying that she did not understand Americans. But perhaps she had understood them well enough. She had understood that their byplay had had very little to do with her, but neither could it be said that they had been trying to attract each other. They would never, certainly, have dreamed of doing it that way. Perhaps they had merely been trying to set their minds at ease as to which of them was the better man. And what had the black boy thought then? But the question was, what had he thought? He had thought, hell, I'm doing all right.
There might have been the faintest pang caused by the awareness that his colored buddy was doing possibly a little better than that, but, indeed, in the main, he had been relieved. It was out in the open, practically on the goddamn table. And it was just like his. There was nothing frightening about it. He smiled. I bet mine's bigger than yours is. But remembered occasional nightmares in which this same vanished buddy pursued him through impenetrable forests, came at him with a knife on the edge of precipices, threatened to hurl him down steep stairs to the sea. In each of the nightmares, he wanted revenge. Revenge for what? He sat down again at his work table. The page on the typewriter stared up at him, full of hieroglyphics. He read it over. It meant nothing whatever. Nothing was happening on that page. He walked back to the window. It was daylight now, and there were people on the streets, the expected daytime people. The tall girl, with the bobbed hair and spectacles, wearing a long, loose coat, walked swiftly down the street. The grocery store was open. The old Romanian who ran it carried in the case of milk which had been deposited on the sidewalk. He thought again that he had better get some sleep. He was seeing Ida today. They were having lunch with Richard and Cass. It was 8 o'clock. He stretched out on the bed and stared up at the cracks in the ceiling. He thought of Ida. He had seen her for the first time about 7 years ago. She had been about 14. It was a holiday of some kind, and Rufus had promised to take her out. And perhaps the reason he had asked Vivaldo to come with him was because Vivaldo had had to loan him the money. Because I can't disappoint my sister, man. It had been a day rather like today. Bright, cold, and hard. Rufus had been unusually silent, and he too had been uncomfortable. He felt that he was forcing himself in where he did not belong. But Rufus had made the invitation, and he had accepted. Neither of them could get out of it now. They had reached the house around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Mrs. Scott had opened the door. She was dressed as though she, too, were going out, in a dark gray dress a little too short for her. Her hair was short, but had lately been treated with the curling iron. She kissed Rufus lightly on the cheek. "Hey there," she said. "How's my bad boy?" "Hey yourself," said Rufus, grinning. There was an expression on his face which Vivaldo had never seen before. It was a kind of teasing flush of amusement and pleasure, as though his mother, standing there in her high heels, her gray dress, and with her hair all curled, had just done something extraordinarily winning. And this flush was repeated in his mother's darker face, as she smiled, gravely, back at him. She seemed to take him in from top to toe, and to know exactly how he had been getting along with the world. "This here's a friend of mine," Rufus said. "Vivaldo." "How do you do?" She gave him her hand, briefly. The brevity was not due to discourtesy or coldness, simply to lack of habit. Insofar as she saw him at all, she saw him as Rufus's friend, one of the inhabitants of the world in which her son had chosen to live. "Sit down, do. Ida'll be right out." "She ready?" "Lord, she been getting ready for days. Done drove me nearly wild." They sat down. Vivaldo sat near the window, which looked out on a dirty backyard and the back fire escape of other buildings. Across the way, a dark man sat in front of his half-open window, staring out. In spite of the cold, he wore nothing but an undershirt. There was nothing in the yard except cans, bottles, papers, filth, and a single tree. "If anything had happened and you hadn't showed up, I hate to think of the weeping and wailing that would have gone on in this house." She paused and looked toward the door which led to the rest of the apartment. "Maybe you boys like a little beer while you waiting?" "That all you got to offer us?" Rufus asked, with a smile. "Where's Bert?" "Bert's down to the store and he ain't back yet. You know how your father is. He's gonna be sorry he missed you." She turned to Vivaldo. "Would you like a glass of beer, son? I'm sorry we ain't got nothing else." "Oh, beer's fine," said Vivaldo, looking at Rufus. "I'd love a glass of beer." She rose and walked into the kitchen. "What your friend do? He a musician?" "No," said Rufus. "He ain't got no talent." Vivaldo blushed. Mrs. Scott returned with a quart bottle of beer and 3 glasses.
She had a remarkably authoritative and graceful walk. "Don't you mind my boy," she said. "He's just full of the devil. He can't help it. I've been trying to knock it out of him, but I ain't had much luck." She smiled at Vivaldo as she poured his beer. "You look kinda shy. Don't you be shy. You just feel as welcome here as if you was in your own house, you hear?" And she handed him his glass. "Thank you," said Vivaldo. He took a swallow of the beer, thinking she'd probably be surprised to know how unwelcome he felt in his own house. And then again, perhaps she wouldn't be surprised at all. "You look as though you dressed up to go out someplace too, old lady." "Oh," she said, deprecatingly. "I'm just going down the block to see Mrs. Breathwaite. You remember her girl, Vicky? Well, she done had her baby. We going to the hospital to visit her." "Vicky got a baby? Already?" "Well, the young folks don't wait these days. You know that." She laughed and sipped her beer. Rufus looked over at Vivaldo with a frown. "Damn," he said. "How's she doing?" "Pretty well, under the circumstances."
Her pause suggested that the circumstances were grim.
"She had a right fine boy, weighed 7 pounds. She was about to say more, but Ida entered. She was already quite tall, nearly as tall as she was going to be. She, too, had been dealing in hot combs and curling irons. Vivaldo's later impression that she had been in pigtails was due to the fact that her hair had been curled tightly all over her head. The dress she wore was long and blue and full, of some rustling material which billowed above her long legs. She came into the room, looking only at her brother, with an enormous, childlike smile. He and Rufus stood up. "You see, I got here," said Rufus, smiling, and he and his sister kissed each other on the cheek. Their mother stood watching them with a proud, frowning smile. "I see you did," said Ida, moving a little away from him, and laughing. Her delight in seeing her brother was so real that Vivaldo felt a kind of anguish, thinking of his own house, his own sister. "I've been wondering if you would make it. You keep so busy all the time." She said the last with a wry, proud, grown-up exasperation, as one submitting to the penalties imposed by her brother's power and glory. She had not looked at Vivaldo, though she was vividly aware of him. But Vivaldo would not exist until Rufus permitted it. He permitted it now, tentatively, with one hand on his sister's neck. He turned her toward Vivaldo. "I brought a friend of mine along, Vivaldo Moore. This is my sister, Ida." They shook hands. Her handshake was as brief as her mother's had been, but stronger. And she looked at Vivaldo differently, as though he were a glamorous stranger, glamorous not only in himself and his color, but in his scarcely-to-be-imagined relation to her brother. "Well now, where," asked Rufus teasingly, "do you think you'd like to go, young lady?" And he watched her, grinning. But there was a constraint in the room now, too, which had not been there before, which had entered with the girl who would soon be a woman. She stood there like a target and a prize, the natural prey of someone, somewhere, who would soon be on her trail. "Oh, I don't care," she said. "Anywhere you all want to go." "But you so dressed up. You sure you ain't ashamed to be seen with us?" He was also dressed up, in his best dark suit and a shirt and tie he had borrowed from Vivaldo. Ida and her mother laughed. "Boy, you stop teasing your sister," said Mrs. Scott. "Well, go on, get your coat," Rufus said, "and we'll make tracks." "We going far?" "We going far enough for you to wear a coat." "She don't mean is you going far," said Mrs. Scott. "She trying to find out where you going and what time you coming back." Ida had moved to the door by which she had entered and stood there, hesitating. "Go on," her mother said. "Get your coat and mine too. I'm going to walk down the block with you." Ida left, and Mrs. Scott smiled and said, "If she thought I was coming with you today, she'd be highly displeased. She wants you all to herself today." She picked up the empty beer glasses and carried them into the kitchen. "When they were younger," she said to Vivaldo, Rufus just couldn't do no wrong, far as Ida was concerned. She ran water to rinse out the glasses. She's always been real afraid of the dark, you know, but shucks, honey, many's the time Ida used to crawl out of her bed middle of the night and go running through this dark house to get in bed with Rufus. Looked like she just felt safe with him. I don't know why. Rufus sure didn't pay her much mind. That's not true, said Rufus. I was always real sweet to my little sister. She put the glasses down to drain and dried her hands. She peered into a hand mirror and patted her hair and then carefully put on her hat. You used to tease her something awful, she said. Ida returned, wearing a coat trimmed with fur and with her mother's coat over her arm. Ah, cried Rufus. She's glamorous. She's beautiful, said Vivaldo. Now, if you all gonna make fun of me, said Ida, I ain't gonna come with you nowhere. Mrs. Scott put on her coat and looked critically at her bareheaded daughter. If she don't stop being so glamorous, she gonna end up with the flu. She pulled Ida's collar up higher and buttoned it. Can't get nobody in this family to wear a hat, she said. And then they wonder why they always full of cold. Ida made an impatient gesture. She afraid a hat gonna mess up her hair, but she ain't afraid of the wind doing nothing to it. They laughed, Ida a little unwillingly, as though she were embarrassed that the joke was being shared with Vivaldo. They walked down the wintry block. Children were playing stickball in the streets, but it was otherwise nearly empty. A couple of boys were standing on a nearby stoop, and they greeted Ida and Rufus and Mrs. Scott and looked with interest at Vivaldo. Looked at him as though he were a member of an enemy gang, which, indeed, he had been. Not very long before. An elderly woman slowly climbed the brownstone steps of a run-down building. A black sign jutted out from the building, saying, in white letters, Mount Olive Apostolic Faith Church. I don't know where your father done got to, said Mrs. Scott. He right around the corner in Jimmy's bar, said Ida, shortly. I doubt if he be home by the time I get back. Because I know you ain't intending to be home before 4 in the morning, said Mrs. Scott, smiling. Well, he ain't gonna be home by then, said Ida, and you know it as well as I do. A girl came toward them now, narrow-hipped, swift, and rough-looking. She, too, was bareheaded, with short, dirty, broken-off hair. She wore a man's suede jacket, too large for her, and she held it at the neck with her hand. Vivaldo watched Ida watching the girl approach. Here come Will and May, said Mrs. Scott. Poor little thing. Then the girl stood before them, and she smiled. When she smiled, her face was very different. She was very young. How you all today? She asked. Rufus, I ain't seen you for the longest time. Just fine, Rufus said. How you making it? He held his head very high, and his eyes were expressionless. Ida looked down at the ground and held on to her mother. Oh, she laughed. I can't complain. Wouldn't do no good nohow. You still at the same place? Sure. Where you think I'm gonna move to? There was a pause. The girl looked at Vivaldo, looked away. Well, I got to be going, she said. Nice running into you. She was no longer smiling. Nice seeing you, said Rufus. After the girl had gone, Ida said disapprovingly, She used to be your girlfriend, too. Rufus ignored this. He said to Vivaldo, She used to be a nice girl. Some cat turned her on and then he split. He spat on the sidewalk. Man, what a scene. Mrs. Scott halted before steps leading up into a tenement. Ida took Rufus by the arm. I got to leave you children here, said Mrs. Scott. She looked at Rufus. What time you gonna bring this girl home? Oh, I don't know. It won't be late. I know she want to go out nightclubbing, but I ain't gonna let her get too drunk. Mrs. Scott smiled and held out her hand to Vivaldo. Nice meeting you, son, she said. You make Rufus bring you by again, you hear? Don't you be a stranger.
"No, ma'am. Thank you. I'll come up again real soon."
But he never did see her again, not until Rufus was dead. Rufus had never invited him home again.
"I'll be seeing you later, young lady,"
she said. She started up the steps.
"You children have a good time."
She had been 14 or 15 that day. She would be 21 or 22 now. She had told him that she remembered that day, but he wondered how she remembered it. He had not seen her again until she had become a woman, and at that time he had not remembered their first meeting. But he remembered it now. He remembered delight and discomfort. What did she remember? He thought, "I've got to get some sleep. I've got to get some sleep." But the people in his novel massed against him. They seemed to watch him with a kind of despairing, beseeching reproach. His typewriter, a dark, shapeless presence, accused him, reminding him of the days and nights, the weeks, the months, the years by now, that he had spent without sleep, pursuing easier and less honorable seductions. Then he turned on his belly, and his sex accused him, his sex immediately filled with blood. He turned on his back with a furious sigh. He thought, "I'm 28 years old. I'm too old for this bit." He closed his eyes, and he groaned. He thought, "I've got to finish that damn novel." And he thought, "Oh God, make her love me. Oh God, let me love." "What a wonderful day," cried Ida. He watched her face for a moment, looking extremely pleased himself, and then delicately increased his pressure on her elbow, more for the pleasure this gave him than to hurry them across the broad, impatient, startling avenue. "Yes," he said, "it's a great day." They had just come up from the subway, and it was perhaps this ascent from darkness to day which made the streets so dazzling. They were on Broadway at 72nd Street, walking uptown, for Cass and Richard had moved. They were climbing that well-known ladder, Cass said. The light seemed to fall with an increased hardness, examining and inciting the city with an unsparing violence, like the violence of love, and striking from the city's grays and blacks a splendor as of steel on steel. In the windows of tall buildings, flame wavered, alive, in ice. There was a high, driving wind, which brightened the eyes and the faces of the people and forced their lips slightly apart, so that they all seemed to be carrying, to some immense encounter, the bright, fragile bubble of a lifetime of expectation. Bright boys in windbreakers, some of them with girls whose hair, whose fingertips, caught the light, looked into polished delicatessen windows, the windows of shops, paused at the entrances of movie theaters to look at the gleaming stills. And their voices, which shared the harsh quality of the light which covered them, seemed breaking on the air like glass splinters. Children, in great gangs and clouds, erupted out of side streets with the sound of roller skates and came roaring down on their elders like vengeance long prepared, or the arrow released from the bow. "I've never seen such a day," he said to Ida, and it was true. Everything seemed to be swollen, thrusting and shifting and changing, about to burst into music or into flame or revelation. Ida said nothing. He felt, rather than saw, her smile, and he was delighted all over again by her beauty. It was as though she were wearing it especially for him. She was more friendly with him today than she had ever been. He did not feel today, as he had felt for so long, that she was evading him, locking herself away from him, forcing him to remain a stranger in her life. Today she was gayer and more natural, as though she had at last decided to come out of mourning. There was in her aspect the flavor of something won, the atmosphere of hard decisions past. She had come up from the valley. She moved with a wonderful long-legged stride, and she carried her head high, as though it had borne, but only yesterday, the weight of an African water jar. Her mother's head had borne the weight of white folks' washing, and it was because Ida had never known what to make of this fact, should she be ashamed of it or proud, that there mingled in her regal beauty something of the too quick, diffident, plebeian disdain. She was working now as a waitress in a chain restaurant on the eastern edge of the village, and her confusion revealed itself in her attitude toward her customers. An attitude which was at once haughty and free. He had often watched her as she crossed the floor in her checkered apron, her face a dark mask behind which belligerence battled with humility. This was in her eyes, which never for an instant lost their wariness, and which were always ready, within a split second, to turn black and lightless with contempt. Even when she was being friendly, there was something in her manner, in her voice, which carried a warning. She was always waiting for the veiled insult or the lewd suggestion, and she had good reason for it. She was not being fantastical or perverse. It was the way the world treated girls with bad reputations, and every colored girl had been born with one. Now, as she walked beside him, trim and oddly elegant in a heavy, dark blue coat, and with her head covered with an old-fashioned and rather theatrical shawl, he saw that both her vanity and her contempt were being swollen by the glances which rested on her as briefly and unforgettably as the touch of a whip. She was very, very dark. She was beautiful. And he was proud to be with her, artlessly proud, in the shining, overt, male way. But the eyes they passed accused him, enviously, of a sniggering back-alley conquest. White men looked at her, then looked at him. They looked at her as though she were no better, though more lascivious and rare, than a whore. And then the eyes of the men sought his, inviting a wet complicity. The women, too. They saw Ida first, and might have been happy to admire her if she had been walking alone. But she was with Vivaldo, which gave her the status of a thief. The means that she had used to accomplish this abduction were beneath or perhaps beyond them, but their eyes briefly accused Vivaldo of betrayal, then narrowed against a dream or a nightmare, and turned away. Ida strode past, seeming not to see them. She conveyed with this stride and her bright, non-committal face how far she felt them to be beneath her. She had the great advantage of being extraordinary, however she might bear this distinction, or however others might wish to deny it, whereas her smile suggested these people, the citizens of the world's most bewildered city, were so common that they were all but invisible. Nothing was simpler for her than to ignore, or to seem to ignore, these people. Nothing was farther beyond them than the possibility of ignoring her. And the disadvantage at which they thus were placed, for which, after all, they had only themselves to blame, said something which Vivaldo could scarcely believe concerning the poverty of their lives. So their passage raised small clouds of male and female hostility, which blew into their faces like dust. And Ida accepted this spiteful tribute with a spiteful pride. "What are you humming?" he asked. She had been humming to herself for a block or so. She continued humming for another second, coming to the end of a phrase. Then she said, smiling, "You wouldn't know it. It's an old church song. I woke up with it this morning, and it's been with me all day." "What is it?" he asked. "Won't you sing it for me?" "You're not about to get religion, are you?" She looked at him sideways, grinning. "I used to have religion. Did you know that? A long time ago when I was a little girl." "No," he said. "There's a whole lot about you I don't know. Sing your song." She bent her head toward him, leaning more heavily on his arm, as though they were two children. The colors of the shawl flashed. She sang in her low, slightly rough voice, whispering the words to him. "I woke up this morning with my mind stayed on Jesus. I woke up this morning with my mind stayed on Jesus." "That's a great way to wake up," he said. And she continued. "I stayed all day with my mind stayed on Jesus. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah." "That's a great song," he said. "That's tremendous. You've got a wonderful voice, you know that? I just woke up with it, and it made me feel, I don't know, different than I've felt for months. It was just as though a burden had been taken off me." "You still do have religion," he said.
You know, I think I do. It's funny. I haven't thought of church or any of that type of stuff for years, but it's still there, I guess. She smiled and sighed. Nothing ever goes away. And then she smiled again, looking into his eyes. This shy, confiding smile made his heart move up until it hung like a Ferris wheel at its zenith, looking down at the fair. It seems to go away, she said in a wondering tone, but it doesn't. It all comes back. And his heart plunged. He watched her face, framed by the brilliant shawl. I guess it's true, what they used to tell me. If you can get through the worst, you'll see the best. They turned off the avenue, toward Cass's house. What a beautiful girl you are, he said. She turned from him, irrepressibly humming her song. You are, you know. Well, she said, and turned toward him again. I don't know if I'm beautiful or not, but I know you're crazy. I'm crazy about you. I hope you know that. He said it lightly and did not know if he should curse himself for his cowardice or congratulate himself on his restraint. I don't know what I'd have done without you, she said, these last few months. I know I didn't see much of you, but I knew you were there. I felt it, and it helped. Oh, more than I'll ever be able to tell you. I had the feeling sometimes, he said, that you thought I was just being a pest. And now he did curse himself for not saying more precisely what he felt, and for sounding so much like a child. But this was his day, apparently. He seemed to be coming to the end of the tunnel in which he had been traveling so long. A pest? She cried, and laughed. If you aren't the cutest thing. Then, soberly, I was the one who was the pest, but I just couldn't help it. They turned into a gray, anonymous building which had two functionless pillars on either side of the door, and an immense plain of imitation marble and leather beyond it. And he suddenly remembered, it had gone entirely out of his mind, that this lunch was for the purpose of celebrating the publication of Richard's first novel. He said to Ida, You know, this lunch is a celebration and I forgot to bring anything. The elevator man rose from his chair, looking at them dubiously, and Vivaldo gave him the floor number, and then, as the man still seemed to hesitate, the number of the apartment. He closed the door, and the elevator began to move upward. What are we celebrating? Ida asked. You and me. We finally have a real date together. You didn't call to break it at the last minute, and you haven't said you've got to rush right home after just one drink. He grinned at Ida, but he was aware that he was speaking partly for the benefit of the elevator man, whom he had never noticed before, but he disliked him intensely now. No, come on now, what are we really celebrating? Or maybe I should say, what are Richard and Cass celebrating? Richard's novel. It's published. It'll be in all the bookstores Monday. Oh, Vivaldo, she said. That's wonderful. He must feel wonderful. A real honest-to-God published writer. Yes, he said. One of our boys made it. He was touched by her enthusiasm, and he was aware at the same time that she had also been speaking for the benefit of the elevator man. It must be wonderful for Cass, too, she said. And for you. He's your friend. She looked at him. When are you going to bring out your novel? This question, and even more her way of asking it, seemed to contain implications he scarcely dared to trust. One of these days, he muttered, and he blushed. The elevator stopped, and they walked into a corridor. Richard's door was to the left of them. It looks like I've got my hands full right now. What do you mean? It's not working the way you want it to? The novel, you mean? Yes. Then, as they faced each other before the door, what did you think I meant? Oh, that's what I thought you meant, all right. He thought, now listen, don't spoil it, don't rush it, you stupid bastard, don't spoil it. It's just that it's not exactly what I meant. What did you mean? She was smiling. I meant, I hoped I'm going to have my hands full now with you. She called part of her smile back, but she still looked amused. She watched him. You know, dinners and lunches and walks and movies and things. With you. With you. He dropped his eyes. You know what I mean? Then, in the warm, electrical silence, he raised his eyes to hers, and he said, "You know what I mean." "Well," she said, "let's talk about it after lunch, okay?" She turned from him and faced the door. He did not move. She looked at him with her eyes very wide. "Aren't you going to ring the bell?" "Sure." They watched each other. Ida reached out and touched him on the cheek. He grabbed her hand and held it for a moment against his face. Very gently, she pulled her hand away. "You are the cutest thing I've ever seen," she said. "You are. Go on and ring that bell. I'm hungry." He laughed and pressed the button. They heard the sour buzzing inside the apartment, then confusion, a slammed door, and footsteps. He took one of Ida's hands in both of his. "I want to be with you," he said. "I want you to be with me. I want that more than I've ever wanted anything in the world." Then the door opened, and Cass stood before them, dressed in a rusty orange frock, her hair pulled back and falling around her shoulders. She held a cigarette in one hand, with which she made a gesture of exaggerated welcome. "Come in, children," she said. "I'm delighted to see you, but there's absolute chaos in this house today. Everything's gone wrong." She closed the door behind them. They heard a child screaming somewhere in the apartment, and Richard's voice raised in anger. Cass listened for a moment, her forehead wrinkled with worry. "That's Michael," she said helplessly. "He's been impossible all day, fighting with his brother, with his father, with me. Richard finally gave him a spanking, and I guess he's going to leave him in his room." Michael's screams diminished, and they heard the voices of Michael and his father working out, apparently, the terms of a truce. Cass lifted her head. "Well, I'm sorry to keep you standing in the hall. Take off your things. I'll show you into the living room and give you things to drink and to nibble on. You'll need them. Lunch is going to be late, of course. Ida, how are you? I haven't seen you in God knows when." She took Ida's coat and shawl. "Do you mind if I don't hang them up? I'll just dump them in the bedroom. Other people are coming over after lunch." They followed her into the large bedroom. Ida immediately walked over to the large, full-length mirror and worriedly patted her hair and applied new lipstick. "I'm just fine, Cass," she said. "But you're the one. You got a famous husband all of a sudden. How does it feel?" "He's not even famous yet," said Cass. "And already I can't stand it. Somehow it just seems to reduce itself to having drinks and dinners with lots of people you certainly wouldn't be talking to if they weren't," she coughed, "in the profession. God, what a profession. I had no idea." Then she laughed. They started toward the living room. "Try to persuade Vivaldo to become a plumber." "No, dear," said Ida. "I wouldn't trust Vivaldo with no tools whatever. This boy is just as clumsy as they come. I'm always expecting him to fall over those front feet he's got. Never saw anybody with so many front feet." The living room was down 2 steps, and the wide windows opened on a view of the river. Ida seemed checked, but only for an instant by the view of the river. She walked into the center of the room. "This is wonderful. You people have really got some space." "We were really very lucky," Cass said. "The people who had it had been here for years and years, and they finally decided to move to Connecticut or someplace like that. I don't remember. Anyway, since they'd been here so long, the rent hadn't gone up much, you know? So it's really a lot cheaper than most things like this in the city." She looked over at Ida. "You know, you look wonderful. You really do. I'm so glad to see you." "I'm glad to see you," said Ida. "And I feel fine. I feel better than I felt, in years." She crossed to the bar and stood facing Cass. "Look like you people done got serious about your drinking, too," she said in a raucous, whiskey voice. "Let me have a taste of that there Cutty Sark." Cass laughed. "I thought you were a bourbon woman." She dropped some ice in a glass. "When it comes to liquor," Ida said, "I's anybody's woman." And she laughed, looking exactly like a little girl. "Let me have some water in that, sugar. I don't want to get too carried away here this afternoon." She looked toward Vivaldo, who stood on the steps, watching her. She leaned toward Cass. "Honey, who's that funny-looking number standing in the doorway?" "Oh, he drops by from time to time. He always looks that way. He's harmless." "I'll have the same thing the lady's drinking," said Vivaldo, and joined them at the bar. "Well, I'm glad you told me he's harmless," Ida said, and winked at him, and drummed her long fingernails on the bar. "I'll have a short drink with you," said Cass, "and then I'm simply going to have to vanish. I've got to finish fixing lunch, and we have to eat it, and I'm not even dressed yet." "Well, I'll help you in the kitchen," Ida said. "What time are all these other people coming over?" "About 5, I guess. There's this TV producer coming. He's supposed to be very bright and liberal. Steve Ellis. Does that sound right?" "Oh, yes," said Ida. "He's supposed to be very good, that man. He's very well known." She mentioned a show of his she had seen some months ago, which utilized Negroes, and which had won a great many awards. "Wow." She wiggled her shoulders. "Who else is coming?" "Well, Ellis and Richard's editor, and some other writer whose name I can't remember, and I guess they're bringing their wives." She sipped her drink, looking rather weary. "I can't imagine why we're doing this. I guess it's mainly on account of the TV man. But Richard's publishers are giving Richard a small party Monday in their offices, and he could just as well see all those people then." "Buck up, old girl," said Vivaldo. "You're just going to have to get used to it." "I expect so." She gave them a quick, mischievous grin and whispered, "But they seem so silly. Those I've met, and they're so serious. They just shine with it." Vivaldo laughed. "That's treason, Cass. Be careful." "I know. They really are getting behind the book, though. They have great hopes for it. You haven't seen it yet, have you?" She walked over to the sofa, where books and papers were scattered, and picked the book up, thoughtfully. She crossed the room again. "Here it is." She put the book down on the bar between Ida and Vivaldo. "It's had great advance notices. You know, literate, adult, thrilling, that sort of thing. Richard'll show them to you. It's even been compared to Crime and Punishment, because they both have such a simple storyline, I guess." Vivaldo looked at her sharply. "Well, I'm only quoting." The sun broke free of a passing cloud and filled the room. They squinted down at the book on the bar. Cass stood quietly behind them. The book jacket was very simple, jagged red letters on a dark blue ground. "The Strangled Men, a Novel of Murder," by Richard Selensky. He looked at the jacket flap, which described the story, and then turned the book over to find himself looking into Richard's open, good-natured face. The paragraph beneath the picture summed up Richard's life from his birth to the present. "Mr. Selensky is married and is the father of 2 sons, Paul, 11, and Michael, 8. He makes his home in New York City." He put the book down. Ida picked it up. "It's wonderful," he said to Cass. "You must be proud." He took her face between his hands and kissed her on the forehead. He picked up his drink. "There's always something wonderful about a book, you know, when it's really, all of a sudden, a book, and it's there between covers. And there's your name on it. It must be a great feeling." "Yes," said Cass. "You'll know that feeling soon," said Ida. She was examining the book intently. She looked up with a grin. "I bet I just found out something you never knew," she said to Vivaldo. "Impossible," said Vivaldo. "I'm sure I know everything Richard knows." "I wouldn't be so sure," said Cass. "I bet you don't know Cass's real name." Cass laughed. "He does, but he's forgotten it." He looked at her. "That's true, I have. What is your real name? I know you hate it. That's why nobody ever uses it." "Richard just did," she said. "I think he did it just to tease me." Ida showed him the book's dedication page, which read, "For Clarissa, my wife." "That's cute, isn't it?" She looked at Cass. You sure had me fooled, baby. You just don't seem to be the Clarissa type." "As it turned out," said Cass with a smile. Then she looked at Vivaldo. "Ah," she said. "Did you happen to note a very small note in today's theatrical section?" She went to the sofa and picked up one of the newspapers and returned to Vivaldo. "Look, Eric's coming home." "Who's Eric?" Ida asked. "Eric Jones," Cass said. "He's an actor friend of ours who's been living in France for the last couple of years, but he's been signed to do a play on Broadway this fall." Vivaldo read, "Lee Bronson has signed Eric Jones, who last appeared locally 3 seasons ago in the short-lived Kingdom of the Blind, for the role of the elder son in the Lane Smith drama Happy Hunting Ground, which opens here in November." "Son of a bitch," said Vivaldo, looking very pleased. He turned to Cass. "Have you heard from him?" "Oh, no," said Cass. "Not for a very long time." "It'll be nice to see him again," Vivaldo said. He looked at Ida. "You'll like him. Rufus knew him. We were all very good friends." He folded the paper and dropped it on the bar. "Everybody's famous, goddammit, except me." Richard came into the room, looking harried and boyish, wearing an old gray sweater over a white t-shirt and carrying his belt in his hands. "It's easy to see what you've been doing," said Vivaldo, smiling. "We heard it all the way in here." Richard looked at the belt shamefacedly and threw it on the sofa. "I didn't really use it on him. I just made believe I was going to. I probably should have whaled the daylights out of him," he said to Cass. "What's the matter with him all of a sudden? He's never acted like this before." "I've already told you what I think it is. It's the new house and kind of new excitement, and he doesn't see as much of you as he used to, and he's reacted to all of this very badly. He'll get over it, but it's going to take a little time." "Paul's not like that. Hell, he's gone out and made friends already. He's having a ball." "Richard, Paul and Michael are not at all alike." He stared at her and shook his head. "That's true. Sorry." He turned to Ida and Vivaldo. "Excuse us. We're fascinated by our offspring. We sometimes sit around and talk about them for hours. Ida, you look wonderful. It's great to see you." He took her hand in his, looking into her eyes. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Richard. And it's wonderful to see you, especially now that you're such a success." "Ah, you mustn't listen to my wife," he said. He went behind the bar. "Everybody's got a drink except me, I guess, and he looked very boyish, very secure and happy, "am going to have a dry martini on the rocks." He opened the ice bucket. "Only there aren't any rocks." "I'll get you some ice," Cass said. She put her drink on the bar and picked up the ice bucket. "You know, I think we're going to have to buy some ice from the delicatessen." "Well, I'll go down and do that later, chicken." He pinched her cheek. "Don't worry." Cass left the room. Richard grinned at Vivaldo. "If you hadn't got here today, I swore I was just going to cut you out of my heart forever. You knew I'd be here." He raised his glass. "Congratulations." Then, "What's this I hear about all the TV networks just crying for you?" "Don't exaggerate. There's just one producer who's got some project he wants to talk to me about. I don't even know what it is, but my agent thinks I should see him." Vivaldo laughed. "Don't sound so defensive. I like TV." "You're a liar. You haven't even got a TV set." "Well, that's just because I'm poor. When I get to be a success like you, I'll go out and buy me the biggest screen on the market." He watched Richard's face and laughed again. "I'm just teasing you." "Yeah. Ida, see what you can do to civilize this character. He's a barbarian." "I know," Ida said sadly. "But I hardly know what to do about it. Of course," she added, "if you were to offer me an autographed copy of your book, I might come up with an inspiration." "It's a deal," Richard said. Cass came back with the ice bucket, and Richard took it from her and set it on the bar. He mixed his drink. Then he joined them on the other side of the bar and put his arm around Cass's shoulders. "To the best Saturday we've ever had," he said, and raised his glass. May there be many more." He took a large swallow of his drink. "I love you all," he said. "We love you too," said Vivaldo. Cass kissed Richard on the cheek. "Before I go and try to salvage lunch, tell me, just what kind of arrangement did you make with Michael, just so I'll know?" "He's taking a nap. I promised to wake him in time for cocktails. We have to buy him some ginger ale." "And Paul?" "Oh, Paul. He'll tear himself away from his cronies in time to come upstairs and get washed and meet the people. Wild horses wouldn't keep him away." He turned to Vivaldo. "He's been bragging about me all over the house." Cass watched him for a moment. "Very well managed. And now I leave you." Ida picked up her glass. "Wait a minute. I'm coming with you." "You don't have to, Ida. I can do it. These men can get drunk, too, if we keep them waiting too long. I'll help you. We can get it done in no time." She followed Cass to the doorway. With one foot on the step, she turned. "Now, I'm going to hold you to your promise, Richard. About that book, I mean." "I'm going to hold you to yours. You're the one who got the dirty end of this deal." She looked at Vivaldo. "Oh, I don't know. I might think of something." "I hope you know what you're getting into," Cass said. "I don't like that look on Vivaldo's face at all." Ida laughed. "He is kind of simple-looking, I declare." "Come on. I'll tell you about it in the kitchen." "Don't believe a word Cass says about me," Vivaldo called. "Oh, you mean she knows something about you?" "Come on, Cass, honey. We're going to get down to the nitty-gritty this afternoon." And they disappeared. "You've always had a thing about colored girls, haven't you?" Richard asked, after a moment. There was something curiously wistful in his voice. Vivaldo looked at him. "No, I've never been involved with a colored girl." "No, but you used to do a lot of tomcatting up in Harlem, and it's so logical somehow that you should be trying to make it with a colored girl now. You certainly scraped the bottom of the white barrel." Against his will, Vivaldo was forced to laugh. "Well, I don't think Ida's color has a damn thing to do with it, one way or the other." "Are you sure? Isn't she just another in your long line of waifs and strays and unfortunates?" "Richard," Vivaldo said, and he put his glass down on the bar. "Are you trying to bug me? What is it?" "Of course I'm not trying to bug you," Richard said. "I just think that maybe it's time you straightened out, settled down. Time you figured out what you want to do and started doing it instead of bouncing around like a kid. You're not a kid." "Well, I think it's time you stopped treating me like one. I know what I want to do, and I am doing it, all right? And I've got to do it my own way, so get off my back." He smiled, but it was too late. "I didn't think I was on your back," said Richard. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it the way it sounded, you know that. Let's just forget it, okay?" "Well, hell, I don't want you mad at me." "I'm not mad at you." He walked to the window and stood there, looking out. With his back to Vivaldo, he said, "You didn't really like my book much, did you?" "So that's it." "What?" Richard turned, the sunlight full on his face, revealing the lines in his forehead, around and under his eyes, and around his mouth and chin. The face was full of lines. It was a tough face, a good face, and Vivaldo had loved it for a long time. Yet the face lacked something. He could not have said what the something was, and he knew his helpless judgment was unjust. He felt tears spring to his eyes. "Richard, we talked about the book, and I told you what I thought. I told you that it was a brilliant idea and wonderfully organized and beautifully written, and—" He stopped. He had not liked the book. He could not take it seriously. It was an able, intelligent, mildly perceptive tour de force, and it would never mean anything to anyone. In the place in Vivaldo's mind in which books lived, whether they were great, mangled, mutilated, or mad, Richard's book did not exist. There was nothing he could do about it. "And you yourself said the next book would be better." "What are you crying about?" "What?" He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. "Nothing." He walked over to the bar and leaned on it.
Some deep and curious cunning made him add, "You talk as though you didn't want us to be friends anymore." "Oh, crap. Is that what you think? Of course we're friends. We'll be friends till we die." He walked to the bar and put his hand on Vivaldo's shoulder, leaning down to look into his face. "Honest, okay?" They shook hands. "Okay. Don't bug me anymore." Richard laughed. "I won't bug you anymore, you stupid bastard." Ida came to the doorway. "Lunch is on the table. Come on now, hurry, before it gets cold." They were all a little drunk by the time lunch was over, having drunk with it 2 bottles of champagne, and eventually they sat in the living room again as the sun began to grow fiery, preparing to go down. Paul arrived, dirty, breathless, and cheerful. His mother sent him into the bathroom to wash and change his clothes. Richard remembered the ice that had to be bought for the party and the ginger ale that he had promised Michael, and he went downstairs to buy them. Cass decided that she had better change her clothes and put up her hair. Ida and Vivaldo had the living room to themselves for a short time. Ida put on an old Billie Holiday record, and she and Vivaldo danced. There was a hammer knocking in his throat as she stepped into his arms with a friendly smile, one hand in his hand, one hand resting lightly on his arm. He held her lightly at the waist. His fingers, at her waist, seemed to have become abnormally and dangerously sensitive, and he prayed that his face did not show the enormous, illicit pleasure which entered him through his fingertips. He seemed to feel, beneath the heavy fabric of the suit she wore, the texture of the cloth of her blouse, the delicate obstruction which was the fastening of her skirt, the slick material of her slip, which seemed to purr and crackle under his fingers, against her smooth, warm skin. She seemed to be unaware of the liberties being taken by his stiff, unmoving fingers. She moved with him, both guiding and being guided by him, effortlessly keeping her feet out of the path of his great shoes. Their bodies barely touched, but her hair tickled his chin and gave off a sweet, dry odor, and suggested, as did everything about this girl, a deep, slow-burning, carnal heat. He wanted to hold her closer to him. Perhaps, now, at this very moment, as she looked up at him, smiling, he would lower his head and wipe that smile from her face, placing his unsmiling mouth on hers. "Your hands are cold," he said, for the hand which held his was very dry, and the fingertips were cool. "That's supposed to mean I've got a warm heart," said Ida. "But what it really means is poor circulation." "I prefer," he said, "to believe that you've got a warm heart." "I was counting on that," she said, with a laugh. "But when you get to know me better, you'll find out that I'm the one who's right." "I'm afraid," she said, with a teasing, frowning smile, "that I'm usually right." She added, "About me." "I wish I knew you better," he said. "So," she said with a short, light laugh, "do I." Richard returned. Michael, grave and shy, came out of his exile, and he and Paul were given ginger ales on the rocks. Cass appeared in a high-necked, old-fashioned, burgundy-colored dress, and with her hair up. Richard put on a sport shirt and a more respectable-looking sweater, and Ida vanished to put on her face. The people began to arrive. The first to arrive was Richard's editor, Loring Montgomery, a chunky, spectacled man with smooth, graying hair who was younger than he looked, nearly 10 years younger, in fact, than Richard. He had a diffident manner and a nervous giggle. With him was Richard's agent, a dark-haired, dark-eyed young woman who wore much silver and a little gold, and whose name was Barbara Wales. She, too, had a giggle, but it was not nervous, and a great deal of manner, but it was not diffident. She apparently felt that her status as Richard's agent created a bond of intimacy between herself and Cass, who, helplessly and miserably mesmerized, and handicapped by the volume of Miss Wales' voice and the razor-like distinctness of her syllables, trotted obediently behind her into the bedroom where coats and hats were to be deposited, and where the women could repair their makeup.
"The bar is over here," Richard called. "Whatever you're drinking, come and get it."
"I could stand another drink," Vivaldo said.
I've been drinking all day and I can't get drunk. Are you trying to? Asked Ida. He looked at her and smiled. No, he said. No, I'm not trying to. But if I were, I couldn't make it. Not today. They stood facing the window. You're going to have supper with me, aren't you? You're not hungry already. No, but I'm going to be hungry around supper time. Well, she said, ask me around supper time. You're not suddenly going to decide you have to go home or anything. You're not going to run out on me. No, she said. I'm going to stick with you until the bitter end. You've got to talk to that agent, you know. Do I have to? He looked in the direction of the glittering Miss Wales. Of course you do. I'm sure it's one of the reasons Richard wanted you here this afternoon. And you have to talk to the editor, too. Why? I haven't got anything to show him. Well, you will. I'm sure Richard arranged all this partly for you. Now, you've got to cooperate. And what are you going to be doing while I'm having all these conferences? I'll talk to Cass. Nobody's really interested in us. We don't write. He kissed her hair. You are the cutest thing, he said. The doorbell rang. This time it was Steve Ellis, who had come with his wife. Ellis was a short, square man with curly hair and a boyish face. The face was just beginning, as is the way with boyish faces, not so much to harden as to congeal. He had a reputation as the champion of doomed causes, reaction's intrepid foe. And he walked into the drawing rooms of the world as though he expected to find the enemy ambushed there. His wife wore a mink coat and a flowered hat, seemed somewhat older than he, and was inclined to be talkative. Great meeting you, Selensky, he said. Though he was compelled to look up to Richard, he did so with his head at an odd and belligerent angle, as though he were looking up in order more clearly to sight down. The hand he extended to Richard with a bullet-like directness suggested also the arrogant limpness of hands which have the power to make or break. Only custom prevented the hand from being kissed. I've been hearing tremendous things about you. Maybe we can have a chat a little later. And his smile was good-natured, open, and boyish. When he was introduced to Ida, he stood stock still, throwing out his arms as though he were a little boy. You're an actress, he said. You've got to be an actress. No, said Ida. I'm not. But you must be. I've been looking for you for years. You're sensational. Thank you, Mr. Ellis, she said, laughing. But I am not an actress. Her laugh was a little strained, but Vivaldo could not know whether this was due to nerves or displeasure. People stood in smiling groups around them. Cass stood behind the bar, watching. Ellis smiled conspiratorially and pushed his head a little forward. What do you do, then? Come on, tell me. Well, at the moment, Ida said, rather pulling herself together, I work as a waitress. A waitress? Well, my wife's here, so I won't ask you where you work. He stepped a little closer to Ida. But what do you think about while you walk around waiting on tables? Ida hesitated, and he smiled again, coaxing and tender. Come on, you can't tell me that all you want is to get to be head waitress. Ida laughed. Her lips curved rather bitterly, and she said, No. She hesitated and looked toward Vivaldo, and Ellis followed her look. I've sometimes thought of singing. That's what I'd like to do. Aha! He cried triumphantly. I knew I'd get it out of you. He pulled a card out of his breast pocket. When you get ready to make the break, and let it be soon, you come and see me. Don't you forget. You won't remember my name, Mr. Ellis. She said it lightly, and the look with which she measured Ellis gave Vivaldo no clue as to what was going on in her mind. Your name, he said, is Ida Scott, right? Right. Well, I never forget names or faces. Try me. That's true, said his wife. He never forgets a name or a face. I don't know how he does it. I, said Vivaldo, am not an actress. Ellis looked startled. Then he laughed.
You could have fooled me, he said. He took Vivaldo by the elbow. Come and have a drink with me, please. I don't know why I said that. I was half kidding. But only half. What's your name? Vivaldo. Vivaldo Moore. And you're not an actress? I'm a writer. Unpublished. Aha! You're working on something? A novel. What's it about? My novel's about Brooklyn. The tree? Or the kids? Or the murderers? Or the junkies? Vivaldo swallowed. All of them. That's quite an assignment. And if you don't mind my saying so, it sounds just a little bit old-fashioned. He put his hand before his mouth and burped. Brooklyn's been done. And done? No, it hasn't, Vivaldo thought. You mean, he said, with a smile, that it doesn't have any TV possibilities? It might have, who knows? He looked at Vivaldo with friendly interest. You really have a sneer in your voice when you say TV, you know that? What are you so afraid of? He tapped Vivaldo on the chest. Art doesn't exist in a vacuum. It isn't just for you and your handful of friends. Christ, if you knew how sick I am of this sensitive young man horse shit. I'm sick of it too, said Vivaldo. I don't think of myself as a sensitive young man. No? You sound like one and you act like one. You look down your nose at everybody. Yes, he insisted, for Vivaldo looked at him in some surprise. You think that most people are shit and you'd rather die than get yourself dirtied up in any of the popular arts. Then he gave Vivaldo a deliberate, insolent once-over. And here you are in your best suit, and I bet you live in some dingy ice-water apartment and you can't even take your girl out to a nightclub. His voice dropped. The colored girl, Miss Scott. You see, I do remember names. She's your girl, isn't she? That's why you got pissed off at me. Man, you're too touchy. I thought you were too free. I bet you wouldn't have felt that way if she were a white girl. I'd have felt that about any girl who happened to be with me. But he wondered if Ellis were right. And he realized that he would never know. There would never be any way for him to know. He felt that Ellis had treated Ida with a subtle lack of respect. But he had spoken to her in the only way he could. And it was the way he spoke to everyone. All of the people in Ellis's world approached each other under cover of a manner designed to hide whatever they might really be feeling, about each other or about themselves. When confronted with Ida, who was so visibly rejected from the only world they knew, this manner was forced to become relatively personal, self-conscious, and tense. It became entangled with an effort to avoid being called into judgment, with a fear that their spiritual and social promissory notes might suddenly be called up. By being pressed into the service of an impulse that was real, the manner revealed itself as totally false, and because it was false, it was sinister. Then, as Ellis poured himself another Applejack and he poured himself another Scotch, he realized that the things which Ellis had, and the things which Richard was now going to have, were things that he wanted very much. Ellis could get anything he wanted by simply lifting up a phone. Head waiters were delighted to see him. His signature on a bill or a check was simply not to be questioned. If he needed a suit, he bought it. He was certainly never behind in his rent. If he decided to fly to Istanbul tomorrow, he had only to call his travel agent. He was famous, he was powerful, and he was not really much older than Vivaldo. And he worked very hard. Also, he could get the highest grade stuff going. He had only to give the girl his card. And then Vivaldo realized why he hated him. He wondered what he would have to go through to achieve a comparable eminence. He wondered how much he was willing to give, to be powerful, to be adored, to be able to make it with any girl he wanted, to be sure of holding any girl he had. And he looked around for Ida. At the same time, it occurred to him that the question was not really what he was going to get, but how he was to discover his possibilities and become reconciled to them. Richard, now, was talking, or rather listening, to Mrs. Ellis. Ida was listening to Loring. Cass sat on the sofa, listening to Miss Wales. Paul stood nearer, looking about the room. Cass held him absently, and yet rather desperately, by the elbow. Anyway, I'd like to keep in touch with you. Maybe you've got something. And Ellis handed him his card. Why don't you give me a ring sometime? And I meant what I said to Miss Scott, too. I produce pretty good shows, you know." He grinned and punched Vivaldo in the shoulder. "You won't have to lower your artistic standards." Vivaldo looked at the card, then looked at Ellis. "Thanks," he said. "I'll bear it in mind." Ellis smiled. "I like you," he said. "I'm even willing to suggest an analyst for you. Let's join the party." He walked over to Richard and Mrs. Ellis. Vivaldo walked over to Ida. "I've been trying to find out about your novel," Loring said. "But your young lady here is most cagey. She won't give me a clue." "I keep telling him that I don't know anything about it," Ida said. "But he won't believe me." "She doesn't know much about it," Vivaldo said. "I'm not sure I know an awful lot about it myself." Abruptly, he felt himself beginning to tremble with weariness. He wanted to take Ida and go home, but she seemed pleased enough to stay. It was not really late. The last rays of the setting sun were fading beyond the river. "Well," said Loring, "as soon as you do have something, I hope you'll get in touch with me. Richard thinks you're tremendously talented, and I'd certainly trust his judgment." He knew that Ida was puzzled and irritated by the mediocrity of his response. He tried to pump up enthusiasm, and watching Ida's face helped. He could not imagine what she thought of Ellis, and rage at himself, his jealousy, his fear, and his confusion contributed a saving intensity to his evasive reply. Loring seemed more certain than ever that he was a diamond in the rough, and Ida more certain than ever that he was in need of hands to push him. And he himself felt, in a way he had not felt before, that it was time for him to take the plunge. This was the water, the people in this room. It impressed him, certainly, as far from fine, but it was the only water there was. Miss Wales now looked over toward him, but he avoided her eyes, giving all of his attention to Ida. "Let's go," he said in a low voice. "Let's get out of here. I've had it." "You want to go now? You haven't talked to Miss Wales." But he watched her eyes flicker toward the bar, where Ellis stood, and there was something in her face which he could not read, something speculative and hard. "I don't want to talk to Miss Wales." "Why on earth not? You're being silly." "Look," he said, "is there someone here you want to talk to?" "Oh, you idiot," he groaned to himself. But the words were said. She looked at him. "I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about?" "Nothing," he said sullenly. "I'm just crazy. Don't mind me." "You were thinking something. What were you thinking?" "Nothing," he said. "Really, nothing." He smiled. "I don't care. We can stay if you want to." "I was only staying," she said, "on account of you." He was about to say, "Well then, we can go," but decided that it would be smarter not to. The doorbell rang. He said, "I just wanted to avoid getting involved in a supper deal with any of these people, that's all." "But who?" she persisted. "Did you think I wanted to talk to?" "Oh," he said. "I thought if you were really serious about that singing business, you might have wanted to make an appointment with Ellis. I imagine he could be helpful." She looked at him wearily, with mockery and pity. "Oh, Vivaldo," she said. "What a busy little mind you've got." Then her manner changed, and she said, very coldly, "You don't really have the right, you know, to worry about who I talk to, and what you're suggesting doesn't flatter me at all." She kept her voice low, but it had begun to shake. "Maybe now I'll behave like what you think I am." She walked over to the bar and stepped between Richard and Ellis. She was smiling. Ellis put one hand on her elbow, and his face changed as he spoke to her, becoming greedier and more vulnerable. Richard went behind the bar to pour Ida a drink. Vivaldo could have joined them, but he did not dare. Her outburst had come so mysteriously and with such speed that he was afraid to think of what might happen if he walked over to the bar. And she was right.
He was wrong. Who she talked to was none of his business. But her reaction had been so swift and terrible. Now his advantage was gone. His patiently amassed and hoarded capital of understanding and gallantry had vanished in the twinkling of an eye. "I'd like you to meet Sidney Ingram. This is Vivaldo Moore." Cass was at his shoulder, presenting the newcomer, of whose arrival he had been vaguely aware. He had come alone. Vivaldo recognized his name because the boy's first novel had just been published, and he wanted to read it. He was tall, nearly as tall as Vivaldo, with a pleasant, heavy-featured face and a great deal of black hair and, like Vivaldo, was dressed in a dark suit, probably his best one. "I'm delighted to meet you," Vivaldo said, sincerely, for the first time that evening. "I've read his novel," Cass said. "It's wonderful. You must read it." "I want to," said Vivaldo. Ingram smiled, looking uncomfortable, and stared into his glass as though he wished he could drown in it. "I've circulated enough for the time being," Cass said. "Let me stay with you two for a while." She led them slowly toward the big window. It was twilight. The sun was gone. Soon the street lamps would be turned on. "Somehow, I don't think I'm cut out to be a literary hostess." "You looked fine to me," said Vivaldo. "You weren't trying to keep up a conversation with me. My attention just keeps wandering. I can't help it. I might as well be in a room full of physicists." "What are they talking about over at the bar?" Vivaldo asked. "Steve Ellis's responsibility to the televiewers of America," Ingram said. They laughed. "Don't laugh," said Ingram. "He too can become president. At least he can read and write." "I should think," said Cass, that would disqualify him." She took each of them by one arm, and they stood together in the darkening window, staring out at the highway and the shining water. "What a great difference there is," she said, "between dreaming of something and dealing with it." Neither Vivaldo nor Ingram spoke. Cass turned to Ingram, and, in a voice he had never heard her use before, wistful and desirous, she asked, "Are you working on something new, Mr. Ingram? I hope you are." And his voice seemed, oddly, to respond to hers. They might have been calling each other across that breadth of water, seeking for each other as the darkness relentlessly fell. "Yes," he said. "I am. It's a new novel. It's a love story." "A love story," she said. Then, "And where does it take place?" "Oh, here in the city. Now." There was a silence. Vivaldo felt her small hand under his elbow tighten. "I'm looking forward to reading it," she said. "Very much." "Not more," he said. "Then I am looking forward to finishing it and having it read, especially, if I may say so, by you." She turned her face to Ingram, and he could not see her smile, but he could feel it. "Thank you," she said. She turned to the window again, and she sighed. "I suppose I must get back to my physicists." They watched the street lamps click on. "I'm going to have a drink," Cass said. "Will anyone join me?" "Sure," said Vivaldo. They walked to the bar. Richard, Ellis, and Loring were sitting on the sofa. Miss Wales and Mrs. Ellis were standing at the bar. Ida was not in the room. "Excuse me," said Vivaldo. "I think somebody's in there," cried Miss Wales. He walked down the hall, but did not reach the bathroom. She was sitting in the bedroom, among all the coats and hats, perfectly still. "Ida?" Her hands were folded in her lap, and she was staring at the floor. "Ida, why are you mad at me? I didn't mean anything." She looked up at him. Her eyes were full of tears. "Why did you have to say what you said? Everything was fine, and I was so happy until you said that. You think I'm nothing but a whore. That's the only reason you want to see me." The tears dripped down her face. "All you white bastards are the same." "Ida, I swear that isn't true. I swear that isn't true." He dropped to one knee beside the bed and tried to take her hands in his. She turned her face away.
Honey, I'm in love with you. I got scared and I got jealous, but I swear I didn't mean what you thought I meant. I didn't. I couldn't. I love you. Ida, please believe me. I love you.
Her body kept shaking, and he felt her tears on his hands. He raised her hands to his lips and kissed them. He tried to look into her face, but she kept her face turned away.
Ida, please. I don't know any of these people, she said. I don't care about them. They think I'm just another colored girl, and they're trying to be nice, but they don't care. They don't want to talk to me. I only stayed because you asked me, and you've been so nice, and I was so proud of you, and now you've spoiled it all.
Ida, he said, if I've spoiled things between you and me, I don't know how I'm going to live. You can't say that. You've got to take it back. You've got to forgive me and give me another chance. Ida. He put one hand to her face and slowly turned it toward him.
Ida, I love you. I do, more than anything in this world. You've got to believe me. I'd rather die than hurt you.
She was silent.
I was jealous, and I was scared, and that was a very dumb thing I said. But I was just afraid you didn't care about me. That's all. I didn't mean anything bad about you.
She sighed and reached for her purse. He gave her a handkerchief. She dried her eyes and blew her nose. She looked very tired and helpless. He moved and sat beside her on the bed. She avoided looking at him, but she did not move.
Ida,
and he was shocked by the sound of his voice. It contained such misery. It did not seem to be his voice. It did not seem to be under his control.
I told you, I love you. Do you care about me?
She rose and walked to the mirror. He watched her.
Please tell me.
She looked into the mirror, then picked up her handbag from the bed. She opened it, closed it, then looked in the mirror again. Then she looked at him.
Yes,
she said helplessly.
Yes, I do.
He took her face between his hands and kissed her. At first, she did not answer him, seemed merely to be enduring him, seemed suspended, hanging, waiting. She was trembling, and he tried to control her trembling with the force of his arms and hands. Then something seemed to bend in her, to give, and she put her arms around him, clinging to him. Finally, he whispered in her ear, "Let's get out of here. Let's go."
"Yes,"
she said after a moment.
"I guess it's time to go."
But she did not step out of his arms at once. She looked at him, and she said,
"I'm sorry I was so silly. I know you didn't mean it."
"I'm sorry, too. I'm just a jealous, no-good bastard. I can't help it. I'm crazy about you." And he kissed her again.
"Leaving so soon?"
said Miss Wales.
"And we never got a chance to talk."
"Vivaldo," said Cass. "I'll call you this week. Ida, I can't call you. Will you call me? Let's get together." "I'm waiting for a script from you, you bum," said Ellis. "Just as soon as you climb down out of that makeshift ivory tower. Nice meeting you, Miss Scott." "He means it," said Mrs. Ellis. "He really means it." "I was happy to meet you both," said Ingram. "Very happy. Good luck with your novel." Richard walked them to the door. "Are we still friends?" "Are you kidding? Of course we're still friends." But he wondered if they were. The door closed behind them, and they stood in the corridor, staring at each other. "Shall we go home?" he asked. She watched him, her eyes very large and dark. "You got anything to eat down there?" "No, but the stores are still open. We can get something." She took his arm, and they walked to the elevator. He rang the bell. He stared at her as though he could not believe his eyes. "Good," she said. "We'll get something and I'll cook you a decent supper." "I'm not very hungry," he said. They heard the elevator door slam beneath them, and the elevator began to rise. The smell of the chicken she had fried the night before still hung in the room, and the dishes were still in the sink. The wishbone lay drying on the table, surrounded by the sticky glasses out of which they had drunk beer, and by their sticky coffee cups. Her clothes were thrown over a chair. His were mainly on the floor. He had awakened. She was asleep. She slept on her side, her dark head turned away from him, making no sound. He leaned up a little and watched her face. Her face would now be, forever, more mysterious and impenetrable than the face of any stranger. Strangers' faces hold no secrets because the imagination does not invest them with any. But the face of a lover is an unknown precisely because it is invested with so much of oneself. It is a mystery containing, like all mysteries, the possibility of torment. She slept. He felt that she was sleeping partly in order to avoid him. He fell back on his pillow, staring up at the cracks in the ceiling. She was in his bed, but she was far from him. She was with him, and yet she was not with him. In some deep, secret place, she watched herself. She held herself in check. She fought him. He felt that she had decided, long ago, precisely where the limits were, how much she could afford to give, and he had not been able to make her give a penny more. She made love to him as though it were a technique of pacification, a means to some other end. However she might wish to delight him, she seemed principally to wish to exhaust him, and to remain, above all, herself on the banks of pleasure, the while she labored mightily to drown him in the tide. His pleasure was enough for her, she seemed to say. His pleasure was hers. But he wanted her pleasure to be his, for them to drown in the tide together. He had slept, but badly, aware of Ida's body next to his, and aware of a failure more subtle than any he had known before. And his mind was troubled with questions which he had not before permitted to enter, but whose hour, now, had struck. He wondered who had been with her before him. How many? How often? How long? What he, or they before him, had meant to her. And he wondered if her lover, or lovers, had been white or black. What difference does it make? He asked himself. What difference does any of it make? One or more, white or black? She would tell him one of these days. They would learn everything about each other. They had time, she would tell him. Would she? Or would she merely accept his secrets as she accepted his body, happy to be the vehicle of his relief, while offering in return, for she knew the rules, revelations intended to pacify and also intended to frustrate him. To frustrate, that is, any attempt on his part to strike deeper into that incredible country in which, like the princess of fairy tales, sealed in a high tower and guarded by beasts, bewitched and exiled, she paced her secret round of secret days. It was early in the morning, around 7, and there was no sound anywhere. The girl beside him stirred silently in her sleep and threw one hand up, as though she had been frightened. The scarlet eye on her little finger flashed. Her heavy hair was wild and tangled, and the face she wore in sleep was not the face she wore when awake. She had taken off all her makeup, so that she had scarcely any eyebrows, and her unpainted lips were softer now, and defenseless. Her skin was darker than it was in the daytime, and the round, rather high forehead held a dull, mahogany sheen. She looked like a little girl as she slept, but she was not a very trusting little girl. One hand half covered her face, and the other was hidden between her thighs. It made him think, somehow, of all the sleeping children of the poor. He touched her forehead lightly with his lips, then eased himself quietly out of bed and went into the bathroom. When he came out, he stood staring for a moment at the kitchen, then lit a cigarette, and brought an ashtray back to the bed with him. He lay on his belly, smoking, his long arms dangling to the floor where he had placed the ashtray. "What time is it?" He leaned up, smiling. "I didn't know you were awake." And strangely, he suddenly felt terribly shy, as though this was his first time to awaken, naked, next to a naked girl. "Oh," she said. "I like to watch people when they think I'm asleep." "That's good to know. How long have you been watching me?" "Not long.
Just when you came out of the bathroom, I saw your face and I wondered what you were thinking about. I was thinking about you. Then he kissed her. Good morning. It's 7:30. My Lord, do you always wake up so early? And she yawned and grinned. No, but I guess I couldn't wait to see you again. Now, I'm going to remember that, she said. When you start waking up at noon and even later and act like you don't want to get up out of the bed. Well, I may not be so anxious to jump right out of bed. She motioned for a cigarette, and he held it for her while she took a drag or two. Then he put the cigarette out in the ashtray. He leaned over her. How about you? You're sweet, she said. And after a moment, you're a deep-sea diver. Each of them blushed. He put his hands on her breasts, which were heavy and wide apart, with reddish-brown nipples. Her large shoulders quivered a little. A pulse beat in her neck. She watched him with a face at once troubled and detached, calm, and at the same time frightened. Love me, he said. I want you to love me. She caught one of his hands as it moved along her belly. You think I'm one of those just love-to-love girls. Baby, he said. I sure hope so. We're going to be great, let me tell you. We haven't even started yet. His voice had dropped to a whisper, and their two hands knotted together in a teasing tug-of-war. She smiled. How many times have you said that? He paused, looking over her head at the blinds which held back the morning. I don't believe I've ever said it. I've never felt this way before. He looked down at her again, and kissed her again. Never. After a moment, she said, Neither have I. She said it quickly, as though she had just popped a pill into her mouth and were surprised at its taste and apprehensive about its effects. He looked into her eyes. Is that true? Yes. Then she dropped her eyes. I've got to watch my step with you. Why? Don't you trust me? It's maybe that I don't trust myself. Maybe you've never loved a man before, he said. I've never loved a white man, that's the truth. Oh well, he said, smiling, trying to empty his mind of the doubts and fears which filled it. Be my guest. He kissed her again, a little drunk with her heat, her taste, her smell. Never, he said gravely. Never anyone like you. Her hand relaxed a little, and he guided it down. He kissed her neck and shoulders. I love your colors. You're so many different, crazy colors. Lord, she said, and laughed, sharply, nervously, and tried to move her hand away, but he held it. The tug-of-war began again. I'm the same old color all over. You can't see yourself all over, but I can. Part of you is honey, part of you is copper, some of you is gold. Lord, what are we going to do with you this morning? I'll show you. Part of you is black, too, like the entrance to a tunnel. Vivaldo! Her head hit the pillow from side to side in a kind of torment which had nothing to do with him, but for which, just the same, he was responsible. He put his hand on her forehead, already beginning to be damp, and was struck by the way she then looked at him as though she were, indeed, a virgin, promised at her birth to him, the bridegroom, whose face she now saw for the first time in the darkened bridal chamber after all the wedding guests had gone. There was no sound of revelry anywhere, only silence, no help anywhere if not in this bed, violation by the bridegroom's body, her only hope. Yet she tried to smile. I've never met a man like you before. She said this in a low voice, in a tone that mixed hostility with wonder. Well, I told you, I've never met a girl like you before either. But he wondered what kind of men she had known. Gently, he forced her thighs open.
She allowed him to place her hand on his sex. He felt that, for the first time, his body presented itself to her as a mystery, and that, immediately, therefore, he, Vivaldo, became totally mysterious in her eyes. She touched him for the first time with wonder and terror, realizing that she did not know how to caress him. It was being borne in on her that he wanted her. This meant that she no longer knew what he wanted. "You've slept with lots of girls like me before, haven't you? With colored girls?" "I've slept with lots of all kinds of girls." There was no laughter between them now. They whispered, and the heat between them rose. Her odor rose to meet him. It mingled with his own, sharper sweat. He was between her thighs and in her hands. Her eyes stared fearfully into his. "But with colored girls, too?" "Yes." There was a long pause. She sighed a long, shuddering sigh. She arched her head upward, away from him. "Were they friends of my brother's?" No, I paid them." "Oh." Her head dropped. She closed her eyes. She brought her thighs together, then opened them. The covers were in his way, and he threw them off, and then for a moment, half kneeling, he stared at the honey and the copper and the gold and the black of her. Her breath came in short, sharp, trembling gasps. He wanted her to turn her face to him and open her eyes. "Ida, look at me." She made a sound, a kind of moan, and turned her face toward him, but kept her eyes closed. He took her hand again. "Come on, help me." Her eyes opened for a second, veiled, but she smiled. He lowered himself down upon her, slowly, allowing her hands to guide him, and kissed her on the mouth. They locked together, shaking. Her hands fluttered upward and settled on his back. "I paid them." She sighed again, a different sigh, long and surrendering, and the struggle began. It was not like the thrashing of the night before, when she bucked beneath him like an infuriated horse or a beached fish. Now she was attentive to the point of trembling, and because he felt that one thoughtless moment would send her slipping and sliding away from him, he was very attentive too. Her hands moved along his back, up and down, sometimes seeming to wish to bring him closer, sometimes being tempted to push him away, moved in a terrible, a beautiful indecision, and caused him, brokenly, deep in his throat, to moan. She opened up before him, yet fell back before him too. He felt that he was traveling up a savage jungle river, looking for the source which remained hidden just beyond the black, dangerous, dripping foliage. Then, for a moment, they seemed to be breaking through. Her hands broke free, her thighs inexorably loosened, their bellies ground cruelly together, and a curious, low whistle forced itself up through her throat, past her bared teeth. Then she was checked. Her hands flew up to his neck. The moment passed. He rested. Then he began again. He had never been so patient, so determined, or so cruel before. Last night she had watched him. This morning he watched her. He was determined to bring her over the edge and into his possession, even if at the moment she finally called his name, the heart within him burst. This, anyway, seemed more imminent than the spilling of his seed. He was aching in a way he had never ached before, was congested in a new way, and wherever her hands had touched him and then fled, he was cold. Her hands clung to his neck as though she were drowning, and she was absolutely silent, silent as a child is silent before it finally summons enough breath to scream, before the blow lands, before the long fall begins. And ruthlessly, viciously, he pushed her to the edge. He did not know whether her body moved with his or not. Her body was so nearly his. He felt the bed throbbing beneath them and heard it sing. Her hands went wild, flying from his neck to his throat to his shoulders, his chest. She began to thrash beneath him, trying to get away and trying to come closer. Her hands, at last, had their own way and grasped his friendly body, caressing and scratching and burning. Come on, come on. He felt a tremor in her belly, just beneath him, as though something had broken there, and it rolled tremendously upward, seeming to divide her breasts, as though he had split her all her length. And she moaned. It was a curiously warning sound, as though she were holding up one hand against the ocean. The sound of her helplessness caused all of his affection, tenderness, desire to return. They were almost there. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! He began to gallop her, whinnying a little with delight, and, for the first time, became a little cold with fright, that so much of himself, so long dammed up, must now come pouring out. Her moans gave way to sobs and cries. Vivaldo, Vivaldo, Vivaldo! She was over the edge. He hung, clinging to her as she clung to him, calling her name, wet, itching, bursting, blind. It began to pour out of him like the small, weak trickle that precedes disaster in the mines. He felt his whole face pucker, felt the wind in his throat, and called her name again, while all the love in him rushed down, and poured itself into her. After a long time, he felt her fingers in his hair, and he looked into her face. She was smiling, a thoughtful, baffled smile. "Get your big white self off me. I can't move." He kissed her, weary as he could be, and peaceful. "Tell me something first." She looked sly and amused and mocking, very much like a woman, and very much like a shy little girl. "What do you want to know?" He shook her, laughing. "Come on, tell me." She kissed him on the tip of his nose. "It never happened to me before. Not like this. Never." "Never?" "Never. Almost. But no, never." "Then, was I good for you?" "Yes. Yes. Don't ever leave me." "Let me get up." He rolled over on his back, and she got out of bed and walked into the bathroom. He watched the tall, dusty body, which now belonged to him, disappear. He heard water running in the bathroom, then he heard the shower. He fell asleep. He woke up in the early afternoon. Ida was standing before the stove, singing, "If you can't give me $1, give me a lousy dime." She had washed the dishes, cleaned up the kitchen, and hung up his clothes. Now she was making coffee. "Just want to feed this hungry man of mine."